Come home, she said, eager to hang up my coat. Offer me a seat, kiss my face. Warm. Come home.
Welcome to day 3 of the 2020 PVAMU Homecoming Celebration, where we are here to take care of home.
Good morning and welcome back. Can you believe it? We are at day 3 of the Prairie View A&M University virtual, yes, that's right, virtual homecoming experience. It's been a great first 3 days. Remember to stay with us all the way through the week and into Saturday because we've got more great news, information, and just a lot of fun festivities coming up for this virtual experience this year. Today, we will start our broadcast with an interview with the College of Agriculture, Dean Gerard D'Souza. We'll have a couple of students to come on and talk about their experience in the College of Agriculture. And we'll also hear from 3 amazing alumni from the College of Agriculture as well. We'll follow up with our amazing women's track coach, Angela Williams. She will talk to us about everything that's going on with the track and field program leading up to the Tokyo Olympic Games and how Prairie View A&M University has contributed to the Olympic movement. We'll also talk with our Mach 3 Center. We'll find out what's going on and all the great things they have for us in store this year during the pandemic. And we will get a chance to hear from Mr. and Miss PV. They will take live questions from the audience, so stay tuned for that. And once again, we thank you for coming back and joining us. This is day 3. I'm your host, Lisa Roseborough, for the PVAMU Virtual Homecoming Experience.
America, land of the free. It's at the core of who we are. Freedom. The freedom to live without fear, to drive through all 50 states, to sleep safely in our own beds, the freedom to jog where we please, to watch birds in the park, to wear a hoodie, the freedom to breathe. Before we celebrate the freedom most Americans have, we must fight for the freedom all Americans deserve. Because no matter your religion, gender, disability, age, race, all lives can't matter until Black lives matter.
At Prairie View A&M University, we've been igniting passion in students for more than 140 years. It's about inspiration. It's about global influence. It's about self-expression and individuality. It's about trailblazing a path of excellence. It's about engaging in the greater community. Above all, it's about helping you realize your dreams. Ignite your passion. Experience Prairie View A&M University.
and welcome back. Day 3 of the PVAMU virtual homecoming experience. We're going to go ahead and get into our first segment. We're going to hear from the College of Agriculture, Dean Gerard D'Souza. Dean, are you with us this morning? And make sure everybody's tuned in and logged in. We've got Dean Gerard D'Souza, as I mentioned, while he's getting all set up and getting wired up. And we're going to hear from 3 amazing alum representing several organizations throughout the industry of agriculture. We have alumnus Horace Hodge from the United States Department of Agriculture. He's going to join us. Jeremy Peaches is also an alumnus. He's one of our 4-H extension agents here in Harris County. And we'll also have Marcus Glenn and Demetrius Reed. So just a great panel this morning to help us get started on our day 3 of this virtual experience. And later on today, we want to remind you that technically this is Wednesday, so it is hump day on the Hill. And so we've got a virtual experience to share with you on that as well. So let's check in with our Dean of the College of Agriculture. Good morning. Okay. Can you hear me? I can't hear you. All right. Good morning, Dean. Can you hear me? Okay. Okay. I can't hear you. Let's see. Let's try one more time. Can you hear me now? Say something. Okay, Dean, I think you're muted. Check your. Okay, there we go. I heard you actually click. So, can you hear me now? Dean? Okay, I still can't hear you. Okay, and just start with somebody. Okay, so Dean D'Souza is getting, he's still getting ready, but good morning to everyone else on this College of Agriculture roundtable. I see that we have our alumni in the building. Let's hear who's on. Horace Hodge from the United States Department of Agriculture. Good morning.
Good morning.
How are you, sir?
I'm doing fine. How are you doing?
I'm doing well. Thanks so much for joining us. And we have Jeremy Peaches, also from the College of Agriculture. How are you, Jeremy?
I'm doing fine today, ma'am. It's great to see everyone.
Yes. Thank you for joining us as well. Now, you're currently employed with the university as a 4-H extension agent. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am, in Harris County in Houston.
Okay, so you're awesome. You're here local. All right. How about Demetrius Reed?
Morning. How's
Good
everyone
morning.
doing?
We're doing well. Thanks again for joining us. And I also lead Marcus Glenn. I think we got a chance to get you on as well. Marcus Glenn, let's see, I think Marcus is still trying to get on, I think. And we've got two students. All right, introduce yourselves. You're the students from the College of Ag. Who do we have on this morning?
Hi, my name is Sydney Brown. I'm a current student at Prairie View A&M University. I'm a senior nutrition major with a concentration in dietetics. I'm the president of the Student Academy of Nutrition and Dietetics, as well as the secretary for the Kappa Beta Epsilon chapter of Kappa Micronew Honor Society for Human Science majors.
All right, Sydney, good to meet you. All right, and our next student, let's just find out a little bit more about you. I believe we have another one.
Good morning, everybody. I hope you all are safe, well, and healthy. My name is Jalen Lewis, and I'm a senior agriculture major with the concentration of animal science, and I am the president of the Pre-Veterinarian Club.
All right, well, nice to meet you, Jalen. All right, well, we're going to talk about several things. First, let's talk with our students. Tell us about your experience that you've had in the College of Agriculture. Whoever wants to go first. Ms. Brown, since you kicked things off with us, let's talk with you. What has your experience been like there in the College of Agriculture?
So I graduated in May 2017, and just 2 months later, I came to Prairie View and started the Jumpstart program with the College of Ag. So that's kind of where I got my feet wet and I was able to meet a lot of my peers and a lot of my professors. And that Jumpstart has really just skyrocketed my entire career at Prairie View. It's where I met a lot of close friends. It's where I've gotten a lot of opportunities. That's where I found out about the Student Academy of Nutrition Dietetics, as well as Kappa Beta Epsilon for the Kappa Micronew Honor Society. Throughout the College of Ag, it's definitely felt like a home. It's definitely like a family. I always feel encouraged and welcomed in all of my endeavors. Everything that I've gone through, from just personal things to when it comes to my academics, I always feel like extremely supported through my professors and through my peers. Our college is, to me, one of the closest and tight-knit families that we have. And I'm just so grateful for it, because through it, I've been able to grow as an individual and just kind of explore where I want to take my career next once leaving Prairie View, because it's always been such an encouragement to me that once I leave Prairie View, I always have a home when I come back to Prairie View. And that's something that the College of Ag has always instilled in me. I've not only gotten experience through nutrition, but I've also explored different things in agriculture, as well as just Prairie View as a university as a whole. So honestly, like, the College of Ag has been such a major blessing to me, and I don't know how my experience at Prairie View would have been without it.
Well, thank you for sharing that story with us. Now, are you a senior right now?
Yes, ma'am.
You are.
Graduating.
Awesome. And what are your plans after you graduate?
After I graduate, I have plans to continue my education and receive my master's in nutrition, as well as become a registered dietitian. And then once I finish that, because it's only a 1-year program, so after I finish that, I plan to go to medical school to pursue my career in pediatrics and sports nutrition. Pediatrics has been like the basis of my entire career as an educator and even as a growing professional. It's something that has been a part of my life since I was a little girl. Cheerleading, sports, like, that's always been me. So diving into nutrition and exploring my career in medicine has been kind of the fuel that's kept me going in every chemistry class, every biology class, every nutrition class. So once I graduate, I will continue to get my master's and then medical school.
Wow, well, sounds like you have it all planned out.
That's right.
Yes, I'm like, she knows like the whole future. So, but that's great. I mean, that's one thing that, we give credit to our instructors here and our other faculty and staff to just make sure that our students are very well prepared. So, all right. So let's talk to our next student, Jaylyn. How are you this morning?
I'm doing well. Yourself?
I'm doing all right. Tell us a little bit about your experience there in the College of Agriculture.
So for me, ever since I stepped foot on campus, one thing that was instilled in me about agriculture, that agriculture is life. So without agriculture, we wouldn't have clothes, we wouldn't have food, land, things like that. So it's really taught me to appreciate being an agriculture major. I feel like, as she said, definitely agriculture is a very tight-knit family. It's pretty much my home away from home. And for me, I'm in animal science concentration, but the field of agriculture is so broad that I actually ended up venturing out, because to me, what I've also been taught as well, that agriculture all ties in together. So taking my animal science courses, I've also taken a few crop science courses or financial courses and things of that nature. So I actually have a job right now where I'm learning a lot about gardening. And I actually didn't really understand how important the process is when it comes to ensuring that these plants or the produce is healthy, and what it takes to get this produce to your local stores like H-E-B or Kroger or Walmart. So for me, it's something that I actually just really hold dear to me, because it's something that I could take with me as I grow up. And if I have my own home, could start my own garden. So it's just really important to me, like as a student garden leader, that when I go to the garden, that I'm ensuring that I'm learning what I need to as a student, and taking what I know and passing it back to those who need the help, that don't really know much about agriculture. Because from my understanding, when you think about agriculture, the first thing you think about is farming. So that's why I try to educate as many people as I can that agriculture is so much more to farming. So as I said before, or so much more than farming, because as I said before, agriculture is life. So it's just, everything ties in together. You're learning so much more. The faculty and staff are great. Everybody's like, pretty much, as I could say, like a mom and a dad to me, away from my mom and my dad at home. For me, I plan on taking my education to veterinary medicine. I aspire to be a board certified veterinary specialist in neurology. And with that being said, if I did want to take things as far as food in veterinary medicine, if I wanted to create a better dog food or foods for cats or things of that nature, I could take what I've learned here at Prairie View A&M University in the Animal and Food Science Concentration Department and take my journey very further. And I've really learned so much being here at Prairie View A&M University. It's really helped me grow as a young woman, to build my confidence as not just a young woman, but a student as well.
All right. Well, you also have your whole everything planned out and you know exactly where you're going. And thanks for clarifying that ag is not just about farming. It does include animal science and some of the other things with gardening and things of that nature. So thanks for clearing that up, because I too thought that agriculture was just about farming. So you've educated me this morning. All right. And we have a member of our faculty and staff on. Who's joining us this morning? Okay, I think we're still waiting on Dean D'Souza. So hopefully he'll join us before we leave. I understand there's a fire alarm that went off in the building over there. So we'll hopefully circle back around to him. Let's go into talking with our alumni. Mr. Horace Hodge, thanks so much for joining us. You have been doing some amazing work here locally in the community of Prairie View with the food giveaways on behalf of the U.S. Department of Agriculture. I know that you've been working with your classmate, Mayor David Allen, and just thank you so much for bringing those type of community events here to the local community at Prairie View, and also for our students, because yes, they need to get assistance, you know, in getting food and things like that during this COVID-19 experience. So thank you so much for doing that.
Well, good morning to everyone, and thank you, Lisa, for inviting me. It has been a pleasure to work locally in the community, and I bring you greetings from USDA. And I also want to give a shout out to the students that have spoken. It's just great to hear your perspective and hear you talk about charting your careers in the food and agricultural sciences. As an alum, I got to Prairie View in the mid '70s. Agriculture was definitely up and running, and really gave us some great insights onto careers and just help us grow individually. And I'm really pleased to be in a position now to give back to my alma mater. And more specifically, talking about the food box giveaway. This was a program that was initiated primarily to mitigate hunger during the pandemic. Mayor Allen reached out to me, and we began to do the research and come up how we could engage the city of Prairie View in this program. I'm pleased to say that the vendor that was providing and packaging the box and delivering the box, it was just a few miles away. Damari Fresh was the first one over by the Reliant Center, and the general manager actually lived in Cypress, so he was very familiar with Prairie View, and really took us into the community with the deliveries. And I'm unfortunately I have to tell the Prairie View community that the last two deliveries, though, had to be canceled, including the one that's coming up for Friday. It had to be canceled due to COVID, and so we. But we're looking forward to the November, December rounds as the new the program has been extended. I'll say extended in the sense that there will be a program in November and December, as the third round is scheduled to end on the 31st, which is just a few days away, actually Saturday. So I'm happy again that, and I want to say that it was totally a community engagement, and the support of the College of Agriculture and Human Sciences was certainly provided some backbone to helping to get the word out in the community, and even some volunteers to come up and assist with this program. So we're very excited, and I just want to say hats off to the Prairie View leadership for putting on this virtual homecoming. We all know that we really wanted to stomp the yard, but as it is, we're doing it virtually and with sound bites. So again, thanks for inviting me.
You're welcome. Yes, and we are trying to do as much as we can to add some entertainment pieces in between the segments. So thanks for letting us know that we're doing a great job with that. We'll try to keep you all entertained throughout the rest of the week, and like I said, on into Saturday as well. So again, Mr. Hodge, thank you so much for everything that you're doing and letting us know that the food giveaways will be coming back in a little while. So I'm pretty sure the community, even myself, because I live here in Prairie View, so I actually drove by and received some of the goods as well. So I definitely know how much of a huge impact that did have on Prairie View, the community, and the students. Now let's talk a little bit with Jeremy Peaches, one of our other alumni from the College of Agriculture. Hello, Jeremy. All right, Jeremy, can you hear me? I think you're muted. I'm not sure. I can't hear you. Okay. Still can't hear you. Okay, let's see. All right. While Jeremy is getting situated, we'll circle back around. Marcus Glenn. Did Marcus join us? Okay. All right, Marcus.
Can you hear me now?
I can now. Okay. All right. Hello, Marcus. How are you?
Ma'am?
Is Marcus Glenn, can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am, I can. Thank you for having me.
Yes, you're welcome. Thanks again for joining us. I know that everybody's busy and you've got things going on, you're working, but I appreciate you taking out some time to talk to us about, just share a memory or two about your experience when you were a student here with the College of Agriculture. What was your experience like?
First off, work wasn't gonna stop me from participating with homecoming. Homecoming, especially in ag. I'm gonna be there. My memory would be my entire senior year. Like, it was a magical time. I was the president of a student organization called Manners. We really worked, and we had a dean at that point in time that was really student focused. So she was trying to bring in different type of innovative programs to be able to engage students more, as well as to be able to do more outreach and things of that nature. I had great professors, Dr. Strickland, Dr. Witherspoon, Dr. Mixon, and they just really helped me understand what agriculture was and how it had a larger impact on the world. And from Prairie View, I then went on to Iowa State to study agriculture education. And yeah, that my senior year was just awesome. It was really awesome.
And what was it that made you choose to major in things in the agriculture industry? What drove you to that area of study?
To be honest, I went to Prairie View as a computer science major. I couldn't get any money over there. Like, I was not a good student when math started moving toward letters and looking like a sentence versus having numbers in there. I realized that wasn't the field for me. And I spoke with Ms. Jocelyn Whiting, who was my advisor, and she suggested that I look at a career in agriculture. And the first thing out of my mouth was I didn't want to be a farmer. But I looked at the paper that she had, and most of the careers that were listed had USDA in front of it. And me knowing how the government works, I looked at that as a pretty safe industry to be in, especially if you can get hired on with the USDA pretty much 20 years out, you can look at retirement. And so I look forward to those types of opportunities. And so that's what got me in there. In my first semester in ag, I wound up getting an internship with what was then the Texas Cooperative Extension Service at Texas A&M, which is now Texas A&M AgriLife Extension Service.
Well, it seems like you've had a great experience and you were able to, like you said, take advantage of some of the resources that were provided for you there in the College of Agriculture. So that's always a great story to hear. Let's see if we can talk to another alum. Let's try Jeremy Peaches again. I don't know, I think Jeremy left. Okay, so we've got a faculty member, Dr. Farias. Am I saying that correctly?
Yes.
Good morning. How are you? Thanks so much for joining us.
Good morning. I'm doing fine. Thank you for the opportunity.
You're welcome. We want to just talk about everything that's going on with the College of Agriculture. I mean, I follow you all a lot myself, even though I work in the Office of Alumni Affairs. But I will tell you that I am always amazed about, with all of the projects and the programs that you all have going on. Your marketing and your communications and your PR platforms are just they're just fabulous. So I love the branding that you all do with the college and its programs as well. Now, World Food Day. I know that you all just had that a couple of weeks ago. Had it virtually, I understand, right?
Yes.
Okay, tell us a little bit about that program.
I think I would like to maybe allow the Dean D'Souza. I can see him there. Maybe he will talk more about that topic. So I think Dean D'Souza, if you can answer the question, I would appreciate it.
Thank you, and thanks, Lisa, and everybody else. Wow, what a day! So if you can't tell, I'm in my vehicle outside the Ag Business Building, trying to get into StreamYard, and finally got in. But there was a fire alarm that went off in the Ag Business Building, so we can't get back in. So my apologies for being late. I was already looking forward to it, but looks like the show is underway, and so. Very pleased to be here and talk about the college. And so back to your question about World Food Day, Lisa, it was tremendous in that we had a record amount of participation, given that it was a virtual event. So I think that's a silver lining that comes out of this coronavirus pandemic, is that in many ways, not only are we able to reach a wider audience, but also in this case have participation from folks all the way in India, who was in a government agency that's the equivalent of USDA in India. And he gave the keynote speech, but we had other participants. And it was a really great occasion to showcase food insecurity around the globe and how that is growing and how we in colleges of ag can do something about it. So food security is one of our signature programs. So thanks, Ali. I didn't mean to take up your time, but why don't you take it away and talk to them some more? And hopefully I'll have a few minutes at the end to talk some more about the college, but it's great that I'm on. So happy.
Thank you, Dean D'Souza. I appreciate because I thought you oversaw that program, so you're more appropriate to respond to that. So I didn't mean to escape from answering the question, but I thought
no worries. It's a team effort. So
indeed, you're right.
All right,
so I think, go ahead, please.
No, I was going to thank Dean for jumping in, and we have an hour, so we have about another 30 minutes left. So if you're able to circle back around and you want to pop back on, please do so. But thanks so much for leaving out of the building. You're safe and joining us in your vehicle. So
okay, and they say that the building is clear to enter. So I'll be on my phone till I get back in the building, and then I can chime in through my office. But if I get disconnected, I'll be back on in my office.
Yes, sir. Sounds good. We'll see you in a few minutes then.
Okay, sounds good.
Yes. All right. Well, Dr. Farias, did you want to continue conversation? I mean, I still would like to find out more about the program. I know you all have scholarships that are available. Tell us a little bit about those scholarship opportunities.
I think there are plenty of opportunity for our students to to gain some experience and also get scholarships. I think I would like to talk maybe specifically to two particular projects that I'm part of. We do have an REU project, Research Extension Entrepreneurship Program with Texas A&M University that has been for the last 4 years, where we train students during the summertime for 5 weeks on wastewater treatment and water quality. So the student in this program will spend 5 weeks in College Station, and we, PV faculty, myself and Dr. Awal, we're part of this program. So the student, in addition to getting trained, they will be paid $2,500 as a stipend. We pay them for their food allowance, for their housing is paid for. We take them to a conference and so on. So I think this summer we have an opportunity to have 8 students who will be from the total of 16. So we already encouraging students. We already have at least 6 students who already applied, and we're encouraging others to apply before the deadline. We also have another opportunity for our students through another project and joint venture with the UT Austin and another NSF project to train students in the area of food, energy, water nexus. So we will be having 5 students who will be paired by to 5 graduate students from UT Austin. The 5 graduate students will come here as part of that project. We'll spend 3 weeks. We will teach them, these are PhD students, teach them about water, energy, food. They will spend 3 weeks with us. After those 3 weeks, our undergraduate students who spend those 3 weeks with them here will go to Austin and spend 3 weeks there helping those PhD students in their research and learning how to conduct research. So these at least are a few hands-on experience. However, in addition, and I think the Dean can talk to you about more scholarships available about supporting students. And I'm sure Dr. Haj can talk to you about the scholarship for USDA scholars. So we do have plenty of opportunities for our students really to take advantage of.
Well, sounds good. I know that obviously the rodeo was canceled this year due to COVID, but you always have an amazing presence there at the Houston Rodeo. How do you all go about your planning and your participation in the Houston Rodeo?
Well, about the rodeo, it's a college-wide effort. So you have the extension, you have the students, you have the academics, faculty who really rotate and spend during the entire rodeo. You will have a team, you have a booth there that have information about the program, and we're trying to recruit students and try to give an idea about the great activities across the land grant, basically extension, research, and teaching. So this has been a great effort maintained for several years and decades, and Mr. Haj has experience in that. Other people have experience. Almost every faculty and a student also will be there contributing and participating in outreach program that will basically give an idea about the activities going on in the college, and also trying to hopefully to attract some potential student to attain us. So that has been a great opportunity. And also I think there is some funding also that has been done through the Livestock Show and Rodeo Houston that has been supporting the 4-H program and other program that we conduct.
And speaking of the 4-H program, I'm glad you mentioned that, because now is the perfect time to bring in Jeremy Peaches, who is one of the 4-H extension agents. Hello, Jeremy, again. Can you hear me okay? Jeremy, can you hear me? You can hear me now? Okay, I can't hear you though. All right. Are you unmute yourself? Okay, I think Jeremy is muted and he's not aware that Jeremy, you're muted. If you can hear me, can you unmute yourself? Okay, I can hear you. Can you hear me now? I heard you. Okay. All right. Okay, I can hear you now.
I was able to partner.
Oh no, that's Marcus Lynn talking. Okay.
I was able to.
Hey, the college.
So I was able
Go
to
ahead, Marcus.
I was able to partner with Jeremy to be able to help him out this summer, as well as the Prairie View 4-H program, to participate, to engage
in the 4-H program.
Yes, ma'am. To engage elementary middle school age students through a program that we had called the Agriculture Conservation Camp, and this was funded in part by a grant from the Houston Livestock Show and Rodeo. And our goal was to go ahead and reach kids between grades 3 through 8 and engage them in some agriculture and some conservation activities and education. It was conducted virtually, and we were able to reach youth from all over the state. And this was done in partnership between Prairie View A&M University's 4-H program, Black United Fund of Texas, State Representative Jarvis Johnson, the Texas Game Wardens, and Dare Plus. And I used to serve as a 4-H agent, so I can kind of answer any questions that y'all have. But Jeremy is doing a great job out here in Harris County, meeting needs and definitely changing some lives for some young people.
All right. Well, thank you so much, Marcus, for giving us that breakdown about the 4-H program and your involvement, and Jeremy's as well. And I understand that we have a new individual joining us, Ms. Sanders. How are you this morning?
Hello, good morning. How's everyone?
Good morning. We're doing all right. Give us a little bit, give us a little bit of background about with your involvement with the College of Agriculture.
I'm a nutritionist. I work in the Human Nutrition and Food Department in the college as a lecturer 1. So I teach many of the sections for nutrition and wellness, as well as community nutrition coming up in the spring. I am also an academic advisor. I am primary advisor for Kappa Omicron Nu Honor Society, secondary advisor for the Student Academy of Nutrition and Dietetics, and I work across all of the summer programs, more with Ag Discovery and the REAP program, the Research Extension Apprentice program, and the Summer Jumpstart program with Dr. Watch Jones.
And what has the experience been like for you as an instructor with the challenges, obviously, with the pandemic and things being virtual? What kind of challenges have you had this semester?
I think the biggest challenge that I've had from students this semester is being able to cope with online learning. And I think for the majority, just understanding how they can stay on top of coursework and finding strategies that are still more beneficial to help them learn the material has been very beneficial. And, keeping in contact and not just, even during lecture time, just taking a moment at the beginning of the class to see what problems or concerns students are having, if it's internet, if it's computer issues, and not just with my class, but across all classes. So I'm really open to just kind of understanding what the students are dealing with and finding solutions for them, whether it's for my class or for other classes that they may have, and providing those resources for them. I think for most students also dealing with the pandemic and dealing with other family problems, whether it's financial or learning strategies, some students are finding that it's a little difficult for them in an online setting. They like more face-to-face, so they may struggle in those areas. So I think just touching bases with them and letting them know that it's going to be all right. This too will pass. And, encouraging them to stay focused and stay open and communicate with their instructors until the end of the semester would be the best strategy for them moving forward. And that's been going over really well.
Well, that's good to know, because I've been wondering with some of these, colleges and the type of study that you need. Even with the College of Agriculture, a lot of it is hands-on, right? Normally, it would be, right?
Yes, we try to provide a lot of hands-on activities for the students or to give them that learning experience. I feel like that's the best way for people to learn if they're actually able to do it or see it hands-on. And those strategies work best for a lot of students.
And I believe we have not talked with our other alumnus, Mr. Reed. How are you this morning?
I'm good, and yourself?
I'm doing well. Thanks again for joining us. And you're a proud producer of the College of Agriculture, a Productive Panther. Tell us a little bit about what your experience was like when you were on the Hill at the college.
It was all work. No, I enjoyed it. From starting out, just volunteering at the Goat Center, and then moving to the Swine Center with Mr. Solomon. I liked the outside the classroom aspect. Once I got into my master's, my advisors say, don't let class get in the way of your experience. And that was the experience, was getting hands-on especially from professors like Dr. Sella, Dr. Jones, Dr. Daly, Dr. Stanley, and then just going to visit some of the older retired professors to see Dr. Spoon and to talk to some of the family members of Dr. Poindexter. So it was all really hands-on. It was getting to know not just the education side, the theory side, but the practical side of agriculture.
And what is it that you do now in your current profession?
So Mr. Hodge has a nice picture behind him right there with the Buffalo Soldier. I'm out in West Texas here at Sul Ross State University. Most people don't know, but this part of the state was really marked and territorialized by the Buffalo Soldiers. And my profession is meat science. I look at the aspect of red meat animals from live side all the way to marketing and into consumer consumption.
May you say agriculture was the field that you wanted to go in?
Really, I wanted to be an architect. That's kind of crazy. But I came to Pantherland Day, and I tell this to one of the guys that I met there, Adam Anthony, was no one at the architecture table really caught my eye. They didn't pull me in. And when I met Marcus and Adam and I got to talk to them, they were wearing Manna shirts, and I was like kind of intrigued by how enthusiastic they were about ag. And so that day I applied to Prairie View and put in my application, told them I wanted to be an ag major with the focus to animal science. And from there on, it was just meeting people that really wanted me to succeed. I did not see myself going beyond a bachelor's, let alone do a master's and a PhD. But I had people like Dr. McWinney and Dr. Stanley and Dr. Jones who really pushed me to go the distance on that, because there are a lot of Black male doctors in ag as it is right now. Especially in my field in meat science, I think there's probably only 2 or 3 of us right now. So to really push the envelope to become something that I didn't see myself as. I didn't see myself being a doctor. I didn't see myself being in meat science. To me, I love barbecuing, but I didn't see myself cutting up meat and providing it to consumers in that aspect, and then also being able to do my love and my passion of barbecue as a way of extension work with it.
Sharing a very inspirational story there of how you kind of just, changed gears, if you will. You came in with your mindset to study one field of study and ended up doing something totally different. And you have a very successful career in it. So thanks for sharing that story. All right, Mr. Wisarira, how are you this morning?
Dr. Wirasuria.
Oh, it was me.
Okay, yes. I'm sorry, Doctor.
Yeah.
Yes. I understand that you're joining us here late, so we didn't have your name originally, but I was told in my ear to make sure that we spoke with you. So I apologize, but thank you for popping in and joining us. Yes. Well, tell us about what you do with the College of Agriculture.
I do some teaching and research here. And my specialty is on the plant systematics and medicinal plants. Plant systematics is the discovery and documenting of plant species in the world. And in Prairie View, I was hired to Prairie View to develop a new research program in medicinal plants. So we didn't have infrastructure at that time. Now we have developed a lot laboratories and the greenhouse facilities, to start this program. And what we are doing currently is acquiring the germplasm of medicinal plants from all over the world and grow them in the controlled greenhouses. We have 2 new ultra-modern greenhouses which we can grow all these plants, and then we are going to look at the bioactive compounds in these plants, which can be used in various applications. It can be medicine, it can be pesticide, biopesticide, or it can be any other commercial products, like we are working on natural sweetener from plant-based zero-calorie sweetener, like that. So we are working on that aspect, and also the same time we are identifying medicinally edible plants. Those are considered as specialty crops, which we can grow successfully in Texas and introduce to the farmers as novel cash crops. So as you know, what we eat is our health. So adding more healthy or nutritious plant-based diet is a new trend in the culture now. You are going for the plant-based proteins, plant-based, now the meats are coming, plant-based meat products, and plant-based milk, like that. So we are studying that, and the newest member is the hemp. Texas legalized the hemp cultivation, and we are now growing hemp in our facility, and we are characterizing all the hemp strains certified for Texas to study their adaptation to the Texas climate and how they are performing in the Texas conditions before we identify the best or the elite clones or the strains suitable for the Texas production. So that is basically what we are doing here.
Wow. And you say basically, but I mean, it's a lot to just inhale right now, but which is good, because that's one thing I loved about the College of Agriculture, is that you all are just constantly keeping up with everything that's going on in society, in the world. So thanks for sharing all of that information. I know that you all had the Meat Science Lab. That's a new addition to the college. You brought up the greenhouses, which I think are great. And now with the new study with hemp and everything, I mean, you all are just not, taking any time off over there. So congratulations on everything that you all have achieved there in the College of Agriculture. All right, now I believe Dean D'Souza. Okay, he's back in the office now. Okay, can you hear me okay?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, awesome. Now, Dean, I understand that you wanted to talk about things that's going on in the College of Agriculture, but there was a video of some sort that you wanted to show, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Was that video played?
No, it was not. We actually are just kind of waiting on you to cue that up, and whenever you're ready, we've got it. My producers have it. And tell us about the video and what's going on. What should we expect?
Okay, so the video highlights a student by the name of Cameron Davis, a former animal science student who recently went on to vet school at Purdue University and was awarded a United Negro College Fund scholarship that's called a capstone scholarship. So we're very proud of her efforts, and since the video featured her, I thought it would be good to play it. It also highlights the college. So are we able to show that video?
Yes, we will go into the video. Let me check. Are we okay?
Just a few seconds, maybe 30 seconds, in the interest of time.
Okay, let's cue that video up.
And I do want to mention the Ag Business Building is fine. It was a false alarm, apparently, but.
Okay, well, thanks for that update. We were wondering. All right, looks like, okay, we're ready for the video. Let's find out what is going on with Cameron
Davis.
Cameron Davis.
Hi, I'm Cameron Davis, a senior majoring in animal science here at Prairie View University. I would like to introduce you to my PVAU family here in the College of Agriculture and Human Sciences, also known as COSH. The College of Agriculture and Human Sciences is a leader in the true land-grant tradition of teaching, research, and service. Here, students are exposed to a diverse curriculum through the Department of Agriculture, Nutrition, and Human Ecology. Students are equipped to address complex social issues facing our world in the areas of food, agriculture, human and natural resource sciences, as well as family and consumer sciences. This is an exciting time to be a member of the CAUSE family. No one knows that better than the CAUSE Dean and Director of Land Grant Programs, Dr. Gerard D'Souza.
That's right, Cameron. This is an
Okay,
awesome time to
cut
be
it
in
off
agriculture. That's because agriculture.
Yeah, great. Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah. So,
I was like, yes, go ahead. I was like, there's Dan again. But
no,
okay.
so we are on a wonderful growth trajectory, Lisa, and thanks to my colleagues. And it's one big team, but a great team, 160 professionals who comprise this College of Ag and Human Sciences. So congratulations to everyone for stepping up in the middle of a pandemic and doing really great things. Let me talk a little bit about academics. We have a record enrollment of 440 students, and this is 13% above fall of 2019. And so this is the record since 2007, the last year we were able to find data. So we're very pleased that, students are discovering majors. And as I was listening to some of the other speakers talk about, starting in architecture, ending up in agriculture, and starting up, even in my case, wanting to go to med school, and eventually I ended up in ag school. And so many of us kind of find pathways into ag that are circuitous, but as Dr. Veera Surya said, food is health. And so nowhere do we know that better than in colleges of agriculture. So with these discovery majors, whether it is animal science, plant science, pre-vet, nutritional sciences, human sciences, we really have the gamut of different areas which in some small way contribute to making this world a better place. So we're growing in every respect. We recently got a scholarship award together with the other 1890 institutions, which are land-grant universities in most of them in the South, who serve underserved populations. So this is a $2.25 million scholarship program through USDA over the next 4 years to increase the number of students majoring in agriculture, food, and related disciplines. Why? Because this was viewed nationally as an area where the demand for graduates is going to exceed the supply of graduates, particularly on the part of underserved audiences, African Americans, Latinos, and so on. So we got a new scholarship program. Enrollment is growing. We got a brand new curriculum, a degree program, BS in Natural Resource and Environmental Sciences, and an MS in Natural Resource and Environmental Sciences. Our faculty and curriculum committees worked on these new curricula for the past 6 months, finally left the college, now with academic affairs, and if approved, these will be the first new degree programs going back to the mid-90s. So very historic. We're working on other new curricula, MS in Nutritional Sciences, and food security, and so on. So this is a great team. On the academic side, we're making great leaps and bounds. If you haven't been to the farm recently, that has changed so much. In the past year alone, roughly $10 million of new buildings and new renovations. For example, the poultry center has been renovated and soon will be back in operation. The new meat lab, the new greenhouses, coming up, a new veterinary treatment facility. So we're renovating the old Poindexter building. We'll reopen it as a museum in dedication to Dr. Poindexter, but we're also opening up a brand new veterinary treatment facility on the farm. Again, all of these funds are funds that we received through USDA as part of a land grant mission to serve the underserved communities in and around the state of Texas. We have county agents in 35 counties, and we recently launched the Healthy Houston Initiative. I don't know if you were present at the launch. It was quite a star in a feather in our cap, if you will, because it enables us as a university. College of Ag is leading this initiative, but involves College of Nursing, Business, Juvenile Justice, and Psychology, and take the expertise of the campus into the inner city underserved areas, Acres Homes and 3rd Ward and 5th Ward, so on. And it's tailored towards improving health outcomes among our underserved audiences through food, through nutritional education and through health interventions and monitoring, blood pressure, those kinds of things. So this Healthy Houston initiative, we hope will launch this college and make us even more visible and contribute even more in even more fundamental ways to the lives and livelihoods of residents in inner city Houston. And so much going on, and I think we're running out of time. We only have till 11. Is that correct?
That is correct. But we could just sit, I'm just sitting here listening. It's almost like the College of Ag show, you know? So, I mean, it's a lot of information, but this is what we need. We need to give you all this platform to talk about all the great things in the College of Agriculture. So we want to go ahead and thank everyone, the alumni, our professors, and that came on to join us, and you too, Dean D'Souza, and just congratulations on everything that you've accomplished there in the College of Agriculture, and keep up the great work.
Thank you, and thanks to the team. It's a great team, all 160 professionals.
Yes, sir.
And our students. So.
That's right. Can't leave them out. So thanks for the students for joining us this morning. An amazing program, you all, that we have here on the Hill, the College of Agriculture. We're going to take a maybe a short break, but stay tuned because we've got our amazing women's head track coach, Angela Williams, coming up, and she's got a superstar athlete that she's going to talk to us about and all the great things that's coming up with Prairie View Track and Field and also the Olympic Games.
This is where you rise, this is where you shine, this is where you become the greatest of all time. History in the making. This is history in the making. History in the making.
Vote for your life.
Do it for your roommates. Do it for your teachers. Do it for your crush. When it comes to wearing a mask, staying 6 feet apart, and avoiding large gatherings, do it for everyone in your life. Together, we can keep COVID-19 out of school.
Everything was new. I was foreign, first generation to college, so everything was new to me. And remember, it was about 8 of us from the class of 21 that came to school here, and about 67 of those, the other part of them went to Wiley College. And we were in the back of the NYA2 where the football players were playing basketball one day. And they had some trailer houses out there. And we looked around and I said, you know what? These people studying, we better get serious. Because we had no idea. All we knew was we wanted to go to college. And the next day I got busy. We got my books and I got business, so I was going to class.
Growing up in Bay City, we had a pretty rich football tradition. And before I got to high school, a guy named Joe Washington came to Bay City. He had been a Prairie View athlete. And at a 7th grade year, maybe he told me I was going to be his quarterback.
TV football, I want to take the time. I want you guys to give the champion from QVA to 1963. Round of applause for coming back.
And welcome back to day 3 of the Prairie View A&M University virtual homecoming experience. We now go into our athletic segment, our first athletic segment of this week with Coach Angela Williams, the head coach here at the PVAMU for the women's track team, Coach Angela Williams. And we also have Jashay Sloan, a senior, an outstanding senior athlete that's also joining us. Good morning, ladies.
Good morning. Oh, my hair.
Oh, no, you're fine. How are you both doing?
Doing good, doing good. Thank you for having us. I'm
well.
Thank you for having me.
Yes, we're glad to have you all be able to join us. This would be cross-country season, Coach Williams. It is cross-country season, but there are no cross-country meets going on, right?
Correct. There are some, but just not for us as a conference. They moved everything to the spring, I'm sorry. And so it would be difficult for us to have cross-country indoor and outdoor.
Right. We were wondering how that was going to work. But just a little background and an introduction of yourself, Coach Williams. You're no stranger to track and field. You're an Olympian and also a Hall of Famer from Seton Hall University. So give us a little bit of background for those that don't know about your track and field experience from athlete to coach.
My track and field experience from athlete to coach has been a journey that I did not really plan. I initially went to school to be a physical therapist. I went to Tennessee State initially. I was one of the Tiger Bells at Temple. And then I transferred to Seton Hall University, which was closer to home, Brooklyn, New York. It was in Jersey. And when I transferred to Seton Hall, I had to become an education major. And my academic advisor at the time, Robin, said that you are not going non-teaching, because I said, I don't want to be an educator. I don't know what now. But so anyway, I ended up doing the teaching route. And once I retired from track and field in 96, I was like, what am I going to do? I was out in California, called my sister in Houston, and she said, well, check the school districts here and see if anything hits. And it turned out that there was a position at Ali Middle School in Alief, Texas. And I drove in from San Diego, interviewed on Thursday. I started teaching and coaching that Monday. So I ended up doing 6 years at Ali. Then I got a phone call that there was a position open at a new high school, Thurgood Marshall High School in Fort Bend. And so called the principal who was waiting on me, and he interviewed me with the athletic director on the phone, and ended up going over to Thurgood Marshall High School to teach and coach, and was there for 5 years. And then someone said to me, oh, you need to be a college coach. You're not a high school coach. And took my resume to Prairie View and got phone calls to interview there. And I've been at Prairie View now for 14 years. And I always say there's your plan and then there's God's plan. And so his plan for me has been to be an educator and a coach, which I thoroughly enjoy, and to be at Prairie View, which I thoroughly enjoy at this moment.
Wow, it has been indeed a journey for you. Now, we're in the Olympic moment, even though the Tokyo Olympics were obviously postponed until next year, but they're still going to be held nonetheless. As an Olympian yourself, what was that like when you made the Olympic team? Tell us a little bit about that journey.
I was blessed to be a good athlete growing up in Brooklyn. When I realized I was good, I was in high school. I don't know if it was my junior or sophomore year, and they have this meet called the Colgate Women's Games, and what they would do is line you up. It wasn't like you already had your lane and everything else. So they kept the center lane open, and the person putting people in lanes put everybody in a lane, and then they moved me up, and everybody moved back. It's like, hold on, wait a minute. So nobody wanted to run against me because they're like, nah, she's just gonna beat me, you know. Then I remember myself and Diane Dixon, we were like the two premier athletes coming out in 82 and 83 in out of New York. Diane, of course, was an excellent 400-meter runner, but she would run the 2. I hated the 4, so I would run the 2 and the 60. And we ran this race at Colgate. It was the semifinals, and I won and broke the meet record, which still stands, actually, the Colgate record for the 200 indoor at the Garden, which is 176 wood track. And we ran in spikes, waffle spikes, where you didn't have spikes underneath. And it still stands at 24:01 indoor, which I'm pretty proud of. But anyway, I realized I was pretty good, but then a young lady came and ran against me, and she was from Trinidad, and I'm originally from Trinidad. I was born in Trinidad. I moved to New York. My family moved when I was 9 or 7, somewhere around there. And I started running track at 10. I was playing tennis, learning how to play tennis, and I had a fight. I had to fight this bully. He had backing, and so I had a fight at school because my teacher was like, look, I'm tired of you coming to me crying. You know, these kids are picking on you and your accent and this and that and the other. So they said, look, this one particular teacher said, I'm tired. So anyway, we had a fight, and I beat him up, and teachers would pat me on the back. I was like, okay. And after school, the whole middle school was waiting to be the middle school, because I was in elementary school, was waiting outside. And this girl said, girl, it's a whole bunch of people waiting outside to beat you up. I said, what? I said, where are they standing? I don't know how I got the presence of mind to ask that question, but I said, where are they standing? She said, they're on the left. I said, okay, I'm gonna go right. When the door opens. So the door opens, I'll bolt out the door. They tried to grab me. Nobody could hold on to me. It was probably about 150 meters down to the next turn. And someone yelled, grab her. And I was running so fast, they couldn't grab me. And when I got back to school the next day, someone said, girl, you can run. You need to go to this track team. And I went to the track team. The coach said, you got to race everybody, whether they're in high school, middle school, whatever. And I beat everyone. So that was my journey to track and field. And I was so successful in it that I didn't play tennis anymore. So the young lady at Colgate went back to Trinidad and said, hey, I think this young lady is from Trinidad, and she just beat me, and I'm on the national team. And I was only 16 at the time. So I started making international teams. I had not become an American citizen yet, although I had been here for a while. And in 82, I started traveling with the Trinidad national team. And that began my international journey. So making the 84 Olympic team was not a surprise to me. And people say, oh, you make teams for different countries. The Olympic qualifying standard is what it is. It doesn't matter what country you run for. You must run the Olympic qualifying standards. You must go to Olympic trials. You must place in a certain place. You can't just make an Olympic team. And so I made my first team when I was at Tennessee State. Ed Temple allowed me to go to the Olympics. He did not allow me to go to the NCAA championship, which is kind of one of the reasons why I left. I did not realize that Tennessee State did not participate in NCAA championship. So my post-collegiate season was over, but for making Olympic teams and other teams with my country. And my friends would call me and say, why aren't you at NCs? I'm like, he won't let me go. So then my second Olympic team, once I transferred to Seton Hall, was in 88 in Seoul. I was devastated when I didn't make the 92 Olympic team. That was when you're so used to being on international teams, it was a devastation. And I actually got injured in the first round in the 100 at the 92 Olympic trials in New Orleans. And it was a tough journey for me after that. And once I became an American citizen, 96, I was coming back from ruptured Achilles. I had no cartilage in my knee. So in 94, 95, had 2 major surgeries, had 6 months to train. And I ended up making the finals of the 200 by 1 in 96. And I said, you know what? I'm 31. I've had a wonderful career. I've traveled the world. It's time. And when I told my coach, he was a little devastated, but I said, it's time. And I have no regrets.
And who are some of the athletes that you competed against when you were on that? Yeah, I know there's some names. I just want you to tell everybody.
My competitions were Florence Griffith Joyner, Merlene Ottey Page. Jackie didn't run the 60 and stuff, but Gwen Torrance, Michelle Finn Burrell. She's married to Leroy Burrell. Gervais McCraw. Oh gosh, there's so many. That I ran against back in the early years. Heike Drexler, the European women, it was beastie. So I ran against some really, really, really heavy hitters, and you would see each other all the time. It wasn't, a hit or miss. I spent most of my time over in Europe competing. Thank God I was able to get agents that was able to get me overseas. I was running well enough, and that was my career for about 10 years once I graduated. So I ran against some pretty heavy hitters.
Indeed.
Evelyn Ashford.
Oh, wow. She was in there too. I was wondering, I thought maybe there was a little bit.
I've been running against Evelyn Ashford since I was in high school. Because I would it used to be the Athletic Congress, not USATF. And so I would be at Milrose Games, Indoor Nationals, USATF, the Athletic Congress, outdoor. So Evelyn, I've been around since high school.
Wow. So Evelyn Ashford, legend, FloJo, obviously. Yeah. So you were in there in the thick of things with everybody.
Yes. Awesome. I think in high school, I came out running 11:02, 23 something. I'd have to look back. I have some stuff in my office, and when I look at it sometimes I'm like, dang, because we didn't have all the internet like we had. So we had, it was a magazine where you would be ranked. Everything was paper, so you were ranked on paper, and so I've been able to salvage some of those things. And I remember running against Chandra Cheeseborough out of high school and at the Garden. And Cheese was one of the reasons why I looked at Tennessee State at Temple, and his, just Wilma Rudolph, got to meet her family, and Ralph Boston, who was at Tennessee State, and so a lot of people. Kind of steered me in the direction of Tennessee State. It was either that or UCLA, but my mom would not let me go that far. Bobby Kersey wanted me at UCLA, but my mom would not let me go to California.
They want you to stay close to home.
Yeah. My mom and dad kind of wanted me to stay a little bit closer. So I didn't go to UCLA.
Yes, and Bobby Kersey, obviously the husband and coach of Jackie Kersey.
Jackie and Florence, and Gail Beavers, who I ran against as well, and a lot of I was in the thick of it.
You were. Yeah. Well, we're glad. Of course, we've been glad to have you here at Prairie View for the last 14 years. I hadn't realized it had been that long.
Yeah, it goes fast. I'm like, oh my gosh, I'm in my 14th season.
It does. Now let's talk about USA Track and Field, the Olympics, and Prairie View A&M Track, the collaboration, the great things that we've done. I know with PV Relays, we've, that's gone to a greater level than where it was before because of the appearance of Team USA and the athletes coming here. Carl Lewis now coaching at the University of Houston as an assistant coach, and Leroy Burrell, head coach, them allowing their athletes to come over here and run. That's great. But Team USA has had a high caliber of athletes as well. And I know you had a great hand in making that happen. Tell us a little bit about that, PV Relays, and what have some of the professional athletes, what has been some of their feedback from coming to participate in the PV Relays?
The feedback is excellent. They love the atmosphere. I had a few of the athletes that attended some PWIs, and they came to Prairie View. And because I've been on the international circuit for a while, they take really good care of us. I mean, you want for nothing. You know, once you land at the airport, you're picked up. There's transportation for you, food in abundance. And so that's the experience that I had as an athlete. And so even with my track and field athletes at Prairie View, I always say a happy athlete is a good performing athlete. So I try to make sure that their experience is one that is comfortable, where they're not stressed about the little things that a coach or someone else should be concerned about. They should be just concerned about competing. And so I try to make that my mantra for them to just be able to compete. And so being able to have the track, the certified IAAF track, the surface, it's being standalone, has created an environment for our professional athletes, no matter what country they're from, to be able to come and compete and run well. And so your USATF athletes that have come back to the Prairie View Relays, their experiences, the feedback that I've gotten is that it's been a great experience for them. The atmosphere is great for them. The competition is great for them. And they're able to just come in and compete. They don't have to worry about the hustle and bustle of getting through the city. The athletes that stayed on campus, I remember when they first came in and the campus really sold getting the Olympic training camp in 2016, because we didn't even have the dirt dug for the track when the committee came to see the facility. And Kenny Banks, one of my friends that was a world-class athlete, he's actually the one that brought it to my attention. He said, "Hey, we're looking for a place. Is Prairie View really going to get a track next year?" And I said, "Yeah, that's the plan. We're going to be done." He said, "Well, I need to get you on that list of visitation for different sites, because they want a climate like Brazil, and Texas is it." So he was able to get me on that, and we were able to give them a tour, and they were actually very blown away by the campus. And so the athletes that stayed on campus loved it. They didn't want to stay at a hotel. They didn't want to travel from anywhere else. They enjoyed staying on campus. And so that helped transition USA track and field athletes to now want to come to Prairie View Relays and compete, because they've been on the campus. They know it's a safe place to be. It's a peaceful and relaxing place to be. They're able to go out on the track and get their workouts in, their shakeouts and everything in the way that they need to. And so this year, had the pandemic not canceled Prairie View Relays, we had over 60 plus professional athletes coming to compete at Prairie View Relays this year.
Oh, wow. So hopefully that same 60 will come. And
it's going to be more this year.
Yeah, well, that'll be even better, because, and I'm glad you made that point, because the athletes, they're hungry. They're not a lot of meets going on. So yeah, we're going to be jam packed with a lot of professional athletes at PV Relays in March. We're going to pray that it happens, but we're going to think positively, and hopefully we'll have a great event like we've always had. Yes. Now, speaking of the Olympic training camp, yes, PV was the official training site for Team USA in the 2016 Olympic training, leading up to going to the Olympics, and they chose this facility, PVAMU, to come and train. So that was a phenomenal, groundbreaking event, if you will. Like stars like Allison Felix came to train, Justin Gatlin, just some of the top notches, and being able to talk with them and really just have an HBCU experience. I understand that was like the first time for a lot of the athletes.
For a lot of them being on an HBCU campus, and some were like, this doesn't look like an HBCU campus. And my reference is Tennessee State, Morgan State was one of the schools that I actually looked at when I was thinking of going. Two of my great friends, Wenda Vereen and Rochelle Stevens, who was an Olympian, graduated from Morgan State. But when I think of, okay, this doesn't look like a HBCU campus, I'm trying to understand, but what does that mean? So they were pretty impressed. And for me, it's a college campus, and it functions as a college campus. to a high level. So a lot of them had not been on a predominantly Black campus, basically.
And isn't that something about, just the thought of the way people or athletes perceive, a historically Black college and university, what they think it may look like. They didn't expect for it to be, I guess, as clean and neat and state of the art.
Yeah.
Right. Now, speaking of HBCUs, I know that Coach Daryl Woodson, who is also the men's head track coach for Team USA, he's an HBCU alum from Jackson State University.
State, yes.
Yes. Yes.
D2, well, I call him D2 is his nickname. So, and our friendship, our collaboration, he is one of the reasons why so many of the USATF athletes, pro athletes are coming back, because he brought his camp here, his athletes that train with him. He's like, we're going to Prairie View and compete. And so that has helped the other agents and other coaches say, hey, let's go to Prairie View and compete. We were able to do the mini series this summer when they reached out and said, hey, we would like to have it at Prairie View. Can this happen? Of course, administration allowed this to happen, which was a great deal. But when he first got on the campus, we had shuttles to take them back and forth from the track and other places. He said, no, I don't need a ride. I'm walking. This campus is beautiful. I'm walking this campus every day, which he did. I mean, they had their own series of vehicles that they could drive around and stuff, but he chose to walk the campus because it's a beautiful campus. It's a safe campus. A lot of them said, we enjoyed seeing and talking to young Black scholars. Your students here are scholars. I kept hearing that as well. The representation that we have is that our young men and women are scholars. They are preparing to become viable, thriving members of our society. And so that helped me as well with people wanting to come to Prairie View.
Well, yes, that a great experience and just great acknowledgement in what they did see from just not the track itself, but like you said, great representation from our students and our student athletes. Yes. Now, speaking of student athletes, I understand we've got a great one on with us this morning. Hello, how are you?
Hi, I'm good. How are you?
Okay, Jashay Sloan out of Mesquite, Texas, North Dallas area.
Slim. That's who she's known as. Slim. That's Slim. And just before Slim speaks, we were at the track one day and I was sitting in the corner of the track and I saw this group came in and said, oh, we just want to look at the track. And then I saw this long figure and I'm like, are you an athlete? She was like, yes. And I'm thinking about Prairie View and we couldn't get a tour of this. I said, come here. And we just started talking. I said, well, what do you do? And she told me about hurdle and a high jump. And this, I said, I stopped what I was doing and I took her group. I said, let's go on a tour. We were finishing up practice anyway. So I didn't leave my athletes, in a bind. And I was able to give her and her family a tour of the campus, a tour of the athletic side of the campus, and just talk about my program. And here she is. And she is actually, I'm pretty sure, the first All-American indoor for Prairie View A&M University in track and field. And she is, and in order to make the indoor NCAA championship, you have to be top 16 in the country. And so she is the first of my era too, because I've had T-Ray and I've had Bianca Bookman and I've had Alicia Carter transition to NCAA outdoor regionals and to NCs, but she is my first and the first indoor All-American, top 16 in the country athlete at Prairie View A&M University. And I'm very proud of her.
Awesome. Well, congratulations, Jashay. Wow. Well, welcome to the All-American ranks. I too am an All-American here from Prairie View. So it's nice to talk with another one this morning, or a history maker. So how do you feel about that?
It was a great experience. I worked really hard. Like our first track meet was January 17th, and that just so happened to be my 21st birthday, and it was at Texas A&M. And I went in thinking, okay, let's just do as good as we can. And I ended up breaking A&M meet record, setting a personal record for myself. And I was top 10 in the nation off of the first track meet. So I knew that I was going to do something big this year. So once that happened, it was just like my feet were on the ground and I just kept going. So it was just every week I'm constantly trying to get better. I'm constantly trying to jump higher. I'm constantly trying to PR. And we ended up going to Kansas, and I ended up winning at Kansas. I didn't PR, but it was a big thing for me to go to a big school, where you're not really known at, you're not really talked about, and you win something there. So that was big for me. And then I turned around and went to U of H, and I jumped 5'10" and 3/4, which ended up solidifying my national spot to New Mexico. So once conference came around, I won conference, and I actually cried at conference, and I walked over to Coach Williams and I told her I felt like I didn't do good enough because I felt like I needed to jump a certain height in order to ensure my spot because we have an early conference. So it's easier for us to get knocked out versus these bigger schools because they have the chance to make it. So for me, the only thing I could think of was, am I still going to go? Even though I won SWAC, I was happy with that, but I felt like I wasn't satisfied. So I went to a last chance meet. I did good there, and I ended up being able to go. And once I found out that it was confirmed, I was so excited because I was just like, wow, this is something really big for me. I felt like my first 2 years, I was really struggling coming out, trying to, make a name for myself. And it was like the time is finally presenting itself. It's finally my turn. And I was just really excited, and it was just a different experience. And I can't wait to go back and do it again.
Now, with the high jump being your specialty, is that also what you focused on when you were in high school?
In high school, I kind of was diverse when it came to the track. I was on relays. I was a hurdler. I did long triple jump. I ran summer track as well, so I pretty much did everything. But when it came to school-wise, I really focused on hurdles and high jump more. And then I started to lean more towards high jump because I liked it, and it was just like, I don't know, it was just something about being able to do that just really intrigued me, and I wanted to get better at it, and I knew I wanted to go to school for it. So in order to, to get a scholarship, and it's especially hard to get a scholarship in track. You have thousands, hundreds of athletes who compete just like me in high school, and everybody's fighting for one thing, a scholarship. So I knew if I wanted to go to college, I needed to be the best that I could be in this. And I ended up winning state my senior year, and it went well. So I just was like, you know what? I love it. I'm going to keep doing it. I want to go to school for it. I want to make this a job. So let's get better and let's keep going.
Wow. And oh, go ahead, Coach. Go ahead.
One of the things, and it happened with Nakisha Bailey as well. And for Slim, her first 2 years, she was kind of in the shadows of Keisha. Keisha is an also SWAC indoor and outdoor record. Slim came along and broke Keisha's indoor and outdoor SWAC records in the high jump. And I remember before Slim transitioned over, we had a conversation. It was indoor, and she said, Coach, I don't know. I don't know if I can handle this. And, we had a nice conversation, and I said, Slim, do I have any high jumpers that I brought in to challenge you this year? And she's like, no. I said, this is your time. Okay, you can walk away from it if you want to. I said, but this is your time. And she let it become her time. But one of the reasons why she's only high jumping too is because in high school she did so many things. Same with Keisha. And her shins would bother her so much. And instead of pushing her to, you're going to hurdle, you're going to this, plus she doesn't like to run anyway. I teased her. So to take the pressure off the shins and have her become that athlete that she can become in an event that she's really strong in, because we looked at her being a multi-athlete. But with shin issues, I couldn't do that. So we focused on the high jump because it's less evasive on those shins. And it's been able to, since she's been able to just focus on the high jump, she's been able to become that athlete that she wants to be. So now her focus is not just NCs, but the Olympic trials. It's coming up. She knows what she needs to jump to get there. And that's what Coach Washington, who primarily works with her in the high jump, is working on with her, is for her to become an Olympic trials qualifier for this upcoming Olympics.
All right. So, Jashay, you hear that, right? It's in existence. We've spoken it, right? So
I speak
that's
it every
the.
day. Every
Oh,
day I
okay.
say I need a
All
contract. I
right.
need a contract every
Yeah.
day.
Yeah.
Awesome.
That's my
Now,
goal.
now, what's your high with the high jump? What has been your, I guess your PR, if you will, thus far in the high jump?
So unfortunately, due to COVID, the highest I was able to go this year was 5'10 3/4". I have had attempts at 6 foot and over, but I haven't cleared it yet.
It's
Yet. That will
she
happen
missed
this year.
about
It's
just
just a
that
little
much.
bit, just a little
Just
bit.
a
But
little bit.
5'10 3/4 is my best jump so far.
And what is the Olympic qualifying standard?
The Olympic qualifying standards is between 6'2 and 6'4". So you have to, you got to really jump. And
We're
luckily
almost there.
with Coach
You have an
Washington,
AP standard.
yeah, luckily with
Right.
Coach Washington, the training we do, I know I'm gonna be able to do it. Before COVID even started, we're doing box jumps 6 feet 7.
Yeah.
So if I can do that,
Yeah.
it's only a matter of time before
Exactly. Now, Coach, you mentioned that there's an A qualification standard for the Olympic team, and there's also a B standard. What's the difference between those
So
two?
what happened? The A qualifying standards is a set of standards that once you make the A standards, everything is taken care of for you. Hotel, travel, USATF takes care of you getting there. B standard, because you have to fill the field. So they try to normally do in the field events. I don't know if they go as deep as 32, but so once you make the A standard, if there are none that they don't fill the field in the A standard, then they start looking at the B standard. B standard, you have to pay your way. You take care of what you need to take care of. And then if you make the team, then everything is reimbursed. So that's the difference between the A and the B. If they have everybody to fill the A, Bs usually don't go. So yeah.
Wow, didn't know that. I mean, knowing with my experience with track and field, I knew there was a difference in measurement as far as field events and then times as far as races, but didn't know that there was also that difference between paying your own way or getting getting it paid for, for you. Wow.
Yeah.
All right, so
Yeah.
so Jashay, we see what we got to do, right?
Yes, we do.
we want to have our way paid for. We want the hotel and everything.
I'm trying to get it just like college. I'm trying to get through there for free. I don't want a job. That is my job. So, and I just want to do that for a while.
Yes. And what's your major? What are you studying? What's your field of study here at Prairie
I'm a major in criminal justice and with a minor in political science, but I do plan to attend grad school if COVID still is still around and things change. I do plan on attending grad school to get my master's in sports management.
Okay. And what was it that drew you to that field of study?
I've really always been into the justice system. I've always wanted to be a lawyer. So in high school, I actually took law enforcement classes. So it's just like, well, I like this kind of stuff. I've always been interested in the laws, the justice system. And, today our justice system needs reform. So as a Black woman, I have a chance to make a change. So that's what I really wanted to do within our criminal justice system. I also wanted to be a judge time after becoming a lawyer.
Wow. So, Coach Williams, we've got a woman with a good head on her shoulders. She's not looking just to be an athlete, but she's got a message. She's looking to make some changes in the world.
Well, I tell all my student athletes, even in the recruiting process, your pro is your degree. Track and field is one of the toughest sports to become a pro in. It is not easy. It's not easy to make money as a track and field athlete. And so you have to have something else that's going to support you and carry you through. And my experience helped me with that. My brain was track and field, because that's what I did. I mean, educationally, I took care of my business. I was never one to fail classes. And the only time I struggled was when I pledged. And I think everybody that pledged understands that, you go through a process when you're pledging. But, your education has to come first, that degree. And it must be a degree in something that you want to do. I don't want you to come here just to major in something just to be an athlete, because injuries occur, things occur. What if you can't be an athlete anymore? What if your heart just isn't in it anymore? And now you're in a major that you're really not interested in. Then you're just gonna walk away from it, and you might be out there for the next 5 or 10 years trying to figure out, what do I want to do? So I've even had athletes that have come, in their first or second year, they're like, I've been doing this since I was 5 years old. I'm tired. I don't want to be an athlete anymore. And they still go on and graduate from Prairie View because this is where they wanted to be. And that's the process that I go through in recruiting. This has to be the space that you want to be in. It can't be that you're here just to be a track and field athlete, because what if you and I don't get along? What if, something else occurs and you're like, I was only here for track. I don't want to be here. So you have to love the major and understand the process that you're going through. And so all of my athletes, I'm pretty stern when it comes to academics and GPAs, and I suspend a lot. If you're not performing in the classroom, you're not coming to my practice. I'm sorry, you're suspended from practice until you can get that together. So it goes hand in hand. And so you got the All-American academic as well, didn't you, Slim?
American on there? I can't remember. I know it's on one of those lists.
Got it. Yeah. So they are able to get those awards through the NCAA when it comes to the academic side. I think last year my team received the All Academic Award from the NCAA because you have to maintain a 3.2 or above GPA entire team. So they have to take it seriously. So any major that they're in that major because that's what they want to. And we tailor our practices around them. So it's not, you can't take a class during this time. If you need me to come out at 1 o'clock or 2 o'clock or whatever, Coach Washington, I can't be there at 3. Can I make it at 4:30? We make sure that we're there around their academic schedule, not them trying to plan a academic schedule around practice. Now, I do have specific times that we're able to block out, so it works for me well. But anyone that are, especially juniors and seniors, where you may only have one professor teaching that class, they are able to attend the class that they need to attend at that time and come to practice before or after.
And I want to commend you and just the track and field staff on that training schedule, the flexibility, if you will, because I know there were some times that, I was trying to catch up with you and we want to talk about some things. And I'm thinking, oh, okay, they're going to practice in the evening around maybe like 3 or 4 or something. And when you would say, oh yeah, come out, I'm at the track at 12 or 1. And I was like, how are they doing that? I thought the whole team was out there at one time, at one point. So thanks for, clarifying of how you all do that, because I think that's really a smart thing to do, and to be fair and to show that you are concerned about the athletes and their classes, that you would schedule practice. Because I can tell you, when I was a student athlete here back in the day, they weren't trying to schedule around your class or anything. It was like, this is the practice time, and I think it was around 3:30 or something, and we all had to be there. So I commend you for doing that. I understand now why you were out there at the track, you and Coach Clay out there at different times of the day. And I know the athletes appreciate that too, because it takes a lot of the pressure and stress off of them as well.
I like it more quiet when I practice.
Yes.
So I go at 11 and nobody's really out there. So I get to be all silent, and I get to, relax.
Right. And just have the track to yourself and focus and concentrate. All right. Now, so just say, I'm reading your bio here on the athletic website, and it said, what most impressed you about Prairie View was that it was the feeling of being surrounded by family and to know that you would have a coach to work with you and help you get better. So that's what drew you in. The impression you got from Coach Williams was that impactful, huh?
Yeah. So when I actually came, like she said, I came on a campus tour. My stepmom had told me right after spring break, hey, take a college day, we're going up to PV. Originally, I didn't really know about PV. I didn't know what PV was. I went to West Mesquite High School. HBCUs weren't really promoted at my school. So I'm looking more towards, okay, Texas A&M, things like that. We get here, and I instantly fell in love with the campus. That's the first thing we seen. The entrance just blew me. I was just like, this looks amazing. Like, this campus looks green. The grass. Just stood out the most, the grass. So we walk around. We actually started our campus tour with someone who was in PV spot, but my stepbrother's cousin went here, and he kind of took us off their path, and we kind of went through a real campus tour. And he asked if we did sports. I said, yeah, I'm on the track team. And he said, okay, well, we can go by the track and see if they're out there. And we had walked the long way around. We didn't walk in between the baby dome and the athletic building. We walked by the softball fields and things like that. And so we get around, and I see the track, and I just fell in love, because I had never seen a track with white lines that bright. I had never seen the grass that green. It was clean. It was just perfect. And we walked over, and Coach leaned over and she asked me, did I do track? And I said, yeah. And I came down there and she asked me what my times was. She asked me what my jump was. And just right on the spot, she was just like, yeah, that's it. We're going to just snatch you up right now. And after that, we kept in touch literally every day. She helped me through the whole process of setting up my Panther tracks, doing my fast, but she helped with everything. And it was just like, yeah, this is where I want to be. I like it here. I feel like this is home now. So I like it.
I'm laughing. I had to try to control myself when you said, you've never seen coming to a Black school and the white lines were just, you could see them on the track.
Literally, like in high school, the tracks weren't really up to par. And then we went to UTSA for regionals. And it's just like, when you came to this track out here, it's a vibrant color. It's never faded. It's never dull. It's never messed up. The grass is green. It's always clean. It's just like, you don't see that much with track because not a lot of people care for them. So to see that, it's like somebody cares here and they're going to make sure this track stay clean. So I know they're going to care about me.
I love it. I love how you put all that together. But Coach, you understand where she's coming from, right?
Yeah, no, it's important. Appearance and everything is very, very important. I'm like a tyrant on that track. You can't chew gum because, once the gum gets embedded into the surface, then you have problems. So you have to take pride in where you are. And I make sure that the track and field athletes take pride in the facility that we have because the university has said, hey, we're going to go out and find the money and take care of getting the things that you need so that you're successful. So you don't run it down. You make sure that it stays in pristine condition, that everything that is necessary is taken care of. And so we've continued to make sure that track is maintained between the men's team and the women's team, and that our student athletes, first and foremost, take care of it. If you don't take care of your things, no one else will respect it and take care of it. So it was hard work to get that facility, and it should be hard work, not as hard, but you need to maintain it. And so when you're recruiting, your athletes are able to say, hey, this is a place where I want to be.
And moving on to the issue, obviously, with track meets and COVID-19 and the pandemic and everything. Prairie View, once again, partnered with USA Track and Field for the Back to the Track series over the summer, when track and field was kind of, easily kind of tiptoeing and say, okay, can we try to have a couple of meets? Tell us about how you all made that happen between the university and USA Track and Field to be one of the, I guess you could say, the tests, if you will, of track and field in this pandemic area.
Well, Rose Monday, who is the executive of the High Performance Group, which is the high level for women track and field. Andrew Valman is over the men, and D2. They contacted me and they said, is it possible for us to be able to have a series? They got me all of the COVID restrictions, and between administration, we continuously checked based on what was going on in Houston, what was going on in Waller County to see, and then making sure that we could follow the COVID guidelines. It was doable, and setting up small sections of races, because so many athletes did not get the opportunity to compete this outdoor. I mean, it came to a complete stop at the beginning of March. And so we were able to, following the COVID guidelines, be able to have a series of meets that helped some of the athletes with their minimums when it came to their contracts with shoe companies, as well as just to be able to compete. And it worked out. So not having a IAAF certified facility, it might have been difficult, but because the facility is the highest standard that you can have in track and field, it's doable, because that's what your elite athletes, the type of tracks that they want to run on, the surfaces that they want to run on, they want to run well. They want to run on surfaces that, aren't up and down and hard. So their shins may hurt or too soft, so they're not getting fast times. So it just all worked out well.
And I like how you stress the importance of what athletes want, the types of tracks that they want to perform on, because it does make a difference. I mean, I think that's one of the things that's unique about track and field, because, you know, a basketball gym pretty much is a basketball gym. Maybe football, maybe, you know, kind of running the same, you know, line as far as track when it comes to facilities and how an athlete can step on the track even at practice and say, oh yeah, I'm going to run fast today, you know?
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's like I remember when we canceled initially Prairie View Relays, and I said, "Oh God, people are gonna kill me." But the AD at the time, when you looked at the facility, it was not a place to host a meet. Really, no one was really attending. You had some schools that may show up, but they really weren't attending, and so it was best to scrap everything and start over. And starting over actually has, I mean, our first year, I think we had 600 to 700 participants. By the second year, we were up to over 1,000. And and then the next year we were up to about 1,600, to where we had to limit who could come to the meet, because currently we don't have lights at the stadium. So it's difficult to go past 7 o'clock or to have an early session and a late session. So we have time constraints when it comes to the meets. And we were able to now host the Outdoor SWAC Championship. We're going on our third year hosting. And since we started hosting the Outdoor SWAC Championship, we've had more post-season qualifiers to NCAA outdoor regionals than ever before, from all of the SWAC schools. And so the only restraint that we have right now is not being able to go past 7 o'clock for a meet, because we just can't, because of the lighting situation.
And speaking of the stadium and the lights and everything, what is coming, you know, is anything up and coming to eventually force to have lights in the stadium?
That's a question above my head. I'm not sure. It may be in the works, and I just don't know. But I know that it's been discussed. I know that everyone that has wanted to host a meet has said, you know, we'd like to go later, because during the day, especially in the summer, running in a meet at 1 o'clock and 2 o'clock in the afternoon, you're in the thick of the heat. And so I'm hoping that there are discussions for the lights that are forthcoming, but I am not sure.
Okay. Yes, we hope they're still having those discussions, that they're on the table still,
Yes.
right?
Yeah,
Yes.
because it would change our schedule as far as SWAC. We could host more meets. I do have other meets on the schedule for outdoor. I'm trying to make this track, this facility, open to youth teams, renting it out and utilizing it. I want it to be really big revenue generating, and it can be, but there are limitations. And so when there are such limitations, then they're going to go somewhere else, because, you know, if I want to run at 9 o'clock at night, I can. The humidity is down, things are a little different. The SWAC coaches have asked, you know, can we go later? They don't want to go to another track, but they would love to host a meet a little bit later. And of course, we haven't been able to do that because of those of lighting. But yes, it can go to a whole nother level just with a couple of additions to the stadium. The track in itself, you know, we make sure nobody jogs in the lanes. If you're jogging, you're on the grass, because you don't want to wear down the surface too much. It's not a jogging trail. It is a competition and high level training facility.
And I'm glad you made that point about people going out and exercising on the track, because you do see that a lot at a lot of high schools. And just to Jasay's point, that's how we take care of it, because it's not a community track. There are no one out there with with strollers with the babies and they're walking and doing, we're not doing that. So that is one of the ways that, you have to keep the gates locked when you all are not practicing. Yeah, trust me, I've tried to go out. I said, oh, okay, no. It's
because then you'll have bike riders and we're trying to cost the university more money to maintain that surface. A surface should last at least 10 years. And then you have to resurface. And if it's worn down too much, then you're looking at, if you're resurfacing 15 years ago, that was $1.2 million. So the cost of resurfacing has gotten more expensive. And so the longer we can make sure that we maintain that surface in a high level manner, the better it will be for us to not have, outside costs to that surface. And so people may think, oh, they're being mean and I can't do this, but it's so many different factors that go into maintaining that track. So even our track athletes, this is not, you don't just come out and jog. Even our fall season training, we use the grass, we use the cross country area, we use the grass inside of the track, because you're not in spikes early. So unless you're really doing a serious workout, you're in the grass, you're not on the track.
And just to backtrack a little bit, when we were talking about athletes making a transition from, coming to the university and having been maybe a sprinter or a distance runner or just running period, but, with injuries or shin splints. And, to be honest with you, sometimes it could be, you may have to change events because you may have not been able to accomplish what you thought you were going to be able to accomplish on the track. So we transitioned to the field, and you've been very successful in your coaching and doing that. How does that conversation go with an athlete that you realize, you see them performing and you realize, okay, I know they came here to do, run the 100 or 200 or 400 or something, but we may have to do something different. How do you even approach having that conversation with an athlete?
I do that a lot. So my top pole vaulter, who is a SWAG indoor and outdoor record holder, came in as a sprinter. She was on the state 4x2 and 4x1 relay for her school. And when she came in, it was 3 of them that came in. One, her shins were so bad, she has never been able to run track again. She was able to do one workout. I couldn't even find another event to put her in. Brianna, her knees she had very bad tendonitis in her knees. And Coach Washington and I, what we normally do, he'll look at the ones that want to be sprinters and he'll say, Coach, let me just talk to them and see if they want to transition to the pole vault. And as long as they're willing to try, he did the pole vault. So he knows exactly what to do to get them getting over that pole. And all of my pole vaulters were not pole vaulters, except for one that I just recruited. She's going into her sophomore year. We're not pole vaulters. I have 400-meter hurdlers that came in as 800-meter runners. So you have to be able to look and see, okay, if you can only run this and you need to be here, let's look at where else you may fit. And Whitley Dobbins was one of my athletes. She was a walk-on athlete when I first started. Her fastest 200 was like a 25. Her fastest 400 was a 59. And she came in as a sprinter quarter miler. That's what she did in high school. And so I said, well, I want you to run cross country. And she was able to run so well in cross country. By her junior year, I had her in the 1500 and the 800. She was able to run 216 and I think she went 441, somewhere around there. T-Ray, Teresia Moody, came in as a 100 and 200 meter runner. Teresia had only split a 58 in the 400 coming out of high school, but her best 200 was like a 24.5, somewhere around there. And once I looked at her training, I said, you're a quarter miler. She said, I don't know, coach. I only ran a 58. I don't know about that 400. Then she started training in the 4. And when she ran, she said, I really like this event. And Teresia, had she stayed with me 4 years, she only stayed with me 3 because she graduated. She had 1 year where she had surgery, so she was out a full year. So she graduated on time, and we didn't have the master's program that she wanted to be in, but U of H did. And so my job is to make sure that academically you're good. So when she said to me, Coach, you don't have the major that I want for my master's, I said, okay, let's figure it out. And she ended up going from a 58 to 53.32, and she was on her way to go 52 in the 400 if she had another year with me. I have javelin throwers that came in as 400-meter hurdlers. So the conversation that I have with them is there's only but so many that I could get into an event. And if you're not running well enough to be in that event, we need to explore other events, or your track and field career, at least here, is over, because I can't fit a square into a round if you're not going to fit. And so as long as they're willing to look at something else and say, you know what, I think I can excel in that. I want to be a part of this program. I want to contribute to this program. Then that's what I'm going to do. And that's what has happened. And so as a college coach, you have to evaluate each and every athlete individually and see if this fits for them, if they can be successful in it, and if they want to be a part of it.
And I love the way you break that down, because a lot of people, that are not track and field fans or athletes, they don't realize what, goes into being a track and field athlete. And that's one of the things that our athletes, when they come here to compete, like you said, it's more than just about being a track athlete, but also being a student. And I want to say thank you, Coach, for reminding our students about that as they come out and perform for you here on the track. Thanks for taking care of the facility and letting us know that that's something that's a high priority for you. So Jashay, we're going to keep those lines as white as we can just for you, and the grass green. So that's something else you like. Also, before we close, Jashay, I noticed here on your bio, it says your favorite words to live by. And you said, I belong here. And I think, yes, I think that's so fitting because of what you said previously as we talked. You actually believe that.
Yeah, I was actually told that by, her name is Miss Terry. She works with Texas A&M. We were at Texas Tech. The track team. I'll never forget this. They had 2 flights this day. They had a professional flight and they had a college flight. I was in the college flight and I was mad because it was a girl who was in the professional flight and I had a better mark than her. But I was like, you know what? I'm not going to really let it stress me out. And I was doing amazing in the competition. And she came over there and she was like, you're doing good. And I was like, yeah, I figured out I belong here. And she told me to say it again. And she told me to keep saying it. So I realized that it was true. And after that day, that conversation just stuck in my head. So anytime somebody asks me, what words do I live by? It's her words. Telling me that I belong here really brought me a long way.
Yes, to make history. Who knew, right? Well,
I'm blessed to be able to have friends that were world-class athletes that they really helped me with the mind side of my athletes to understand that it just doesn't matter what you have on your shirt. It could be Prairie View, Texas A&M, Baylor. It doesn't matter. What matters is what you have in your heart and your head and how much you want it and how much you're going to work hard to get there. Because at the end of the day, when you all line up, you're all lining up coming from the training that you've had and the confidence level that you have. The shirt does not determine how well you're going to do. The uniform that you have on is not going to determine how well you do. And so that is part of the psychological stuff that I have to go through with some of my athletes, because they're like, I'm at Prairie View. I actually have an athlete that in her freshman year, she was at a meet at A&M, got out, was ahead of everyone, and literally slowed down. And I asked her after, I said, why did you do that? She said, I didn't think I should have been out front. I said, I don't think you should be here then, because you have to understand the shirt doesn't, you need to compete. And so I'm really, really happy that I do have friends that, have been on the world-class level that support me in what I'm doing and, continue. They support my athletes in ways that my athletes don't even know and understand.
Wow. Well, ladies, it was great talking with you all. Of course, with me being my pastor, we could talk all day. But this was great insight to not just track itself, but I wanted to talk about your coaching style and some of the things that you've been able to bring to the track and field program with putting this on the Olympic, I guess you could say, stage, if you will. I mean, we've had Olympic coaches with Coach Jackett and Coach Wright having been Olympic coaches when they were here, but just now to have a state-of-the-art facility where the Team USA and other international athletes want to come and run here. So thank you so much for taking care of the track and field program. Jashay, we wish you the best of luck in your endeavors and training for the Olympics. We'll be rooting for you. Yes. All right, everyone. Once again, it's day 3 of the PVAMU virtual homecoming experience. Stay tuned. We've got more coming up in our afternoon hour with Hump Day. We're going to give you a little bit of an experience with that virtually. Also, we'll talk to the College of Business, and we'll have words from our Mach 3 Center. Day 3, PVAMU's virtual homecoming experience. We'll be back with more in just a moment.
Prairie View A&M University is an outstanding educational institution, high academic achievement and excellence. My grandmother actually attended Prairie View A&M University in the 1930s. So I have a history here. I've had relatives attend school here. This is a very tradition-rich program. One of the things that I want to emphasize is academic achievement, personal and social development, and competitive excellence. Those 3 elements are very critical to the success of our athletics program. And more importantly, it helps our student athletes develop as whole individuals, not only on the academic side and athletic side, but personally and socially being able to grow, prepare themselves for the next phase of their life. Coronavirus is an extreme challenge, and the constant monitoring of that process, health and safety of our student athletes and staff are first in my mind, making sure that we're putting our best foot forward in those areas. With technology, we're able to reach out fairly instantaneously to see how people are doing as far as their health, mental and emotional and physical health, as well as get a sense of what they're going through, and then develop programs and services to assist them with the current situation, as well as reacclimate to the university environment, the campus environment, and in athletics.
What we started was a 3-meet series because none of the pro athletes were able to have an outdoor season. So initially it was to get the Texas athletes that did not have the opportunity to compete. And because this track is standalone, meaning it's not inside of a soccer field or a football field, it is designed, now it's called the World Athletics, at the highest level that you can have. So USA Track and Field has their own COVID, following the CDC guidelines, the events that you can have based on the COVID, how it has to be run. And so we went through a process of making sure we could accommodate. And with the support of administration, the new AD, our president, it's great to have good support and people that understand the vision and see the vision. We had to do it as 3 meets. So it was, we did a number of events. Everyone had to leave the track, go back through temperature check, COVID questionnaire. Then the next events went off. Everyone had to leave the track, go back in, and everyone understood, and it went off well. The times that you run in those events can qualify you for the indoor nationals if there's an indoor next year, which is great for the athletes because they haven't been able to run, and you have to qualify in a certain period of time. And then all of the normal races, you will qualify for the Olympic trials, which the Olympics now are next year. So we have a wonderful lineup of athletes that are going to be here to compete Thursday as well as next Thursday. Brittany Reese is one of your top long jumpers in the world. She'll be here on the 6th. Michael Rogers, one of your top sprinters in the country. He was here this week. He'll be here next week, and he'll be here the week after. We do have our local athlete that competed here at Prairie View, Dianca Bookman, will be competing. She has transitioned from being a Prairie View women's track and field athlete to now trying to qualify for the Olympic trials and other things. We have the U.S. TFCCCA, which is the governing body for track and field under the NCAA umbrella. And so they're constantly sending out updates on what they plan on doing. Outdoor, I think, will be simple. What I am seeing is, and just the feedback from the athletes and the coaches that were here for this series, the way that we have the meet set up, you can really do 3 meets in one day where you do a morning session, an afternoon session, and an evening session, and really cover all of your events in several teams. So I don't know if they're going to change the format, but if they do and they want some feedback on this format, I'm willing to let them know and see how well this format actually works under these COVID restrictions.
This is where you rise, this is where you shine, this is where you become the greatest of all time. History in the making. This is history in the making. History in the making.
Vote for your life.
afternoon, Panthers. How are you doing today? We are excited to bring to you members of the class of 59. And as we begin to talk with them, I want you to know who is on the phone and who is getting ready to share with you about who they are, their major, the year they graduated. Well, I think we all know that, but where they live and what their profession was. Who would like to begin?
I'll start. I'm Marvin Brailsford. I was a biology major, chemistry minor at Purview, graduated in 1959. Was ROTC cadet, distinguished military graduate. Had planned to do medicine, but the Army got in the way. I joined the Army in June of 1959, planning to do my 3-year obligation and get out. And 30 years later, I retired from the Army as a lieutenant general. And let me see, what else?
And where do you currently reside?
Oh, I'm now in Beaumont, Texas. I lived in Beaumont now for the last 18 years after I retired from my last job, which was up in Denver, Colorado.
Thank you. Welcome, Marvin.
I'm Lee Winslet. I'm from Duncan, Oklahoma. I too graduated in 1959 with a major in business administration. I went to work for IBM. I spent all of my professional life in IBM. I retired out of Tokyo. I spent 3.5 years in Tokyo. Had the fine occasion to move around the country, the world, as a matter of fact. I made 8 moves with IBM and retired. I retired in North Carolina 3 years ago. We enjoyed it tremendously.
Thank you, Lee.
Mm-hmm.
And my name is Nathan Leonard Archie Kennedy, and I lived in Sugar Land, Texas, by way of Chicago, Illinois for a few years, and Houston, Texas for a few years. And I've been living in Sugar Land since 1983. My major at Prairie View A&M University was architectural engineering. I graduated in 1959 with honors. And my major was architectural engineering.
Thank you, Nathan.
My name is Carl Young. I'm also a 1959 graduate of Prairie View A&M University in business administration and economics. I also was commissioned in the military and went and served 14 years on active duty and 14 years in reserve, retiring from the military as a lieutenant colonel after 28 years of service. I went from active duty to start a corporate career for a company called CCH Computax, where I started with them as a chief accountant. They were doing $10 million a year in revenue, and I rose to the rank of chief financial officer at $275 million a year. In 19 years, thanks, I can assure you, all to my own involvement as a proud, productive person of Prairie View. I started understanding what it meant to give to Prairie View after having after having seen the 120-year history of Prairie View. I'd always known that Prairie View was the reason I was successful. But when I saw that 120-year tape of Prairie View, and I saw all of the sacrifices that people had made that came way before us, and I told myself, how dare I not get involved and how dare I not participate in the success of Prairie View, and that's what I've done.
And I think my first giving, my first substantial giving to Prairie View was when they started the foundation to build a stadium. And I made a commitment ever since to be very actively involved in the activities of Prairie View and to contribute both my time, my talents, and some treasure also to the school.
Wonderful. Thank you, Carl. And that is a great lead in because I want to talk about the first gift that you ever made to Prairie View. Do you recall what your first gift was and what led you to make your first gift to Prairie View? Because you've given many over the years, but what was that very first gift that made you say, I am going to share my treasure with my alma mater?
I don't remember the first gift I have given that I gave to Prairie View. I have given many, but I think over the years I have attended many a summer. What is that we go to in the summertime? The conventions. The conventions each year, usually in the month of July. And during that time, I've always given money when I attended the conventions. Since I have grown up and been involved in my career in engineering, then I've been able to make a little bit more money than when I was an employee. And with the more money that I earned, I was able to give more to the Prairie View. And so that's why I am still giving. But I don't remember the first one, but I do remember that I have given many gifts to Prairie View over the last 60 years.
Yes, you have.
I too don't remember my first gift, but I do know that I contributed to Prairie View through people. I like to use other people's money, and my first really big contribution to the university was when I was serving as the deputy commander of the Army Materiel Command, and I controlled a lot of the money that was going out to the various universities, and I noted that Prairie View had not applied for it, so I made a decree that there would be no money given out unless we included HBCUs, and that was the first major contribution I gave. And since that time, I started giving individual contributions between me and my wife. Particularly, it was after I got out of the Army when I started making enough money to survive on after I went into the corporate world and started my company. Then I started giving regularly and more. But I've used a lot of my contacts to generate income and to for Prairie View.
I'm not quite certain either when I gave my first contribution to Prairie View. I do know from a serious standpoint, we all started to contribute a lot when we hit our 50th anniversary, and we set up a way to create that endowment fund, and those are real serious contributions that we made, and it's been kind of like that ever since. And that kind of transferred for me into giving to the foundation, which I gave to substantially for a number of years, and I have given ever since then. As president of the Alumni Association, giving, it's been about giving, and trying to provide things that we can do.
Thank you.
My first wife was a student at Prairie View, and she passed away in 1984. And I wanted to do something special for her, and I thought it was fitting and appropriate to establish a memorial fund in her memory. So I established that sometime after 1984. And each year I contributed to that. And my objective was to make sure that it exceeded $100,000. And it has in fact done that. And that's been one of the great rewards for me. And I thought it was a fitting and appropriate memorial for her.
Thank you. Thank you all for sharing about your first gift and what you can remember about it. What I do want to talk about now, because this is homecoming. And when you think of Prairie View, you are going home on the hill. And thousands of alumni return every year for homecoming. Would you share one PV experience that most impacted you personally and professionally?
Well, I really didn't start coming back to homecoming until after I had retired from the Army and moved back to Texas, because I was all over the world and didn't get a chance to come back to homecoming. I was back on the campus several other times, but not for homecoming. But I would just share with you that one of the most impactful things, I came back and we got a from down in Beaumont, we came down the tailgate, and at that time we were there and going to the stadium, and it was so many folks, and how crowded it was, and out in the tailgate area. And I can remember as if it was yesterday, sitting up behind President Wright. And Nathan was sitting on one side, and I said to Dr. Wright, I said, it's about time we do something with this stadium, because I came to football games with my dad when Dr. Evans was president. And I said, we got to do something. And Roy Perry was sitting on the other side. And we decided then that we really needed to do something to build a stadium. And out of that little conversation behind Dr. Wright at homecoming, generated the effort that we decided that we were going to take it on, that we were going to lead the, and for the next 10 years after that, it was a real all-out effort to get the stadium, and look what has happened. We the full stadium we have today. That is still vivid memory to us, that we just wanted to do something and we all agreed.
I have to go.
Something you did.
Yeah. I have to go back and repeat what I said earlier, because that has been the most impactful thing to me, was seeing the 120, I think it's 125-year history of Prairie View. And I was down visiting a friend of mine, Charles Sheffield, and he asked me, say, man, have you seen this tape of the 125-year history of Prairie View? I said, no, I haven't. So he pulls out the tape and he showed me this tape. And I said, man, I have got to, this day, commit myself to doing something for Prairie View from here on. And that was the epiphany that I had looking at that tape. I started going to the convention that year and homecoming that year, and I have gone to the conventions every year since then. And I have contributed to the school and to the NAA ever since then, as well as quite substantially to the foundation. But that was a turning point.
That was the memory that you had.
Yeah, when I read about people cooking food in Houston and driving it down to the students on campus, and the great sacrifices they had made, and the president riding a horse to Austin to seek funding, And while he was gone, they set his clothes out on the side of the street, all of this stuff. And it just kept pushing forward, making a way for us to come along and have something to do. And I said, man, how can I possibly not be involved and be engaged in something that people have sacrificed so substantially that I can have a good quality education.
Well, I remember that time. And when you think about it, there were 3 of us who started it. And guess what? 2 of us were from the class of 1959. And we stayed with it until we got what we started for. And that is the stadium and the athletic building. But I think that was the time when everybody seemed to have got interested in the stadium and they started giving. And I think that's when I made some of the largest contributions to the university, because once we got started working on that stadium, we were very interested in it. And we worked hard, and we gave. And it's one of the things that I have really enjoyed working on for the university, that the university really needs, and it has added to the appearance of the university. And when people visit the campus, it's amazing how many nice compliments I hear about their visit to Prairie View University.
I'd like to attack the apathy of people who talk about giving at Prairie View, using this as kind of the backdrop. When we were working trying to get the alumni to participate in the giving to the stadium and the foundation, I can't begin to tell you how many folks told me, rejected the offer to give money, that said, well, Prairie View has done nothing for me. That is the most idiotic thing one can ever see. No matter what you do, I don't care where you've gone in this world, Prairie View is still on the first line of your resume. And for you to say that Prairie View has done nothing for me and to reject that, come on, folks, don't be like that. We can all do something for the school that has done so much for us. And if we just do a little bit, it means a lot.
I will tell you that.
Go ahead, Marvin.
Even before the stadium, I guess my first real involvement in fundraising and giving for the university revolved around the first capital campaign run at the university. I was on the steering committee, I guess, and when we were raising money, we really didn't know what we were doing, and that was the first time that Purview had gotten started. But that was really the first major effort when I started giving more money to the university and getting folks.
Well, I was on that committee also, Marvin.
That's right.
And I forgot. Yes, and that's when we really started.
Administration building. My name is Dr. Donald Reed. I'm the Director of Athletics at KPVU Athletics, and I want to welcome you to our building and discuss our procedures of which to enter the building. I have with me our Assistant Athletic Director, CJ Potter, and he will walk us through the facility. Go Panthers.
Good morning. Thank you, Dr. Reed. So welcome everybody. As Dr. Reed mentioned, this is the new normal on the Hill. So what we're going to do for everybody to enter the building, whether you're an athlete, coach, or a guest, the first thing we need to do is bring your phone. We're going to come up to the building. We're going to scan this QR code. This QR code is going to lead us to a survey, Doc. We're then going to complete our symptom survey. It's going to ask if you feel healthy and well today, if you've had any symptoms like a cough, runny nose, sore throat, or loss of smell. Okay? If you're not feeling well and healthy, we ask that you do not enter our facility, please. All right? Obviously, we also ask that you wear your masks at all times. All right? And we want proper hand hygiene. As soon as we enter the building, you can use the hand sanitizer located right at the entry. And after we screen you, there's a restroom right around the corner and multiple sinks so that you can wash your hands with soap and water. So after I complete my survey, I feel well and healthy, not having any symptoms. Let's head on in for the next one. Good morning, Nikki. How are you this morning? Good. Have you already scanned the QR code? I have scanned my QR code, so please check for my results. All right, I see the results right here. So the QR code results will go directly to the email. The athletic trainer will be stationed here in the foyer. They will review the results. We'll then take a temperature screen. And now they're going to give me a wristband identifier for me to enter the facility. Now it's Dr. Reed's turn.
Dr. Reed, how are you? Doing very well. Thank you so much. I appreciate everything you guys are doing to keep us safe and protect us from any type of virus.
We try our best. Now we will do this every single day. The wristband color will change on a daily basis. So when you leave on Wednesday, you're okay to take this off. However, you need to wear a wristband every single day, and we will notify you if you need to exit the building, okay? If you don't have a wristband on, you will not be allowed to enter any of our facilities, whether that be the stadium facility, the baby dome, or any of the outdoor fields. In order to go to any of your practice sites, you must have a wristband on. Okay, so now that I'm all checked in and I've got my wristband and I've already been screened at the front door, now whenever I come into the weight room, we have to remember two things. First, you always have to bring your own water bottle and your own towel, okay? We're also going to enter and exit through only one door. What I'm going to do now is I'm going to show you how we come in the building. So I've already come in the building. I've used the many hand sanitizers that are around the building. I've got my own water bottle and my towel, because we won't have any water available for you, all right? And now we're gonna enter into the weight room by the main door, and you'll see that we have propped open doors so that you don't have to physically touch any of the information or any of the facility. Right? You'll also see the water fountains are shut off, all right? So in order to limit hand contact, you gotta bring your own water bottle. So now I've arrived on time. I've entered through the main entrance. Now I'm going to come in. I'm going to get with our strength and conditioning coaches, and I'm going to go through our lift. All right, so now that our workouts are complete, and as you see, we've got machinery off limits. All right, so we've also got a limit on the number of people that will be allowed in the weight room at one time. So we'll be working with strength and conditioning professionals to coordinate one lift for multiple teams. We're also going to have multiple weight rooms, both here in the stadium, and we're going to have a second weight room over in the baby dome, right? And you'll have access to both of those. But remember, bring your own water bottle, your own towels, and you're going to have to spread out because not all equipment can be used at all times. Once we finish our workout, we are no longer going to exit through the main door. We are going to finish our workout. We're going to walk out the second exit. This door will be exit only. As you can see, it pushes out, so don't use your hands. Give it a hip bump. Now I'm in the hallway, okay? Now, because of social distancing and facility guidelines, you're not allowed to go back into the building, right? Student athletes aren't allowed to go upstairs or downstairs. So instead of going back into the foyer, I'm simply going to turn left. I'm going to go right out this door, and I'm going to exit out through gate 1 and go back into the parking lot, or go ahead and walk back to my dorm at that point. All right, so now, in case we have a strength and conditioning session out on the field, all right, we're gonna go through the same entry procedures in the front door, get my wristband, got my water bottle and towel. Instead of going into the weight room, I'm gonna come down this hallway and I'm gonna exit out through the gate door. So now from here, I'm going to exit the door, stay on the concourse, and go to the first set of steps over by the field. And that's how I'm going to access the stadium field anytime I need to do a strength conditioning workout on the field. Let's go meet me downstairs. I'm on the field. We're going to go through our workout with our strength and conditioning professional. Remember, we've got our own stuff. All right. I'm not going to be allowed to go back in the building from here. All right. So after our workout is done, I'm going to pick up my shirt. I'm going to pick up all my own possessions that I brought with me. Then I'm going to go ahead and exit back through one of the side gates, whether it be gate 12 over by the practice field or gate 2 opening back to the baby dome. But you are no longer allowed to go back into level 0, no access to the locker rooms. If you do have to go back into the building to get back in, we're going to go out through gate 2, walk all the way back around to the front door, and enter through the main entrance. Okay? The main entrance of the building is the only allowable entrance. And remember, when you're out here on the field, we're going to wear our masks at all time when we can. All right, even when we're working out, even when we're running, even if we're in the weight room doing squats and anything else with Coach Leonard, Coach Rome, all of our other strength conditioning professionals, we're going to wear our masks at all times.
So we've cleared the check-in with the athletic trainer at the screening desk. Now, everything else we do is by appointment only, whether you're going to the weight room, the athletic training room, study hall, you need to schedule an appointment on bookings. And once you have your scheduled appointment time, you've gone through the screening process, you may enter the building. So we're going to walk down the main hallway, headed towards study hall. Everything is by one entrance and one exit only. That's important to note. The arrows that will be on the floor enter in this way. So upon entering study hall, you'll check in with the administrator at the desk, okay, for your scheduled time. You will complete your study hall sessions during that scheduled time, and then you will exit the one exit. You cannot enter and exit through the same exit. It's important to note for safety measures. You will enter through this main entrance, and then you will exit out through the side door. So I've completed my study hall session, and now I'm going to exit through this side door.
All right, so now we've seen a couple other facilities. Now let's talk about how we're going to get to the athletic training room. So again, I'm already halfway down the hallway, but I've already got my wristband. I already followed the procedures up front. I'm going to enter down through the hallway, and I'm going to come down this back hallway to get into the training room. So the athletic training room in the stadium facility will only have one entrance and one exit, just like all of our other facilities. So at this time, some of you athletes will know this is our main entrance to the athletic training room. Again, the door is going to be propped open, so you don't have to touch it with your hands. We're going to enter through the athletic training room through the main door. Entry only. You do not exit through this door anymore. This is only for entrance. We're going to come into the athletic training room. And again, we're going to have size and occupancy restrictions. So we'll have limited people. So again, you got to get your reservation in, all right? And then you'll come in and access this space. The sports will also be working out of the athletic training room over in the baby dome. We've got our main athletic facility here. We're also going to set up a satellite facility on the concourse so we can potentially have 3 athletic training rooms going at the same time. But remember, you got to have your masks, got to hit it with some hand sanitizer. before we come in and we utilize the facility. All right, so now I'm in the athletic training room. I'm here to get my treatment. I'm able to wash my hands at the sink, use the hand sanitizer that we've got all over the building, okay? And as you can see, we've got tables that are already marked off so that we can keep you socially distanced, all right? And that goes for everything in the facility. So remember, we've got the main entrance, all right? The football entrance from the locker room will be off limits, all right? You enter from the single main entrance, then we exit through the single exit only. And again, do not come in this door and exit only through this door. And then when you leave, you're gonna go all the way down that hallway, all the way back out to the loading dock and out through that side door. You're not gonna exit back out through the front door of the facility. You're gonna go all the way down and exit through the loading dock. All right? So if you have any questions, just let us know. All right, so remember, this is always the exit we're going to use whenever we leave the facility. Go ahead and leave, exit, go back, go be a productive Panther. And remember, here's our going away tips.
Mask up. Stay safe. Wash your hands. Stay 6 feet apart.
So on behalf of all the athletic trainers, the athletic administration, and your coaches, please help do your part to stay safe, keep the transmission of COVID low, and remember, go Panthers!
Ladies and gentlemen, live from Prairie View A&M University, prepare to dominate your halftime experience with master mix, music, choreography that you will lift you on your feet and out of your feet. ASU might be performing tonight, but I present to you the real entertainment tonight. Alumni band for their contributions to our legacy, tradition, and our future. We give your support. 8007. Let's hear it for the black boxes under the leadership of Mr. Sean. Ladies and gentlemen, get ready for the feature from the best songwriter in the land, the MSD. Show 'em how it's done. Take 'em on high, centers. Make some noise, baby! I see some hands in the house. Just come on. Shout it out. Give it up for MSP. You already know which one to set. I want to do now. So, without further ado, moving quickly to the dance routine. We want you to rock. We want you to move. TV, you in the building? Let me hear you say yeah. Let me hear you say oh yeah. I love now bring you out. That's what I'm talking about. Once it's gone, let's give it to him. We're gonna give him another triple D mix. March and soul. Set it out. TV, let me see you hit him with the flag. Let's go. Alumni, you gotta give it to him. Listen, Teddy Strong. Let's go. You don't want to hear it. Let's hear it for the marching storm. Tradition. Everybody on the beat. You already know what time it is. Let me hear everybody do it. Let's go. Wait till that. And I'll hold it out. Hey, shoot. Take it, no. Make some noise. It's your girl, TT on the mic. Now, as you see, it's only one band in this stadium because it's only one real purple and gold. And we are here. Cause we love that PV. Give it to him. under production of Dr. Phillips. Ladies and gentlemen, please listen to Tina Marie's Out on Lake.
We're taking care of home. Our Panthers, we haven't forgotten about you. So this is for you. So be sure to tune in, watch us live at the PVNU YouTube channel. You can also watch us Facebook Live at the PVAMU Alumni Affairs Facebook page. And so now we're in our afternoon segment. We're going to go into our question of the day.
This is where you rise, this is where you shine, this is where you become the greatest of all time. History in the making. This is history in the making. History in the making.
Vote for your life.
And we're back, day 3. Let's go into our question of the day. We want to know, for our viewers out there, our Panthers that are watching, our motivated and enthusiastic alumni, I want you to tell me what year was the first SWAC championship for our PVAMU football team. So that is the question of today. What was the first year that we won the SWAC championship, the first one, for Prairie View A&M University? And if you can give us the right answer, let me tell you what you're going to get. We've got a lot of fantastic gifts. We've got our PVAMU face mask. Okay, that's one of our prizes. Or you could win a set of PVAMU branded dominoes. That is for all of our old school players out there. We've got these for you if you can answer that question right. And if you are a professional business alumni and you want to attend your staff meetings in your corporate job, you can have a nice PVAMU alumni mug to sit on your desk and at that conference table to let them know that you're proud productive, because Prairie View produces productive people, so you're a productive Panther. So you can also win one of these as well. Or we've got t-shirts also. You can win one of these nice PVAMU 1876 t-shirts specifically for alumni. And we've got other branded t-shirts. We couldn't leave out the slogan for PV, you know. So thanks to alumnus Brandon Townsend and Luxury Goods for providing us with all of these great and amazing PVAMU gifts that we want to give out. So remember the question of the day: what year was the first PVAMU football SWAC championship? Let us know. Oh, I think we've got an answer already. Okay, that was fast. I do not. So that's why I'm leaving it up to you all to tell me what was the first SWAC championship for a football team. So it's a pop quiz, not just for everybody else, but it's a pop quiz for me too. So look, I'm here to learn something today too. So, but I understand we've got an answer already. Yep, it is correct. Okay, now I know how to verify it now. So we verified it. My staff, my awesome producers have verified the answer. So we're going to announce the winner now, or are we going to come back? Okay. So Yolanda Lockhart Gross. Oh, Miss Yolanda Lockhart Gross, one of our PV alums, works here, runs an amazing parent and family programs for the university. 2009 was the first SWAC championship for the university for our amazing Panther athletes from the football team. So congratulations. All right. You are the winner. Now, email me at alumnirelations@pvmu.edu, Ms. Gross, so we can get you your fantastic prize, and thank you for participating. We'll have more games coming up, more giveaways later on this week. And we're going to transition into our next segment this afternoon with the PVMU College of Business. And we're back. Let's get into our next segment this afternoon with the College of Business. We're going to be talking with Dean Caduce of the College of Business. Hello, Dean. How are you? Dean, can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Awesome. I can hear you too. So we're already off to a good start. Thank you so much for joining us this afternoon. I understand you've brought along a student with you, one of your students, Darianne Glenn.
Yes. And an alumnus is also going to join us, Carrington Johnson.
Carrington Johnson. So we look forward to talking with all of you all this afternoon. Dean, let's just go ahead and get started. Tell us what's going on in the College of Business right now.
Well, I want to thank you for the introductions. I want to thank Dr. Gabriel Selassie and his team for this program and for inviting the College of Business. And to everyone who is listening, greetings from the College of Business. I hope you're enjoying the virtual homecoming program this year. The College of Business has been busy. A little bit about the College of Business. It is one of the 8 colleges on campus. It is one of the larger colleges. This year, in fall semester, we had an unexpected increase in our enrollment. So we are almost at 1,500 students, more than 1,450 students. We added about 150 students this fall. It was very surprising because in most cases, there has been declines throughout the country, actually, in enrollments. And we were not expecting a big increase, but it's good to have that. We were busy with a number of things throughout summer. One was, of course, trying to make sure that despite the disruption from the pandemic, we are able to move towards our mission, which is to educate our students and to produce productive people. Our vision statement says that we want to become nationally recognized business program known for its transformative impact on the students through an education that empowers them to reach their full potential. And we emphasize ethical training. We emphasize entrepreneurship. We want our students to be productive and prepared for the global economy. And we do that through teaching, research, and service. So besides working to take most of our classes online, they're being offered on the internet with Zoom live lectures by most of the professors and office hours. We've also been busy with some accreditation issues and also on a new program, which we are excited about. This is the Doctor of Business Administration program. So if there are questions, we'll be happy to talk about it.
Well, it sounds like there is a lot going on there in the College of Business, just like it seems like it is with every college here on the campus. So the good thing is that you all have still been able to maintain your, I guess, your fluidity, if you will, even though we're in this different style of learning, right? Everything's virtual and online. So I commend you for doing a great job with that and leading the professors. Yes, you're welcome. Now, before we go too far into everything, give us a little bit about a little bit of your background. How long have you been here at Prairie View?
Well, I have been here nearly 20 years. I came in fall of 2001, and it has been a pleasure all of these years, and every day I'm excited about the job. We have seen lots of changes. I'm basically an economist by training. I attended Vanderbilt University. I have a PhD in economics. And then I taught in a public institution in Southern Indiana, University of Southern Indiana, for about 16 years before moving to Prairie View A&M University. I have my specialization is in development economics and in macroeconomics. And I'm also interested in history of economic ideas. One of the things I'm particularly proud of is I helped start a private university in Bangladesh, where I'm from. I was a Fulbright scholar for a year stationed in Bangladesh, and I was able to assist some of the folks start a new university, and that university has 20,000 students now.
Wow. Well, congratulations on everything that you've achieved, just, from a personal standpoint in your career. So let's go ahead and talk about what's been in the news headlines, if you will, with the College of Business. I understand that there's a new NSA grant that will provide cybersecurity courses here for the students. Tell us a little bit about that program and what does NSA stand for?
It's interesting that over the years, as the College of Business has grown, we have about 50 professors now, but it's also grown in the type of research our professors are doing. And one good thing is we are increasingly attracting grants to support our research, which also means that our research has real world application and impact. So we have a faculty in the MIS5 program, Dr. Louis Gamasi, and he received a $1 million grant from Homeland Security about 3 years ago to support his research, which is actually using social media to manage disasters. If you have a natural disaster like we had in Houston, Harvey, how can you use Facebook and other social media to help those who are victims of the disaster and improve the management of it? So more recently, Dr. Gamasi has received a $300,000 grant from the National Security Agency, NSA, and this is working with his team, which has some faculty and staff from College of Engineering also. And the main focus this time is on cybersecurity. As you know, it has become a huge problem. It's a national security issue, and hundreds of millions of customers' data has been hacked by cybersecurity thieves. And so it's become very important to invest in this area. There are going to be many jobs. There are many jobs, and there are going to be jobs in the future. So this team has applied for this grant and received the grant, and they'll be creating a minor on cybersecurity, which is going to be for the non-STEM students. So students who are not computer science and engineering and so on. So for those students, it will train them in cybersecurity techniques and tools. So very excited about that. That's one of the grants we have recently received. We've also received a number of funding support from corporations. These summer protests on racial justice issues seems to have woke up corporate America. We have heard from a lot of companies which want to partner with us and to support our students with scholarships. So Charles Schwab, with whom we have worked for a number of years, our finance professors, has given us $250,000 to support scholarships for finance majors. Similarly, we have received an $850,000 grant from Vistra, which is another company. And these scholarships are for students in the College of Business and in College of Engineering. So a lot of good news there. We also were able to offer a webinar in the Northwest Houston campus. And this was the Small Business Development Center in the College of Business, working in conjunction with the Office of Continuing Education and the Northwest Houston campus. And the focus of that webinar, which was on September 25, I believe, was to support small business owners on racial justice issues. Businesses have been impacted very badly because of the pandemic, and many small businesses are not going to survive this crisis. But there are resources out there, and the small business owners and the employees have to be cognizant of the fact that there is institutionalized racism in the free markets also. So what are some of the tools to protect yourself against discrimination, and what are some of the resources available to survive this particular crisis?
And I'm glad you brought up the webinar and things of that in regards to small businesses, because that was, of course, going to be something we were going to talk about. And what I wanted to know in regards to small businesses, what kinds of things or conversations are you having just maybe offline, virtually, with just some of the local businesses in the area, whether that's just the Prairie View community, Waller, not into Houston, but what about on a local level? What has been the feedback or any assistance that you've been able to maybe participate in and even offer to some of the local businesses? Have you had a chance to do that at all?
Yes, as I mentioned that for about 15 years, the College of Business has had a center called the Small Business Development Center. It is part of a much wider network of centers all across Houston with the regional office in University of Houston. And these centers are supported by SBA grants. Our current manager of the center is Ms. Jasmine Espy, and she's been working hard over the past few months to support small businesses in Waller and Grimes County. One of the programs that they have introduced in partnership with some other agencies is a Wednesday Zoom session where they share all the information about the CARES Act, the funding available with the banks for small businesses, and the other information small businesses need to survive this crisis. This has been supported by HEB, and there are some development agencies in San Antonio that also partnered with Prairie View University on this. One of our professor, Danny Harvey, was a speaker in this forum. He was talking about how small businesses should strategize the budget and the spending and the investments in times of crisis like this.
Well, that's good to know that there is some, local conversations being held in regards to support and resources for our local businesses. We're going to go ahead and bring in, well, before I do that, I do want to touch base on the Houston's Healthy Initiative that you're also a part of. I thought it was just, the College of Ag and things like that, but the College of Business has had some participation in this Healthy Houston Initiative as well.
Indeed. President Simmons has always told us that we need to work in teams. We have to work together between different colleges. And she's right, because problems in the real world are not just a business issue or a technology issue or an ag issue. They're all interdisciplinary. And so one of the best examples of how we have started working together is this latest project, which is Healthy Houston Initiative. Chancellor Sharp, Texas A&M University System, supported this initiative with the $750,000 grant, along with the College of Agriculture in the lead, the College of Business, the College of Criminal Justice, and the College of Nursing have worked for a number of months to make this happen. And we were glad to see Mayor Turner, President Simmons, and Chancellor Sharp roll it out a couple of days ago. Basically, the College of Business is offering in the knowledge and information part of the initiative some webinars. Professor Harvey, as I mentioned, Professor Ford, and of our professional faculty, they're going to be offering seminars on how to invest, how to save, how to purchase health insurance, and so on. So I think it is really important that people have minimum financial literacy. People do financial planning in order to live a healthy life.
And I understand that we have one of our outstanding products of the College of Business, an alum that you've invited to join us, Carrington Johnson. Welcome.
Hey, how's it going? Thank you for the welcome and thank you for inviting me to introduce.
Welcome.
Yeah, you're welcome. All right, Carrington, let's talk about you. First of all, what class year are you representing today?
I am representing class of 2018.
All
well,
right,
May 2018.
Okay, yeah, still 2018, whether it's, May, August, December, as long as it's until 2018, right? So awesome. So
true.
Yes, well, talk to us a little bit about your experience in the College of Business when you were a student. What was the experience like for you?
Yeah, my experience was absolutely amazing. I don't think I could have been successful any other way. So to give you some backstory, I joined Prairie View. Well, I came on campus in July 2018 in the business summer program. And so it's a bridge program from high school into college. And from there, the College of Business has really pushed me to be the best I can be and to where I am now.
And what is it that you do now? What line of work are you in? Are you in the business industry still, or what are you
I am.
doing now?
Yep. So currently, I'm a finance analyst for a company called CUNA Mutual Group, and we offer insurance and investment products to credit unions, and we penetrate about 95% of the market out there. And so I'm doing very well here, and I was able to bring all of my learnings and skills from the College of Business and apply them to everything I'm doing here now.
And since how long have you been at that company? Is that a company you've been working for since you graduated?
Yeah, so almost 2.5 years.
Wow. So, okay, so you were one of those that either did you have the job before you graduated, or did it just come right after you graduated?
Yeah, so thanks to the College of Business, I was able to obtain an internship every summer. And this was my last internship with this company. And then from there, they extended me a full-time offer right after I finished my internship to start with their company right after graduation.
Wow. So they were just anxious to get you in. You're just such a fine representative to say, well, we have to have him now. We can't wait.
Yeah, that's what it was.
Yes.
Now,
yes. Now, where are you now? Are you here local in the Houston area, or where are you residing?
No, I'm actually in the Midwest. I am in Madison, Wisconsin, not too far from Chicago.
And where are you from originally?
I am from the great city, Dallas, Texas, home of the Dallas Cowboys, America's favorite team.
Okay, let me stay focused here. But hey, I'm from Fort Worth, so look, I'm hopeful too.
Okay.
Right? Look, I'm trying. So we'll talk later offline about the Dallas Cowboys.
Okay, yes, ma'am.
Bless their hearts, right? Okay, all right. Let's stay focused. So, like I can't stop laughing. But great to have you on. Tell us a little bit about just now with obviously pandemic, whole COVID-19, what type of conversations are you having there at your company about the nature of small businesses and just businesses in general and how they're affected by this pandemic?
Yeah, great question. So my company, I may be a little biased here, but they have been very ahead of the curve. So we've always had our hands everywhere in the community, and we've been very supportive of course, of the Black communities as well. And we just launched our community giving campaign where we're giving back to the community to help those businesses that were not able to survive during the COVID and then turn around and, have to have another hit after all the racial injustices going on. But my company, for one, has made sure that the employees have been good mentally. So giving us time to take off, giving us time to just rejuvenate and to reflect back on, why our lives are so important. And at the same time, they've been able to create a space for us to come together and have those conversations. And recently, I know that we've had many leaders come to our company and talk about what we can do in the community to make sure that we just stay healthy. And so other than that, I can't think of anything else at the moment, but we've definitely been making sure that every business, every community is being, supported throughout this pandemic and throughout all the other, I guess you want to say hits that we've taken in the past few months.
And what about entrepreneurship? I know there are several people who may have lost their jobs due to everything that's going on with COVID-19, and they've just set off to start their own business, and a lot of them have been successful. What's your thoughts on that?
Thoughts on the small businesses that had to close because of the pandemic?
Yes, those individuals who were business owners and maybe couldn't keep the same business that they had, but they were able to make a transition and start maybe some type of online business and do successful in that. Is that something that you find encouraging? Would you recommend that people look at those kinds of things? Is that a discussion you have within your company?
Great question. So I know a few people that were able to convert their physical business to a virtual online business and has been very successful. And most of those people that were successfully able to do that were already in that process. So we already know a lot of things now. For example, clothes are being sold online. I have many friends that have online businesses selling a lot of products, or even just giving, some type of support or aid. And unfortunately, there are some people that were not able to successfully make their transition, maybe due to resources and due to lack of knowledge. But one thing I know for sure, that within that circle that I'm speaking about, they're very resilient. And so though they didn't have those resources at first, I see now they're being encouraged to find those resources and like to revamp their whole business plan. And so one thing we do learn in the College of Business is how to, stay resilient and offset these risks that we run into all the time. And so for people to see others be successful throughout this pandemic, running their virtual business, I think is being very encouraged and also inspired from those people. And I do see a lot of people that were successful giving back to a lot of entrepreneurs to make sure that they're not left behind.
And what about the Small Business Administration of Dean Caduce? Is that one of the organizations that you all talk about there in the College of Business? Do you encourage students or that are looking towards entrepreneurship? Is that an organization that you encourage them to seek out as far as resources?
Yes, entrepreneurship is very important in the College of Business, and we have a minor in entrepreneurship. We've had for a long time a 3-course certificate program on entrepreneurship, and the Small Business Development Center is an important part of that infrastructure. We have also professors who are interested in teaching and offering courses on entrepreneurship. So students have done this also. We have had many entrepreneurial students, including Carrington, of course. Carrington has had all kind of entrepreneurial experiences. He has been to New York, to the Wall Street, and in many different competitions. You want to talk a little bit about that, Carrington?
Yeah, I'm going to give, I guess, one example. I guess, I didn't have any choice but to practice entrepreneurship when I first came to the College of Business. And so we have a professor called Professor Kennebrew. And basically, either you swam or you drowned in this class. And so one of the many projects that we had there was we had to create a business. And we had to use all the resources that we can gather at the time, that either he's given us or we can find online or from other students. And so from that one project, I've learned so much, and I was able to actually carry that experience over the course of my college career. And then towards the end of my college career, I got involved with the Small Business Center that Dean produces, that you both have talked about. And from there, I was able to go throughout the community and speak with a lot of small businesses and entrepreneurs and help them find better strategies to enhance their business.
I know we are running a little low on time. We have a student that you'd like to introduce.
Yes, Darian Glenn is Darian. Hi, Darian. How are you?
Hi, how are you doing?
We're doing wonderful. Great. Tell us a little bit about yourself. Where are you from and what's your classification?
Yes, ma'am. So I just want to first start off by saying thank you for having me, Dr. Caduce, and thank you for having me, taking out the time to speak to me. My name is Dariana Glenn. I am a sophomore business management information systems major, and I will graduate in 2023, and I am from Houston. So that's just a little bit about me.
And what are your goals, dreams, and aspirations? Being in the College of Business, what are you seeking to venture out into once you graduate?
Yes, ma'am. That's a great question. So once I graduate, I would like to be a CIO of a company where I'll be able to use my goals, such as, giving back to the community in whichever way I can, whether it's, talking to students in high school and helping them in the college area, applying to college, looking for scholarships, because I didn't get that much help. So I want to give back to my community and help in that type of way. So that's what I want to do after I graduate. And those are my goals.
Awesome. And in the College of Business, what's your experience been like?
It has been wonderful. I loved it from the beginning. My story is similar to Carrington's. I did start off in the Summer Bridge program, and it was phenomenal. It taught me so much. it helped me like throughout my whole year. I don't think I would know anything without the Summer Bridge program, and it's just been awesome.
Awesome. Well, we're going to just put a pin and Carrington, you have to leave. You got some things to take care of. So we want to thank you for joining us. We look forward to talking with you some more. And thank you for being one of our proud, productive Panthers from the College of Business.
No, thank you all so much for having me. Dean Caduce, nice seeing you again and nice meeting you, Dariana. And you guys have a great rest of your day.
Thank you. You too.
All right. Thank you.
Take care.
Okay. And Dean Caduce, are you okay or do you need to run as well?
No, I have time. I'm okay.
Okay. All right. So let's carry on with Dariana. Okay, Dariana, as you were saying, your experience there in the College of Business has been none other than perfect, right? Is that what you were saying?
Yes.
Yes. So go ahead and elaborate on that. Like, what's you're majoring in the College of Business, but what's your specialization?
So my major is business management information systems, and when I tell you the classes have helped me, the material has been great, and I just, I couldn't help no more. The professors are, they're there for me, and that's a really big thing on my end. I love it. It's just really, I love it here.
And you've mentioned that your future aspirations is to become a CIO, Chief Information Officer,
Yes,
right?
ma'am. Yes,
Okay,
ma'am.
so make sure I have that right. Why that career field? Why that?
So since I am a business MIS major, when I was in high school, I was taught around, technology is everywhere, and we are seeing that more and more now lately since the pandemic and everything. And when I was in high school, I was brought around. I took business classes, and my teacher, I had a business teacher at the time, and she just, persuaded me, do this, get your certifications in Microsoft Office. And when I tell you I loved it, I was also in a business organization in high school, and I would compete making spreadsheets. So, and that I enjoyed it. And with the College of Business, I'm able to, join organizations on campus now that will help me towards that goal. And I have learned so much material and gained so much material to, help me reach that goal of becoming a chief and information officer one day. So yes.
And you said that there was a competition in filling out spreadsheets. Is that what you said?
Yes, in high school, I was a part of this business professionals organization, and I had chose the specialization of creating spreadsheets, and I would go and compete with that, and I, just fell in love. And here on campus, I'm a part of Toastmasters and Leadership Management Association and Compa TIA. So those organizations help me, fill the areas I need to, expand my skill set to reach that goal of mine.
Okay, more on these spreadsheets. I'm actually amazed. I've never heard of that. So
Yeah.
On the spreadsheets, Excel spreadsheets, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so I'm trying to visualize the competition. Is it who can create the most columns and rows fast? Or, I mean, how do you tell us about that competition? Like, what do you do? Like,
So how it was organized was you would get a little template, and it would be a scenario of, something you would receive in a real life business area. And it would be a scenario, and you just do it. Whether it would tell you, make a pivot table to this number, or what is the formula for this scenario, and you go from there. And how the competition went is it was by points. So if it was right the way it was supposed to be, you get points, and then also by the time you turned it in. So that's how it really was organized, and how they determine the winner is by points and by time.
Wow. So are you like you were the spreadsheet champion, or what's the title actually? The queen of Excel? I mean, I don't know.
I am certified in Microsoft Office and Excel. Well, I'm actually doing in Word, PowerPoint, Access, and Excel. So I'm in all four of those. But how the competition went, I didn't I can't even talk right. I didn't excel to the major competition, but it did teach me a lot, and it did yes, it did teach me a lot. So
Yes, I bet. And you've just taught us a lot. I mean, being produced, did you know about the Excel championships? Like the spreadsheet, the spread, the spreadsheet,
Yeah.
regionals? I didn't know. Did you know?
Let me ask Dariana a question. Dariana, there may be some high school students or parents listening. So, do you have any message for them why they should choose Prairie View A&M University and the College of Business?
yes, I do. Please, please, please check out the College of Business. It has been tremendously wonderful. They are here to help you, and I know it could be a little intimidating because it is college and it's the next step, but I promise you, PV helps and produces productive people. And all we want to do is see you succeed and get you to where you want to be in life. So I just highly recommend Prairie View's College of Business because you will gain all the information that you need and, for your next step in your life.
Well, I love it. Thanks for sharing your experience with us and educating us on just, the different aspects of being in the College of Business. I definitely learned something today. And yes, those high school seniors out there that are watching, hopefully, and even our alums that have seniors that they want to send to Prairie View, it's good to know that you are, I guess you could say an ambassador, if you will, of the College of Business, and actually, yes, and able to speak on behalf of that. Dean Caduce, I wanted to ask some other questions if that's okay with you. Yes. So this semester, obviously, we're, with the pandemic and everything, what has been one of the most challenging aspects of just this onlining experience with you all? I know there's been some, but has there been something that's just really, been too tough to where you're not sure if you're going to be able to overcome it with the students and the learning environment?
Right, great question. As you know that sometimes in March, when our students were on spring break, it became obvious that this is a very serious threat to our health and to our economy. And so the leadership moved very quickly and decided that they're going to extend the spring break, giving the professors some time to take all the classes online and then close the semester that way. So we did that in the spring semester. It wasn't easy, but it went relatively smoothly. I'm so proud of the students and the professors. They showed the agility and the dedication to the mission of the institution and to education and learning that they were able to do that. So in summer, the classes were all online across the campus, but in fall, we had an option. The decision was made that the campus is going to be open. The institutions all over the country were trying to make this decision. There's so much uncertainty about these things. So our decision was the system had decided that we are going to open, but it was left to individual colleges on how to offer the classes. In the College of Business, we decided to play it safe, and we decided that for the health of our students and faculty and staff, we'll offer most classes online. So about 95% plus of the College of Business courses are being delivered at a distance on the internet. But it was not the traditional internet, which is asynchronous. This is most of the classes are being offered synchronous, which means that students have all the materials on the platform we call Canvas. But on top of that, they are also attending live lectures that the professors are offering 2 or 3 times a week. They have office hours, which are also on Zoom, and so on. So this was our challenge. We had to take the summer months and train all of our professors in these techniques. At the same time, there was a change in the platform. We moved from the previous platform, Moodle, to this one called Canvas, and all of that training had to take place in a few months or in a few weeks. So I'm very proud of our faculty members also, and especially of the students for this. I know that it is not easy. One of the professors just wrote to all the other professors that he has received requests from students for delays, there have been excuses on assignments and exams and so on. And he was asking how they are doing. And so the professors were exchanging ideas. And it was obvious to the professors that, we are all in this together. This is a pandemic, once in a lifetime kind of tragic, disruptive event, which no one anticipated. And we have to work together. We have to show as much flexibility as we can towards our students who are also sometimes suffering from this digital divide. They have a lack of connections, perhaps lack of instruments, laptops, and so on. So we are all in this together, and we are very hopeful that we are going to emerge from this stronger than before.
And Dariana, speaking of experiences with this pandemic in your learning environment, what has it been like for you as a student to be having to just take, the entire learning process and be online with it? What's that been like for you?
It has been challenging. I will just start by saying that taking 5 classes, finding a way to study, and also incorporating organizations on top of that. It has been a little hard, but us as students have been, working together, communicating with the professors, because we understand what they're going through and they also know what we're going through. So it has been a little challenging, but we're pushing through, we're making it as much as we can and staying positive and sticking through it. So yeah.
Before we leave, Dariana, you're a senior, right?
I'm a sophomore. Yes,
you're a
ma'am.
sophomore. Okay, so you still got some time to hopefully experience an actual homecoming, right? In the next
Yes,
couple of years. Okay, so we'll be able to do some makeup for you.
Yes.
Yes. Well, being that you're a sophomore last year, obviously you're a freshman. What was your first homecoming experience like?
It was so surreal. My parents are actually alumni as well. So
okay.
Yeah, so it's just been, I've always heard stories about homecoming. So to experience my own homecoming, it was just so surreal. The RVs, it was just really fun. So I can't wait to have it again.
Awesome. Well, thank you both for joining us in this conversation in regard to the College of Business. Dean Kudus, thank you so much for taking out time to help us, coordinate this interview. I hope you enjoyed the conversation as much as I did. And thank you, Dariana, as well for joining us. Once again, yes, happy homecoming to our Panthers, our alumni out there in the world, safe at home during this virtual homecoming experience. We're going to take a commercial break and then we'll come back with our interview with the Mach 3 Center, and we'll have a conversation and some fun with Mr. and Miss PVAMU. More to come on the 2020 Prairie View A&M University Virtual Homecoming Experience.
Dancing to the Janet Jackson medley. We are the show. Started. A little Make sure you put it under those polls and vote and let your voice be heard.
Do it for your roommates. Do it for your teachers. Do it for your crush. When it comes to wearing a mask, staying 6 feet apart, and avoiding large gatherings, do it for everyone in your life. Together, we can keep COVID-19 out of school.
During the special legislative session of 1876, the Texas legislatures created Alta Vista College for colored youth. The place was selected by a group hired by the governor, a board of commissioners, headed by Ashbel Smith, a former plantation owner. The interesting thing is that those commissioners made their way to Edwin Waller, again, who Waller County is named after, and he brought them to his cousin's plantation, which was owned by Helen Morris Swearingen Kirby, which had fallen on hard times, the Alta Vista plantation. She sold this plantation to the state of Texas. She moved to Austin, where Edwin Waller had chosen that site for the capital of the Republic of Texas and served as its first mayor. And when they opened up the University of Texas, Ashbel Smith became the president of the University of Texas, and Mrs. Kirby became the first dean of women. So again, that connection of the story. The first 8 young men were not able to come to Prairie View until 2 years later. They showed up on March 11th, 1878. One of the reasons is that they had to find youth that were capable of going to college, because prior to 1865, it was illegal to educate African Americans in any form or fashion, especially teaching them the basics of how to read or write. Prairie View A&M University is a federal land-grant university by designation. And as being such, it concentrates on teaching, research, and service. The idea of the land grant is that anybody, any citizen, should be able to come to the land grant, whether they have an issue with juveniles or have an issue with farming, should be able to come to the land grant to receive assistance. Once they knock at the door of the land grant, then the scientists are able to go with that person out to the location, whether it's a farm or community, look at the issue, bring students out, do research on the issue, find out what causes the problem, and come up with some solutions, bring it back to the land grant, study it in the classroom as a teaching experience, and then take the knowledge learned back out to the citizens. So it's an ebb and flow of knowledge from the community to the land grant, where the students really are the beneficiary as well as the community. And University College is a program for all freshman students. They go through this experience at University College, where it's a managed freshman experience where they have their own facilities. They have two-tier rooms, so they get the dormitory experience. They have counselors in each facility to be there with them, to help them through any type of social issues or academic issues. They have advisors that cater just to them to make sure that their freshman experience is a very successful experience. Prairie View is also very successful under the administration of Dr. Hines to come up with privatized housing. American Campus Community.
Hey, good afternoon, everyone. Thank you so much for joining us this afternoon. We are in day 3 of our virtual homecoming. We've had an extraordinary mornings with Lisa interviewing the College of Agriculture as well as the College of Business, and additional content that you've seen that showcases our university incredibly well. I have the great fortune of interviewing 2 of my mentors, 2 people who are just the cream of the crop when it comes to higher education research. Not only as researchers sharing with the world their findings and communicating different ways that they are impacting change, but they're educators, educating the new and next generation of leaders in education. I would like to present to you Dr. Fred Bonner and Dr. Stella Smith, who both run the Mach 3 Center here on our campus through the College of Education. The Mach 3 Center stands for Minority Achievement, Creativity, and High Ability Center. And its focus is to offer cutting edge best practices and scholarship for those who have an interest in pursuing careers in education and higher education administration. Again, without question, 2 of the most important people in my experience here at Prairie View, because they on a regular basis, stretch and bend my mind. I've been teaching for 26 years, what is this? What year are we in? 20, who can forget 2020? This is one for the books. So I've been teaching now for 26 years. And, you know, when you do a thing for a long time, you feel like, okay, I've got a handle on that thing. I know what I'm doing. I know what I'm doing today. And what I've learned from Dr. Bonner and Dr. Smith is I know nothing. And that's actually one of the best things I've discovered this past year. And in the knowing nothing, what it is they have given me so many more tools to expand on the things that I do know, but then reinvent all of that and made so much more space for new discoveries and new adventures, quite frankly, in education. So I'm excited to share the next hour with these 2 amazing people, Dr. Fred Bonner and Dr. Stella Smith. Hey, peoples.
Hello.
How are you?
How are you doing?
I'm great. I am
I'm having, I'm tickled right now. I have butterflies right now because I get to interview you, which, you know, being one of your students, quite frankly, you know, the reverse has happened, where I have to speak up for the things that I know. And so now I'm putting you on the hot seat. Da-da-da. How's it going for you today? I know you've had a busy week already. You've had a couple conferences that you've attended to and different things. Tell me how you both are doing right now.
Doing pretty good. It's I think every week at Mach 3 is a busy week. Dr. Stella and I were just talking about that. It's like, well, you know what? With the pandemic raging, we haven't really had any time to stop out and take time away and get a little vacation time in. But we'll do that eventually. But we continue to grind at the wheel. And this week we actually had I just finished a session for IUPUI, Indiana University, Purdue University, Indianapolis. So a lot of letters to basically say great institution there in Indiana that they have a national assessment conference every year. And this year I was on serving as one of their keynotes, a STEM keynote, talking about science, technology, engineering, and mathematics and how that infuses and connects with assessment. So Dr. Stell was managing and operating all the technology, making sure that the videos played and all that stuff happened. So it was a busy, busy week.
Yeah. How you doing, Dr. Smith?
You know, I'm doing good. I'm in a different place because StreamYard doesn't like my computers, but I am. Yeah, I'm blessed. I think every week as I see the successes of all of the students, including you, I know that the work that we do is so important and so recognized. And so, you know, every day is something new, and I'm glad to be able to be a part of it. So one thing that's really great, I've found out this week that I was a recipient, or I am a recipient of a research fellowship, an anti-racist focused on anti-racism, so doing research related to that. So I'm excited to be able to not only work with Mach 3 and do all of the things that Mach 3 does, do the teaching, but also to be able to continue my own research as well in concert with these other things. Yeah. So I think one of the things that I love is that we're able to teach y'all, and we are able to feed off of your energy as you feed off of ours. And I think that that's how it should work.
Absolutely. So before we get into the details actually of the Mach 3 Center, you brought up your actual research that has been recently awarded. Congratulations. That's outstanding news and not surprising at all. I mean, everyone, this woman is incredibly brilliant, both of them incredibly brilliant. Let's start off by actually talking about your areas of research. And then what I'll do is I'll segue that into what inspired you to create what we now know as the Mach 3 Center. So tell you what, let's hear a little bit more about what you're researching, Dr. Smith, and then we're going to take to Dr. Bonner to find out what are your passions in research?
Thank you. So my passion in research is women in leadership. It originally started during my dissertation work, African-American women in leadership and higher education. But as this political climate has gone, and as we've kind of endured these last 4 years, it's really broadened to the experiences of women and girls in education writ large. So how do we basically treat girls within education? How do we acknowledge the brilliance of girls within education? And how do we, as women and girls, support each other as we work through the education pipeline? How do we not get stuck in silos, whether those be silos of our own making or silos that others inflict on us? You know, how do we make sure that we remain whole and remain joyful and exuberant throughout that process, and we don't get beat down basically through it based on all of the different expectations that this society has for women and girls. and our role, even though we can transcend that. So looking at research that supports that, particularly resilience work, and also how women lead. So
Yeah, absolutely.
that's where my research is grounded, in addition to all of the things that we do in Mach 3.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. You talk about women and girls and making sure that they're not disenfranchised when it comes to their own education and desires for elevation. I think about the Boko Haram girls in Africa for the very crime of education among girls. That movement of protecting our girls, not just here in the States, but abroad. And I know that that's the work that's very close to your heart and important to you. And when I watch your wheels turn and hear you present, I can hear the passion and the dedication to that work. And I just appreciate you on behalf of all of us young, oldest Black women and girls all over the world. We thank you so much. We thank you so much. Dr. Bonner, tell us about, Dr. Bonner, tell us about your areas of research, your areas of passion.
Well, thank you, brilliant scholar, future Dr. Dal Best, and I always appreciate the wonderful work that you're doing, and you really have become the wind beneath our wings. Dr. Smith and I talk about you quite often, and I really appreciate what you're doing to foreground through social media, through video, through all the communication forums that you have allowed us to participate in. It has really made a difference. So you really have been a lightning rod in helping us get the message out about Mach 3, and I appreciate that. So to very quickly, just to kind of give you a synopsis of my research, I've been working in this particular area. I've been researching, focusing on, my main core area looks at academically gifted African-American males. And this research goes all the way back, 23 years. I actually finished my doctoral program there at the University of Arkansas in 1997. However, the work started during my master's program at Baylor University in 1994. So I wanted to know, and the question still remains the same. I wanted to know, how do institutions cultivate giftedness among academic giftedness? So those high achieving African-American males who are academically gifted, how do institutions cultivate their gifts and talents? And particularly, I wanted to know, how does the historically Black college and university foster and cultivate these gifts and talents versus the predominantly white institution cultivating these gifts and talents? And this work goes to my own experience. In qualitative research, we call it the EMIC experience, EMIC, meaning the insider experience. And I wanted to unpack my own experience. I graduated from high school in the top 5% of my class, public high school there in small rural East Texas, Jefferson, Texas, my hometown. So I had scholarship offers to Texas A&M, UT Austin, Rice University, but I also had scholarship offers to Wiley College, Jarvis Christian College, Prairie View A&M University, Paul Quinn College. I had a full scholarship in chemistry to Jackson State University. So that began from my own EMIC experience. That prompted me to want to know about, there are other Black males, there are other brothers out there who are high achieving, who are gifted, who are making a decision right now. Is it going to be better for me to attend a PWI or an HBCU? So at the very, very core of all that I have done in my research, that has always been central to my focus.
Yeah. What I've learned most from the two of you is that the two of you plus Dr. Parker, Dr. William Parker, what you three have taught me, and it's a word that I hadn't really heard until I started the PhD program with you all in the College of Education. And now I use it to a degree where, my wife and I maybe even started a drinking game behind how many times I say positionality. And that positionality and the notion that when you learn from a place of personal ownership, when you explore, when you research, when you teach from a place that is centering your presence. As Black people, we're not used to centering ourselves because we're so busy trying to convince somebody else we matter, right? We're so busy trying to amplify the value of our lives that when we do our own research, we're reading reports or papers or articles of looking out towards the end. And what you taught me was we're worthy of looking in and reaching out. So the two areas of research, or the areas of research that are most important to you, what you've done is you've amplified the value of yourself and said, it's important for us to study Black women. It's important to us to study gifted Black men and not look out inward, but look in, out. And it just amplifies the passion behind the work that you want to do. I say that because I want students all over this campus to hear that they are worthy of not only being, the subject of their own research, but the subject of their own exploration. Explore yourself. And I think that's one of the driving forces behind the Mach 3 Center. Why don't you tell us more about the center and how we can connect some of those dots over in Delco?
Oh, absolutely. So the Mach 3 Center, and you are right, Teresa, that the Mach 3 Center was designed, it was orchestrated, it was framed to give a focus on research perspectives, exactly what you're saying. The Mach 3 Center is really about positioning people of color, particularly African Americans, particularly Black folks, positioning us in the dialogue about research and positioning us in the dialogue about what matters in higher education, because all too often the narrative, the information, just as you just said, the research is research about us, but it's not coming from us. Mm-hmm. And it is so very important that the message about Black folks is being told by Black folks. So we need to be the authors of our own narratives and the authors of our own counter narratives. So the Mach 3 Center gives space and it gives an opportunity for, and Dr. Stella will talk about this, we're in the process of building the Mach 3 Center, in that we're going to have fellows, both undergraduate fellows, graduate fellows, and we're going to have faculty. We already have connections to over 30 different international institutions that are interested in sending folks to work in the Mach 3 Center to give a global perspective across the diaspora. What does it mean to be Black not only in the United States? What does it mean to be Black in Africa? What does it mean to be Black in Europe? What does it mean to be Black in Japan? So what the Mach 3 Center does kind of on a global, from a meta perspective, is a galvanizing space that allows for the voices and for the positionalities of people who have been historically marginalized and underrepresented in the voices of research.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Dr. Stella, Dr. Smith, I'm so used to calling you Dr. Stella.
Dr. Stella is fine. Dr. Stella is fine.
Dr. Stella, tell us about the genesis of the Mach 3 Center. Walk us back to the day when you all were like, light bulb, this is it, this is what we're doing. And then what we'll do is we'll jump forward and look at some of the missions and the plans that you have on the forecast. But what was day one like?
So I can tell you about day one. So Dr. Bonner is the architect of the proposal for Mach 3. He did all of that before I was in the picture. I think the reason why Mach 3 is one of the reasons why Mach 3 is so successful, and one of the reasons why we work so well together, is because Dr. Bonner is very much the visionary, and I consider myself the builder and the planner. So he's got all of the ideas and he has a very good framework for that. But then I was able to come in and kind of buttress that and help it be operationalized. So I remember being at UT Austin, which was where I was before I came to Prairie View, and reading the proposal for Mach 3 and thinking, wow, this is such an amazing opportunity. And what I first thought about it was, this is a way to change the literature. my degree is in educational leadership, but I have a certificate in women and gender studies. And so I took a lot of classes of women and gender studies at UT. And when they talked about families of color, they were using literature that was so old, so outdated, so deficit based. And I was thinking to myself, the practitioners that are going out into the field are reading this information and thinking that this is the information that is accurate and relevant to our families, our communities. This is how they're teaching them. And when I read that proposal, I was like, this is a way for us to be able to write the literature that these people are reading and learning, to help to educate them about how to train our children and how to train us big folks too. Because I was in there traumatized. Like, you what? And I had language for what I was feeling. When you think about a student in P through 12, they might not have the language to kind of talk about that and to develop a counter story to what they're reading and what they're looking at. So I knew that I really, 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 really wanted to be part of what Mach 3 was and what it could be. I was just so excited that Dr. Bonner agreed that I would be a good fit to be part of the Mach 3 Center and to be able to join him in his vision for the center. As we've worked together, though, it's definitely I believe a partnership in terms of how we work through all of the initiatives that he has thought of, how we teach students, what our approach is to just the scholarship and the global nature of the center, and making sure that everyone understands the wonderful students that we have at Prairie View. Of all of the things that we get to do, I think shining the light on our students is one of the most valuable. And to see how other people react to how amazing our students are when they often discount the experience of students at HBCUs, quite honestly.
Yeah.
So, so when we go there and we show them, well, you thought one thing, but our students are, hitting it with all gears. So you need to, there's all sorts of amazing things going on in this context. And you might want to look over here and see where your exemplars are. So I think that is what I love about Mach 3. I love that we're able to put those exemplars out there with the help of everyone that supports us in getting that information out. And we're able to bring a spotlight on the jewel that is Prairie View.
Yeah. So then walk us through as an audience. I mean, I know something about what the Mach 3 Center is. I spend plenty of time there, but walk the audience, walk our viewing audience through what's the typical experience for a student, undergraduate, graduate student, who walk through the doors over in Delco, walk into the conference center, the conference room that is the Mach 3 Center. Walk us through what they can expect, or what it is, what's the service that is offered to the students in particular.
I would say in the world pre-COVID, what we were building and what we were attempting to do is to, when folks came and they really wanted to know about Mach 3 and know about how they connect with us and engage with us, one of the first things is was to ensure that they had knowledge and that they knew what Mach 3 was. This acronym, a lot of letters. What does that mean? Minority achievement, creativity, high ability. That's a lot of gobbledygook. How do you take this theoretical, conceptual rendering and put it into a package where high school students, undergrads, grads, people from the community could learn and appreciate what we were doing and why we were doing what we were doing? So I say all that to say that the first thing that we typically do is to share a brochure with you. And in our brochure, you will see that we have these vectors, and the vectors actually articulate our strategic plan, what we do. Each one of the vectors, it talks about the research, the scholarship, and our activities that are all galvanized around these vectors that explain who we are and what we do. And as an educator, I think I would be less than an educator if I don't. Teresa, you know this as well, that the first thing I'm going to say to folks, you need to read. You need to read. And understand.
Yes, you got to read.
So true to form, that's just who I am. It's in my soul. So the first thing you do when you come to the Mach 3 Center is I'm going to give you something to read.
That's right.
Not a lot, but, you know, the first thing you need to do is start off with this brochure. And, you know, and it's really about training people. I mean, someone had to train me. So I don't say training to be something derogatory or something negative. But you have to train folks to understand that before you step to anyone in any particular context, especially when it's about joining something, becoming a part of something, they much more value you when they know that you've at least done your homework, that you've read something.
Yes.
Yeah.
So I can tell you the number of graduate students who actually applied for different positions that we've had in the Mach 3 Center. And we typically went down to, and I know for me, the students that I typically chose were ones that could actually, here is why I want to work for the Mach 3 Center, because I see the Mach 3 Center is about A, B, C, and D.
Sure.
So I'm like, well, how do you want to come and work for us? You know, for the others that I didn't choose, you haven't even spent the time to know what Mach 3 Center is. I get it. You know, we want to help with the funding. I want to help. I try to help as many students as I can with funding. But if it's beyond me just saying, well, here's a fellowship scholarship we can give, but if you want to come and work for us and work in my space, for me to be able to continue at Prairie View to do what I do and to even have the Mach 3 Center, we've got to be productive. And the productivity means that you engage with Mach 3 in meaningful ways to keep the productivity going. And you can't do that if you don't know what the center is.
Yeah. As a result of...
I think I would add to that, Teresa. So I think it also depends on what the student is coming for. I get a lot of students that just want to be heard. Like, I think we do want them to read. We do want them to know what Mach 3 is. But then I think sometimes what Mach 3 also does is help students work through even what they're just trying to do. I don't know how to explain it. It's just kind of like, you know, sometimes it's about the relationship too. So being in relationship with students and being a place, almost a safe space for them to talk about all of the kind of research issues that they want to talk about maybe some things that they haven't felt as confident about, but that we know that with all of the reading and with the knowledge that we can share with them, we can shore up the knowledge, but where's the passion? And I think that gets back to what Dr. Bonner was saying. In my mind, Mach 3 is a place of passion. It's a passion shop where you can dream big. You can dream big. You can throw those ideas out there. And if you're willing to work, we'll work with you to get to where you want to be. You know, so in addition to doing the reading, we're very much, at least for me, my approach is very much sky's the limit. And then once somebody says that we can't do something, then we figure out another way to do it or something else.
That's right.
You've been in my classes, you know exactly how I approach this.
Yes.
And I think what I think that allows us to do is to just grow within ourselves, as you were saying earlier. You know, we don't have to be limited. And in education today, many times African Americans have been so limited. We've been told not to be creative. And creativity is, you know, in the name. We're creative. So I think that's what I would hope when someone walks in. We're going to give you the knowledge. We're going to talk to you about what Mach 3 is. But I hope that when you come in there, you feel that energy of being able to do that research and to be able to create and excel in whatever way it is you choose.
Yeah, absolutely. It's
kind of like we are. I laugh as Dr. Stella was talking. It just made me laugh and think in my head. I was like, we're kind of like Ma and Pa Mach 3. So I'm the Pa. I'm sitting there. So tell me, young scholar, why are you here? Tell me why are you here? Why did you come? What can I do? Tell me. And then they go to Dr. Stella. And Dr. Stella like, oh, baby, come on, sit down. Now, but let me tell you what you got to do. You got to work.
Look, y'all, I'm completely cracking up because it was just about to fly out of my mouth that it feels like a family over there. It feels like, and Parker is the granddaddy. You didn't know.
Yes.
Yeah. So Dr. Parker, in the year that I've spent time with the Mach 3 Center, that's how it feels. I've been in all three of your offices. I've been on the phone with you. We've been on Zoom. I've sat in that conference room, and it's the feeling of there's someone who isn't just invested in what you come to know. It's a space where they're invested in who you are, and giving. So here's an example of that, and I think about the Mach 3 Center, and I think about one person. If someone asked me, well, tell me what it's like, I would say that center, if I could personify it in one individual person, it would be Toni Morrison. And here's my thinking. Toni Morrison had this very clear idea of what literature meant, what research meant, what creativity meant, and the investment of creativity in your research and in the investment of yourself in both of those things, creativity and research. And I think about the Charlie Rose interview she did where she said, I'm not concerned about the white gaze. I'm not concerned about what everyone else feel like I should be saying about my existence, or what I should be saying about my presence in any space I walk into. And what you feel when you walk into the Mach 3 Center is every door I walk through belongs to me. Mm-hmm. And then you meet Dr. Bonner, who goes, all right, young lady, here's and mind you, this it isn't this condescending sort of thing of here's what you should know. Dr. Bonner comes and says, here's an article I know you haven't read yet. And I'm like, are you sure? Because this particular article is about, queer Black women, and that might be, something I'm interested in. He goes, but you haven't read this yet. You gave me that the Lisa Boleg article. And it was one of our earliest encounters. You didn't know much about me, but it was almost like what you said with, the interviewees and knowing who fits and who, and there's this reading of a person and getting to know them a little bit deeper than they think they know themselves. And you said, here, you need to read this. You're not going to argue. You need to read this. And it's that type of care that every student can count on when they walk through those doors. With Dr. Stella, you get the advisor you didn't know you needed. You get the person who says to you, that's a great idea, but have you thought about it this way? That's a great idea, but I don't know, if you write a grant for it, you might run into a roadblock right here. That's a great idea. And as a filmmaker, I go, I know these people. Dr. Stella is a line producer on set whose one and only job is to support you, but her job is to tell you no. Because by telling you no, then you'll find other answers other ways. And Dr. Bonner's job in all of that is to be a producer and someone who's willing to give you the resources you need to make the movie. But at the same time, you go, well, that's somebody who still knows a little bit more than what I know. And if I'm claiming to be the director of my own research, I'm going to look to my two leaders and go, these are the resources that they're giving me. And ladies and gentlemen, that is what the Mach Center will do. The Mach 3 Center will do for you. Okay, that was my rant for a moment. Let me come back. Let me come back to another question, because both of you have touched on some things when it comes to the greater campus, the greater university. You don't just service the College of Education. You work with students from all different areas of the university. Tell us about the collaborative ways the Mach 3 Center can work with agriculture and business that we've heard from earlier today, but each of the colleges that are here on this campus.
Oh, absolutely. So we, just by the very nature of what we do, and I know Dr. Stella can attest to this as well, our feet are deep in several different colleges, just because the Mach 3 Center at its core is an interdisciplinary center. I will tell you, every dime of money that we have by way of our grants, we have several with the National Science Foundation, it tethers us in key and important ways to the College of Engineering. I can't tell you the number of colleagues in engineering we work with, just because at the core of a lot of what we do is STEM. Dr. Stella, a lot of people don't know this. It just worked out this way, but an undercurrent of the Mach 3 Center is STEM, because I have a degree in chemistry. Dr. Stella has a degree in microbiology. So we have these folks that have these science backgrounds. And one of our prior employees and good friends, Dr. Kamala Williams, when she was with the Mach 3 Center, she has a degree in biology. She's now at the Northwest Center. So you got all these folks who have this training in STEM. So that's an undercurrent. So I'm not surprised that 90%, 95% of the money that we have is related to STEM. And that ties us to the engineering school. But then it also ties us to arts and sciences, because many of the faculty members, chemistry, physics, mathematics, all those folks in arts and sciences. And beyond that, we've had some connections with architecture for different projects that we've worked on, ag. So we really wanted the Mach 3 Center to be an interdisciplinary space, because we know that the power of research nowadays is not about you being in your silos. If we only did stuff with education, that would be too small, because we're not just education. We're so many other things.
And Dr. Bonner, another partnership that has been huge for us is with juvenile justice and psychology with Dr. Fraser Kwasi in our summer summit for around Black and Brown males, African American and Latinx males, looking at strategies for success, for academic success for them. And so that has been a huge partnership that we've had with the College of Juvenile Justice and Psychology, which is amazing. And then the other part, and I'll jump it over to Dr. Bonner to talk more about this, is that the Mach 3 Center was designed to have a demonstration lab to train teachers. So part of what we do is about bringing in these STEM teachers and teachers that might be able to appreciate and learn from a laboratory experience that is culturally supportive of students. So although that isn't fully built out yet, that was in the original plan for the center. So it was meant to be interdisciplinary in that regard. So Dr. Barnes, do you have any more on that?
Sure. And just very, very quickly, Teresa, we want to get the folks over who are listening. We have a multi-level space, several hundred square feet over in the, I always pronounce it wrong. I think it's the Griot building. So it's a lab space, and it's a demonstration lab. And we're going to very quickly, Mach 3 is about to start connecting with ISDs, with school districts. And one of the very first projects that we have put out there, and we actually are in rotation now and hopefully going to get a pretty substantial grant. And we have this project. It's going to be the first project we run out of the demonstration lab. It's called Black Male Teach 360. And this initiative takes Black males from middle school to high school to community college to HBCU STEM program, Prairie View, and sends them back into the middle school as middle school science teachers.
Wow.
And that's called Black Male Teach 360. And that is going to be one of the first initiatives that we want to run out of this new demonstration lab, which is huge over there in the Grow building. So we can't wait to share with people, for you to come over and see. It's a really cool space. It's like 3 levels. It used to be a lab for chemical engineering that we're going to take and make into a demonstration space.
Oh, I cannot wait. That sounds exciting.
It's really exciting.
Wow. I can hear your voice, you're tickled.
Yeah.
That is outstanding. Outstanding. So I want to pivot a little bit towards COVID. How has COVID impacted your work in the Mach 3 Center? The obvious is that, we're not on campus as frequently as before, but what are some of the ways this current pandemic has impacted the work that you're doing through the Mach 3 Center?
Well, COVID has really given me an opportunity to practice what I preach, one of my last books is titled Building on Resilience, African American Male Populations Across the P20 Pipeline. And the core of that book is about resilience. And that's one thing that I think Mach 3 that we do 10 times over. We're resilient. I mean, we're like the unsinkable ship. You know, we always find a way to come back. And the interesting thing is the part of this whole pandemic experience, which has been horrible, it's been tragic for so many. And I don't want to make light of it in any way. I mean, it has impacted all of us, but we have very, very quickly pushed the resilience button and found ways to continue to do the work that we're doing, but we just do it in different ways, whether that's virtual delivery, whether it is, and you'll laugh, Teresa. So the thing that has hit me the most has really not been me being productive with my work, but it's been the fact that I can't hop on a plane. Everybody knows that I was traveling. So all this traveling, all this flying. And the funny thing is, the very, very last presentation that I had agreed to do, it was a consulting gig at in Augusta, Georgia, at Augusta University. The College of Nursing, they had agreed to bring me out to do a 2-day session with them. And I didn't want to cancel, but this was at the very, very beginning of COVID. And just to show you how resilient Mach 3 is, guess what they said to me? They're like, Doc, we know you really want to go and that you're committed to going. And we know you're trying to decide whether you're just going to fly. And we know you're probably not comfortable with flying, but guess what we'll do? We have decided we're going to get together as a team. We're going to rent a van and we're going to drive you down there.
Come on.
So that my very last trip, the Mach 3 team came together and drove me from Prairie View all the way to Augusta, Georgia and back. So we have just found ways to continue to do what we do. We rally together and we build on our resilience.
Yeah. Yeah.
Exactly.
Wow.
And
that's a long trip. That's dedication right there. Yeah.
I think another thing that we've done is it's given us some mind space to think about and focus on some of the work that we're doing and do some of the writing. I think that because we're at home, you know, there's pros and cons to working at home. That could be its own conversation. But having the ability to, as Dr. Bonner said, do some of the things that we share with students to be able to do. You know, even though we talk about a lot of these different strategies that we have, sometimes it's difficult for us to do them as well as we're trying to build the center and also build our own careers and to support students. So even COVID has been horrible, just absolutely devastating. But the quiet time and the pause that it's given, I think has helped bring things into focus in terms of how do we really sharpen and more clearly make sure that our activities match what we really want to do with Mach 3 and the way that we really want it to grow. So I think this has been a time of just contemplation as well. So that once COVID passes, I'm going to put that in the air, and hopefully that happens more sooner than later. We will come out of this stage just more powerful and more impactful than we were when we came in it. So
absolutely, no doubt at all. One of the charges that all of us here on campus, as we elevate the research profile of Prairie View, is to do more research and to write more articles and really amplify the research voice of our campus. Tell the viewing community how the Mach 3 Center can directly impact the work of faculty. I know we're talking a lot about how it can drive student productivity, but tell us what the resources are available specifically for our faculty on campus.
Oh, sure. So resources through the Mach Center for Faculty. And this is one thing that Dr. Smith and I have done from the very, very beginning. We are an open door. We provide opportunities for faculty to engage with research because we know that, for faculty, many times it's very difficult for them to have time, given their teaching responsibilities, given their responsibilities of ensuring that students are being taken care of, that they don't always have a lot of bandwidth to jump in and do research. So what we try to do is to always offer opportunities for faculty to engage in research, whether that's articles, book chapters, presentations. Dr. Smith and I both have invited faculty. We've included faculty. We've collaborated with faculty on some of our major presentations. The beauty about being where I am now in my career as an endowed chair, I've earned the opportunity to be the director of a journal, my own journal with Penn State Press. Dr. Smith is the managing editor. I have my own book series with Routledge Publishers. I'm the director of research for the American Association of Blacks in Higher Education. So I throw all these things out just to say each and everything that I'm connected to is basically like family. If I got it, you got it. You know, so if I can hook you up, if I can get you an opportunity to publish, well, here it is. I have opportunities for you to publish books, not just a chapter, a whole book. You know, you can talk to me about the series. You have opportunities to get your article in the review process with the journal, and you have opportunities to present at a national conference. I can't tell you the number of students, the number of faculty that we say, hey, look, you know, I'm director of research at AABHE, so this conference is coming up. So let me know. I know the folks who are reading the proposals. We can make sure that we give you some good insight to make sure your proposal gets accepted. So we always, I would say, Teresa, the major thing that we do, we have opportunities and we offer those opportunities. So it's kind of like my pastor used to say in church, you know, I offer and it's for you to refuse or to receive, but we always make the opportunity for faculty and students to engage.
You know what is close by is my triangle. You know my triangle is not far right here. I didn't bring it over to the chair, but you know I'd be over there just hanging on that triangle right now. You know that. For those of you who didn't watch yesterday, I know all of y'all watched yesterday. Everybody who's watching this right now, all of y'all watched yesterday. You saw me being in that triangle when the students were talking, and they know me to, when I feel something that is hit the right way, I hit that triangle, and I would certainly bring it right there.
Absolutely.
Yes.
I think the other thing that Dr. Bonner does, we provide opportunities, but Dr. Bonner does a lot of mentorship. So when he says he has an open door, you know, wherever, come as you are, come as you are, and talking about what you need and how you can grow. Dr. Bonner also has, and we do present a lot of a training where you look at how to build your research agenda. We've done that on campus before, and and that has been helpful in supporting faculty that are on campus and giving them a system of how to build a research agenda, because it's a process. And we know, as Dr. Bonner had said, and those in the audience know, you know, at Prairie View, sometimes the teaching loads can be such that it's difficult to even get your mind wrapped around how am I building and moving this research agenda forward. So providing some skills and some tips and some support and structure around how to take that passion and turn it into a research agenda.
Yes, absolutely.
So that is definitely an important part of it as well. So that mentorship piece is key, and he does a lot of that. So
yes, I was just about to reference the series that you both hosted here on our campus a little less than a year ago. I think it was early spring, actually, where you invited faculty not only from our campus but from local other universities around the region. We had faculty from TSU here on our campus taking part in the research agenda building workshop that you've put together. It was a 2-day conference, a 2-day. You offered the workshop twice.
Yeah, that day. Yes.
And so, you know, it was great to meet other scholars, researchers, professors from other schools in the area who also had that same interest, and then find that you could collaborate a little bit and find out who
Mm-hmm.
had common interests. And so I was just about to reference that as being a huge piece that you all offer. Um,
One other thing
yeah.
that we've done was bringing the ICIE conference to Prairie View, which was huge to have an international conference on campus. And just as you mentioned, when you were talking about like the networking experience, to bring these international scholars to campus, let them see how beautiful Prairie View was or is. And then also to learn about what does a research agenda look like in this kind of global context. What are these different topics and what topics are similar that we're researching? I think once you see what is being researched globally, it helps you to connect what your passion is with the kind of whole diaspora of what research is happening. So I think that although that was a once in a lifetime opportunity, um, that that was a huge service to faculty. And I think many faculty really appreciated having that opportunity to network. So.
Absolutely. Absolutely. When we finish our conversation here, we're actually going to replay an interview the two of you conducted with Dr. John Singer, looking at race and student athletes at both PWIs and HBCUs. We're not going to play the entire presentation that Dr. Singer gave that night because we want people to go to the Mach 3 Center website and watch the entire presentation when you present it. But we are going to replay the interview that the two of you conducted with him. You bring presenters here to campus to do focused discussions. We've had the great privilege of hearing from esteemed scholars from all over the country who have a specific interest in amplifying our voices. Tell us about some of those speakers.
Absolutely. We have had a series of amazing speakers. I mean, these are my friends and colleagues who I've developed close relationships with over the years. And so now, as I go back in the Rolodex, one of the first scholars we brought was my good brother friend, Dr. David Stovall, and he is a social justice lightning rod. He's a brother there at the University of Illinois, Chicago, and he's a faculty member. He actually has a book on social justice. It's the Handbook of Social Justice. So check him out, David Stovall. And David is just a fire brother. He talks about the civil rights movement. He talks about social justice, the historical implications of social justice. He talks about women's voices that are sometimes muted in social justice. He talks about Ella Baker, Martin Luther King. I mean, he just really gives a good rendering of social justice issues. So he was one. Another speaker was my good sister friend and colleague, Dr. Judy Alston. Dr. Alston and I were colleagues together. We started off as assistant professors together at Bowling Green State University. And she has since now gone on to Ashland University there in Ohio, but just a fire sister who has research scholarship. She has a couple of books. One of her books, very popular, looking at the experiences of African-American female leaders, particularly African-American females who are principals at superintendents. And it's called Herstories. And I don't know the tagline, but she's been a great one. And just very quickly, we had Dr. Terrell Strayhorn, my good friend, good alpha brother, fraternity brother. He's that now he's the provost at Virginia Union University, but he's formerly been at The Ohio State. He's been at the University of Tennessee. We had Dr. Felicia Commodore, powerful sister, who writes a lot in the area of higher education about myriad issues in higher education. And she's now at Old Dominion University. And my good brother, friend, and fraternity brother and colleague, who is near and dear to my heart just because our research agenda is parallel. And that's Dr. Gilman Whiting. And he's a professor at Vanderbilt. He focuses on gifted African-American students, particularly African-American males. And he has a model, the scholar identity model. He came and blessed us with his research, and the queen, Dr. Donna Ford.
I was going to say, you can't leave out Dr. Donna Ford.
Vanderbilt University. Well, now she's at The Ohio State. I take that back. Endowed chair, distinguished professor. I mean, queen extraordinaire. So we've had a great lineup.
Yeah. She's accepted me as a friend on Facebook. So let me tell you something. I'm hugging myself because it's like having Oprah say, you know what? Yes, we can be friends, and she engages, and Dr. Donna Ford is the truth
She's the
indeed.
truth.
She is the truth.
She
She
was
is the
one of my first
truth.
mentors and gifted.
Absolutely. Well, I would ask you to leave the PV Nation with a parting, uplifting sentiment before we go off. Actually, you know what? Before we go, I'm going to share with you some of the comments that people are leaving with us. Mentoring is vital in the professional workplace. Outstanding job building those tools early on. Go PV. That's from Gregory Newton, who recognizes the importance of mentorship, that it isn't just between faculty and students, it can be between colleagues. And I am definitely, both as a professor here at the university as well as a graduate student here at the university, I'm benefiting doubly in that respect. Kim Johnson also shares, love hearing about the Center for Faculty and Students. The forum is great. Keeping me informed as a PV parent living in the Midwest over 1,000 miles away.
Oh.
Ooh, the mamas and daddies. Yes, you know, we really are. We're hoping that the mamas and daddies are watching this whole week, because we want you to feel no doubt that your students, your children, our students, our babies, we adopt them, are well cared for, and their character is being well crafted, and their minds are being bent and stretched beyond imagination. And these two mentors are two people who do that not only for our students, but they do it for their colleagues, and they do it for people, you know, who I know that there's so many people who are in positions of leadership. One would say, "Oh, that person's above this particular collective." Who these two inspired them. I know that. I know it to be true. I've seen it with my own eyes. I want to say thank you to you two. Give us a parting positive thought here before we cut to Dr. Singer's presentation.
Do you want me to go first, Dr. Bonner?
Sure.
Sure. Let's see. A parting thought, I would say, believe in what is in your core, and find the people and the supports and the skills to allow you to live out that passion. You are here for a purpose and a reason, and I think that at some point you are very much in touch with that. And we would hope that as you work with Mach 3, as you work on campus, as you walk through life, you continue to be in touch with that, and make sure that there are people in your life that feed and nourish that in you and support you, so that you can achieve your goals and your dreams. And if there's something that we can do on campus, whether you're on campus or not, we're all virtual, digital anyway, let us know how we might be able to feed into you and support you.
Excellent. Excellent. Dr. Bonner?
I'll just say I was on this conference call with the Chronicle of Higher Education a few weeks ago, and they asked for me to give my final comments about what I think. They asked all the panelists, you know, if you were college president, what do you think the three most important things are? And I left them with MVP, and I told them mission, vision, purpose. But then when I was thinking about, when you asked for us to give closing comments about Mach 3, I would say to all the students out there, the parents, the community, the three most important things, especially for students who are on the PV campus, is MVP. Not mission, vision, purpose, although that's important, but for you individually, it's finding a mentor, having a vision, and being persistent.
Where my triangle at? Both of you, magnificent. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for your time this afternoon. We know you're extraordinarily busy, but you graced us with an hour of invaluable wisdom and we just love you so much. That's a real comment. We love you so much. We're gonna take you right now. We're not gonna go to commercial break. We want you to jump right into this interview that Dr. Bonner and Dr. Smith conducted with Dr. John Singer, looking at African American men, student athletes, as they excel through higher education. After that, we're going to show you some additional content, and we're going to come back with some additional time during this virtual homecoming. All right, enjoy.
So greetings. This evening we have an installment of the Building on Resilience lecture series with Dr. John Singer, Associate Professor of Sport Management and Associate Dean of Diversity and Inclusion at Texas A&M University. And Dr. Singer tonight is going to talk about his book, Race, Sports, and Education. And we're excited about the dialogue, and we're also excited about the conversation that we'll have in and around Black males, inclusion, and their participation in collegiate sport.
My name is Dr. Stella Smith, and I'm the Associate Director of the Minority Achievement, Creativity, and High Ability Center here at Prairie View A&M University. And we are excited to welcome you to the Building on Resilience lecture series featuring Dr. John Singer. We're excited about this opportunity to talk about race and sport and the Black athlete. And we welcome your engagement with this discussion.
Traditions are not made overnight. They are created through a legacy of excellence and a commitment to something much greater. For more than 135 years, Prairie View A&M University has provided students with a strong academic foundation, a unique college experience, and the opportunity to make their mark on the world. This is a place where friendships are formed, discoveries are made, and dreams are realized. This is Prairie View A&M University, our tradition, your opportunity.
And we're back. Dr. Singer, I have a couple of questions for you about that amazing book, Race, Sports, and Education. So my first question is, why race, sports, and education?
So a lot of it stems from my personal experiences as a young Black male growing up in Michigan, and it's something I'll really talk about a little bit in the talk tonight, but it really stems from that experience growing up and playing basketball and seeing as I got older what really goes into the social mobility piece or the perception of the social mobility piece, particularly amongst young Black males. So that's kind of what got me started with that topic.
Okay, you mentioned social mobility. So one of the things that I read in your book is that you come from the perspective of an anti-deficit model.
Absolutely.
Speak a little bit about anti-deficit models.
So there's a belief, and Harry Edwards talks a lot about it, that Black males who are proficient in sport are dumb jocks, right? That's one of the stereotypes we see. But from my perspective, that's absolutely not true. And so the anti-deficit perspective pushes back against this notion that Black athletes, particularly Black males, are dumb jocks only worthy of being excellent in sport and play. And so that's kind of the perspective I take in the book and beyond.
So you're a college professor, and I know you spent a lot of time working in the area of qualitative research, and you chose to take a qualitative research perspective. So for us eggheads, we talk a lot about research and qualitative research, but what does that mean in layperson's terms?
Yeah, so it means really a systematic, formal way of engaging in conversation, right, around a particular topic that you're trying to understand, and in some cases, maybe even effectuate change through the process of critical dialogue, right? So one of the outcomes of qualitative work can be to engage the researcher and the research in critical conversations and thoughts that leads to potential discoveries and change in social conditions going forward.
Okay. And I really like in the book you said that one of the first things you did in introduction is you said, let me situate myself in the discourse.
That's right.
Why do you have to do that? That's a lot of prof speak. What does it mean to situate yourself in the discourse, and why did you have to do that?
Well, you want to be transparent. Whenever you're presenting research and ideas and quote unquote knowledge, you're in the qualitative world what's known as the instrument, right? The person who is, conducting the interviews, who is interpreting the interviews, who is representing the words of others that they are interviewing. It's important for folks to know who this person is and where they're coming from so that you can get a better appreciation for what it is they're presenting to you. And I'll talk about that a little bit tonight as well, my positionality.
Okay, perfect.
So Dr. Singer, in the research, I'm going to ask a question that I'm sure a lot of people have asked regarding Black female athletes. And you do a great job in the book of talking about your decision to focus on Black male athletes. I think it's incredibly well written. And it's a conversation that Dr. Bonner and I often have when we talk about our particular research agendas and being true to our research agenda. And so could you share a little bit about your positionality around that? Absolutely. And why Black male athletes versus Black female and male athletes?
Yeah, that's a great question. Actually, so Harry Edwards, and I talk about this in the book as well, he encouraged me to focus on more than Black males. And I went against his sage advice because for me, this first book was personal. Kind of speaking back to the question that Dr. Bonner asked me about what got me on this path. And so for me, the way I look at it though is whether you're a Black male or female, we all are in many ways ill-affected by what Tupac, the late great Tupac Shakur, refers to as this white man's world. Or what Fagan and Doucet refer to as the elite white male dominance system. And so whether we talk about Black males and females separately or simultaneously, we need to talk about Black people, period, in such a system. So that's kind of how I explain it in the book, is that it's a personal thing, it's a passion for me. And for this first project, I really had to make it about that.
And I also liked how you did name researchers and scholars and academics that do focus on Black female athletes. I think that was an important addition to the text in order to show that, yes, there's work being done in that area. That is not my work at this time, but it's work that is being done.
And one of you all's very own faculty or former faculty members here, Keela Carter-Francique, is one such individual I mentioned, her work with Black women. Yeah, so absolutely.
At Prairie View A&M University, we've been igniting passion in students for more than 140 years. It's about inspiration. It's about global influence. It's about self-expression and individuality. It's about trailblazing a path of excellence. It's about engaging in the greater community. Above all, it's about helping you realize your dreams. Ignite your passion. Experience Prairie View A&M University.
I'm Emma Joanna Thomas Smith. My perspective on philanthropy is that, from the beginning, students don't have money. And it costs to go to college. It's always cost more than most people could afford, but now it really costs. And so the philanthropy, from my perspective, makes a difference in providing a high quality learning environment. But the scholarship piece is for me. That's where I'm passionate. You need to make sure that students don't leave college because they just can't afford to pay sometimes a small amount of money. So sustaining that momentum that comes with their progression through their matriculation, it takes money.
And we're back. We're going to continue this conversation for about 2 more questions, and then we're going to turn the room over to Dr. Singer for his amazing presentation. So an additional question for you, Dr. Singer. What would be the one thing that you'd want people to take away from your book?
Yeah.
Like, what is the one thing that you would hope that they would put into action, or one thing that they would think about related to the work that you've done?
First thought that came to mind when you asked that question is give these athletes, black males, which is the focus of the book, a voice and a seat at the table. Mm-hmm. So when I was the chair of the athletics council at Texas A&M, one of the things I did was invite them to the table, because we had all these conversations every month about these black athletes or athletes in general, but we weren't bringing them to the table to have conversations with them about what they wanted, what they thought was best for the course of college sport, and particularly at that institution. So that would be the first thing I want them to get, is that voice matters. The voice of these particular athletes matter.
It's interesting you say it like that. It was one of the accolades for your book, is that you give voice to the voiceless when they're talking about black athletes. So that's powerful.
Thank you.
We talk a lot about one of our scholar friends, Dr. Bowleg. She has an article on intersectionality.
Okay.
In her article, she talks about how the identities, black plus woman plus lesbian does not equal black woman lesbian. So if you apply that same framework to athletes, and particularly looking at the 2 different institutional types you talk about, what does it mean to be a black male athlete HBCU, black male athlete PWI, or HWC?
HWC. So, I mean, context matters, right? And certainly when we look at the history, and I'll talk a little bit about this tonight, of how these historically white college universities came to be blessed with this black talent that we see on Saturdays now. It wasn't always the case. The best and the brightest were at the Prairie Views of the world, right? And so this is where you kind of bring into this notion of interest convergence, which I'll get into, which is a term from critical race theory, and how that shift occurred really in the early 70s. And so certainly resources when it comes to the differences between these various contexts, and why a lot of the black talent is going to these HWCUs as opposed to coming to great places like Prairie View. So that's one of the big differences you see. And in conversations I've had with black males as to why they came to the Texas A&Ms of the world and didn't consider the Prairie Views, is because of the resources and the visibility and next level social mobility piece and whatnot.
Dr. Singer, talk a little bit about the athletic industrial complex, because I read that section in your book and it talked about how some athletes can profit individually, but what does that mean in terms of the athletic industrial complex that you explain in the book, and how does that work?
So this recent law that was passed in California and other states are adopting it, where athletes can benefit from their image and likeness, I think will have potential major ramifications for not only how the NCAA does business, but how athletes move about in terms of their recruitment. And so the athletics industrial complex is a term that Earl Smith, sociologist, talks about in his book on race, sport, and the American dream, and how it consists of institutions that go well beyond just the athletic departments on these campuses. But the problem with the athletics industrial complex is it leaves out the most important part of the equation in terms of opportunities to reap benefits, and that is the athlete. But this law, I think, has potential to change some of those dynamics. So I think that's what we'll be seeing, and that's why the NCAA is pushing back, because it's going to open up opportunities for athletes to profit off of their labor.
STEM is precise, no margin for error.
Dare to forget that. Dare to have fun with it. Get weird with it. Dare to load their minds. Dare to explore. Dare to STEM. Learn more at She Can STEM.
секунды. Итак, в этом финале старт принимает Альберто Фонтарена по второй дорожке. Замечательный спортсмен.
Came to Prairie View in June of 1966 after graduating from high school. And it was a great atmosphere with lots of students from rural towns all over Texas mainly. So a lot of people from small towns with small town backgrounds and high aspirations to get an education here. One that was implanted in their minds from their teachers and ministers and parents that Prairie View was a way to a better life. I was not a great athlete in high school. I didn't make the state championships in sports in any of them, even though I played them all. I had this love of baseball because baseball was the big deal in my high school, and I went out for the baseball. But the baseball coach decided that we were losing very bad, and he decided that he's going to take us off to the track and make us run. And I ran faster in baseball uniform and tennis shoes than some of the athletes that were on the track team. And the track coach was there timing it. The next day, baseball coach cut me and told me that I didn't play baseball anymore, I ran track. When I went out for the track team, I made the track team, but I wasn't a superstar. I was basically one of the slowest guys on the team. Here's a kid that in May of 1966 could not make it out of the district championship in his district in high school. 2 years later, June of 1968, they selected 16 athletes in the U.S. in every event to go to the Olympic trial. And I'm number 16 in the United States. They liked the idea that a guy from a Prairie View could compete against athletes from UCLA and Oregon and Villanova and on an equal footing. So I had a lot of people that were rooting for me. I knew there weren't 3 people in the entire world that could run a 400 meters as fast as I could. I knew that. So going into the Olympic Games, I had that type of confidence. I won a gold medal in the 4x4 relay, or as we call it here in America, the mile relay, and I won silver medal in the 400-meter dash.
Back. It's Newhouse, United States. Right up on Jenkins now. And also going well right on the outside is Maxie Boggs.
I can't explain to you what happened in 18 months that took me from not being able to win the district in my high school district to setting the national record in the NAIA. All I can tell you is that God still creates miracles, and I think I am a product of God's blessing.
In lane 2, Newhouse leads. Wantarina cutting down on the Little American. And Wantarina comes through in lane 2. Newhouse tying up. The Cuban drives for the line and on his way to a second goal. Goal for Cuba.
The highest values of Prairie View A&M University, and it is my great honor to present you with the 2019 Distinguished Alumnus Medal.
America, land of the free. It's at the core of who we are. Freedom. The freedom to live without fear, to drive through all 50 states, to sleep safely in our own beds, the freedom to jog where we please, to watch birds in the park, to wear a hoodie, the freedom to breathe. Before we celebrate the freedom most Americans have, we must fight for the freedom all Americans deserve. Because no matter your religion, gender, disability, age, race, all lives can't matter until Black lives matter.
This is where you rise, this is where you shine, this is where you become the greatest of all time. History in the making. This is history in the making. History in the making.
Vote for your life.
satisfied with what they do. I'm appreciative, so they give 100%. But I always see something that can be improved.
He helped usher in a new era of marching bands. And 40 years after his arrival on the Hill, evidence of his performance style and legacy plays on today through modern day band performances.
Let me tell you, the band at Prairie View at that time when I got in the band, it was so small that when we would go to play certain schools, I remember one school in Louisiana, which shall remain nameless. Our band was so small that when we arrived and marched in the stadium, the fans at that particular school literally laughed at us. That we had the audacity, is what they told us. You could hear them from the crowd saying that they didn't believe that we had the nerve, to show up. But we did. We had very proud band students, and we knew that our day was coming.
Before he got here.
Well,
Okay.
see,
And George and I came the same year.
see,
All right. I came about a month before he got here. So prior to us getting here, prior to my getting here, there were no scholarships. There was no financial support for the band. And just as I said, we would go out with financial aid applications trying to recruit students to come to be a part of the band. And so there was no financial incentive, no awards, no stipends, whatever you will call it, for the band. All right. So when we got here, I think there were 4 people in band camp. And as the year progressed, we got to the first game, we may have had 40, 50, 60, and eventually it grew up to as many as 96.
George was a one of a kind individual. First of all, he was a perfectionist.
He was a very angry man, but he was a kind-hearted angry man. When you first meet him, I mean, it's very, what's the word? It's very scary when you first meet him because you don't know him. It's intimidating. But then once you get to know him and you learn his musical genius, it's like this guy knows everything there is to know about music. And then he's a saxophonist, and I play saxophone. So everything I thought I knew about saxophone, no.
A mentor, a father figure, a friend, everything that epitomizes a strong black man, he was that.
George Edwards, who many former students and colleagues refer to Professor Edwards as simply Prof. Edwards, was born November 5th, 1948 in Chattanooga, Tennessee. The youngest child of the family, little George Edwards, discovered his love for bands while in elementary school.
Yeah, I remember when we were kids, we were watching a late night movie, John Philip Sousa, and he made the remark that that's what I want to do. And I'm like, well, what? He says, I want to write music for marching bands. I like marching bands. And I'm like, okay, really? Because we were listening to those type of marches.
The tenacious 17-year-old set his eyes and heart on the Florida Panhandle and took his musical talent to Florida A&M University. He successfully auditioned and joined the FAMU Marching 100 and even penned compositions that the 100 still plays today.
He didn't have a scholarship to go to Florida A&M, so he just went on down there anyway, and he got in the band and everything. He got there, he was working for prop, things like that, but he always loved music.
From high school graduating there, he received a scholarship, but I don't know to what university. But his heart was set on the HBCU, which was FAMU, and Mom said she couldn't afford to send him since he had already gotten money for this school. So he packed up, went down there, got into school, got a job, and he called back and said, I'm in.
Yeah, I went to school at FAMU with him. Lindsay, George, and myself were at FAMU at the same time. Of course, they were older than me. I was a freshman there, George's senior year, and Lindsay's sophomore year. So George didn't like for me to say that.
After graduation, Edwards headed to the Midwest to continue his education at Michigan State University, where the Spartans Marching Band performed and recorded many of his arrangements. George led a fulfilling life of teaching in Lansing, Michigan, and traveling for music performances until he received a call from a friend and former college bandmate, William McQueen. McQueen asked George to leave Michigan and to join him on the Prairie View A&M University band staff as the head arranger and to help rebuild an anemic program.
Mr. Edwards came to Prairie View in 1978, and he was brought in as an assistant director under Mr. Bill McQueen, and he was in charge of arranging the music, which meant that he and I had to collaborate a lot because the Foxes danced for, at that time, just a minute and a half at the most. So we had to squeeze a lot of music into a minute and a half. So everything had to be really up-tempo, but it couldn't be so up-tempo that the girls couldn't get their extensions in for the high kicks that were part of our tradition.
He was trying to work with the other staff, to make it big, and I guess he was
I just like dancing to it. I just like dancing to it. That is a catchy. It's just catchy. It's in my head. I was at the house yesterday. I just kept saying, "I'm so glad," and it just when you hear it, you just tapping your foot. I try to reach that high note. I'm not the best singer in the world, but I'll try it. Uh, we're we're back, and we're so excited to have two amazing young people on standby with two other amazing young people. These four people are going to talk to us today about our royal court. We have Olivia Lemon and Carl Johnson, two of our amazing communication students who are going to interview this year's Mr. PVAMU, Joshua Lewis, and Miss PVAMU, Jada Marie Johnson, in our next segment. And as a special treat, they're going to answer your questions. So go ahead and post the questions or comments or things that you want our royal court to answer, and they're going to talk directly to you. But first, Olivia and Carl they're going to have a conversation with our royal court, and then we're going to open it up to you all. Enjoy.
I want to say hello, everybody. I am Olivia Lemon, and happy virtual homecoming.
No, seriously. Hello, everybody. I'm Carl Johnson, and same to you.
And Carl and I have been so very, very just excited about these two guests that we have coming up. My girl, Miss Prairie View A&M University, Jada Marie Johnson. And then also we have Mr. PVMU, Joshua Lewis. How are y'all?
We are doing great. So excited to be here. So excited to talk to my pageant sister. Hey, Olivia. And just get into the interview and answer questions.
Yes.
Okay, so Jada, how has COVID impacted your experience as Miss PVMU?
Okay, so COVID has drastically changed my Miss PVMU and senior experience, but it has also made it unique. To be a part of the first virtual pageant is something special in my eyes. It has been disappointing at times, missing out on other events and experiences I know I could have been a part of, but the transition to virtual events has allowed alums to interact on what we are doing on campus. Before, unless you were here on campus, you didn't really know what was going on. So it does push the reach and exposure for Prairie View.
Okay. Do you have any suggestions on what we can do as a campus, especially in this virtual arena, to add on to your efforts as Miss PVMU?
I think it is important to create new ways of engaging, especially now. As students, it's hard enough to have classes online, but to enjoy social events is even more difficult from home or online. So I think as a community, we all have something in common, that we go to Prairie View, that we're in the community. So we must support each other. I know that now we're doing a virtual online homecoming. It's so different, but for us to be here and speak on it and be the representatives for Prairie View is important to show our faces and encourage students to do the same.
No, seriously.
Really?
No, honestly. And this next question is for Mr. Joshua Lewis himself. Well, actually, I want Joshua to answer it first, and then Jada, you can, put your thoughts about it. But there are freshmen here, and y'all know that freshmen are not getting the experience that we got when we were freshmen, especially with this being a virtual homecoming. So can you guys kind of give them a little small history lesson of y'all's positions and your responsibilities?
So something that people don't know about Mr. Prairie View A&M University is that it didn't start along the same lines as Miss Prairie View A&M University. So first, Mr. Prairie View was a escort, and it was won through the performance on campus through a talent and fashion show, and it was just an escort to Miss Prairie View A&M University. However, in 1987, Mr. Prairie A&M University, the pageant came about. That was the first year that the first annual Mr. PVMU pageant occurred. And in 1988 is when Mr. Prairie A&M University was deemed equivalent to Miss PV by the student engagement. And in 1988, Mr. PV was gained the same opportunities such as a scholarship, free housing, and the ability to even have events on campus.
Wow. Come on. We love
Crazy.
we
I
love
never
the
would have.
years in the history lesson, okay? Jada, do you want to tell them what Miss PV responsibilities are?
Of course. Um, so just a little bit of the history of the position. The role of Miss Prairie View has been in existence for 88 years. It's a long time. The very first Miss Prairie View was crowned in 1932, and between 1932 and 1969, Miss Prairie View was selected solely by the student vote to be the female representative. In 1970, Prairie View purchased a franchise into the Miss PV, to the Miss Texas and the Miss America pageant system, and that formalized the pageant. Um, it was put in place as a selection process for Miss Prairie View. In 1994, the first international student won the title. Her name was Donna Tomlinson from Westmoreland, Jamaica. She opened the doors to this opportunity to other international students. The variety of women we have held, endless, from Jamaica, Virgin Islands, Mississippi, Florida, Texas, and more. So Miss Prairie View contribution to the university through programs during their reigns and after serving as alumni. As the National Alumni Association President, Miss PVMU, 1953, Opal Johnson Smith. Further on as guest speakers, alumni pinning ceremonies, and winners of the University Humanitarian Award. So Miss Prairie View has a long history and will continue making histories to come.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. And like I said, there are a lot of freshmen who are not getting experience, as we said before. So, what advice do you guys have to those freshmen?
The advice I would say to freshmen is never give up. You are just a freshman. You have years to go in the history of Prairie View, if that's the route you choose to take because you're here. Just never give up. There's so many opportunities. Just because we're in virtual doesn't mean you can't do the things you want to do. You just have to find new ways of doing it. As a freshman, it's just so much you can experience. So I would just say never give up and make sure to reach out to people because the campus is huge and there's a lot of opportunities.
Personal advice that I would have for freshmen is to be grateful. Take a time to actually reflect on everything that's going on right now. I know with COVID and everything going on, we tend to look at the negative and, hey, I may can't go here because I may retract the disease, and the virus, and et cetera, et cetera. But I feel a time for us to really reflect and be like, hey, I'm making all A's in my classes, or hey, I was awarded this opportunity on campus, or hey, I'm even at Prairie View and I'm in college. Like allowing us to see our opportunities and our numerous accomplishments will allows the opportunity to reflect and see the good things during a time that could really seem negative. So that would be my advice to the freshmen.
I definitely love the advice. I love it so
No,
much.
seriously. Do you guys have anything that y'all would say is the most important part of your position as Mr. and Mrs. PV?
I feel the most important part of being Mr. Prairie A&M University is I'm being representative for men on campus. Seeing other schools, guess you can say like an outside view, they tend to look at the Mr. and Miss, and having that opportunity and that big job and duty, it it puts like a weight on my shoulder to make sure that I'm representing the men on campus correctly and making sure that when people think of a PV man, they think of someone like who's together, who has everything going on for themselves. So that's something that I'm grateful for. I'm grateful that I have the duty of being the representative of the men on campus.
Okay, come through, Black Excellence.
We love to see it.
And for me, there's a long list of responsibilities that Ms. Prairie View holds. as the female representative for Prairie View, but to be a strong leader and a role model for young women is extremely important to me. As a recruiter for future students, an advocate for women's rights, students' rights, Prairie View, Miss Prairie Views and I act as a fundraiser, and I use my platform to host programs to engage the student body. But for me, definitely being a strong leader and a role model to young women that are out there is extremely important.
We need that more than
Yes,
any
I
time
definitely,
right now.
yes,
Like
we need,
seriously.
especially with you. I love that you just said that being a role model for Black women and just making sure that you are going out there and just going hard. I love that. And Joshua, I know that you would definitely be the same for Black men. Didn't you just have a scholarship for suits or?
Yes, recently it was a Style for Success Suit Scholarship, where one of the men on campus will be awarded a brand new suit.
Yeah, so it's nice to see that you guys are still pushing through COVID and virtually executing y'all platforms. So that lets me know that you guys were definitely made for this position, and you guys definitely are gonna do what you can do to still help PV push forward. I know TDV, she has a saying that what is it called? If something can't stop no
Oh,
Panthers.
oh yeah. COVID can't stop no Panther.
Yes, COVID can't stop no Panthers. Okay, so COVID can't stop Mr. and Mr. PVMU. Period.
No,
So
pandemic can't stop no Panther. That's what it
yes.
is.
And for you guys who don't know TDV, that's Miss Professor Teresa Dalvez, who is kind of putting all of this together, and she gave us the opportunity to kind of interview you guys. So we were definitely excited about it. If anybody has any questions before we get to them, just go ahead and start putting them in the chat box, because you guys are gonna be able to answer questions at the end. Me and Carl will say them to you guys, and you guys can answer. I did want to ask you guys, what do you guys kind of need from students in order for you guys to feel supported and making sure we're helping you guys push your platform through?
I think one thing we would need from students is the engagement. Like I said before, I know it's hard for students to already be having classes online, and doing a virtual is even harder to, do from home. But I think the engagement is super important to gather as a community. Um, Definitely the engagement part. Yeah.
Um, I believe something that we need for the students is their support and their trust. Believe me that Jada and I, we are finding new ways to come up with events, finding new ways to reach out to the student body with COVID and everything being virtual. I know personally, I don't always like just looking at someone talk on a Zoom chat sometimes. So we're trying to see how can we reach out to y'all and make y'all feel engaged, like she said, and make y'all feel like it's an event that you want to go to. And so I feel from the student body, we just need y'all trust us that we're trying to come together and we're trying to come up with events that y'all would love and we would love.
I love that. And I love that you guys are being 100% transparent, because I definitely can say as a student, students love to see that. So I definitely can see that people are seeing you guys try your best to push to the COVID, the pandemic, and you guys are definitely doing great at that. So that is great. So what excites you guys about representing the university? If Joshua, you want to go first.
What excited me about representing the university, for many people who don't know, this is my third year on the Royal Court, and I started as Mr. Freshman, Mr. Sophomore, and now Mr. PVMU. And what excites me most about being Mr. PVMU is because of the responsibility I have of the other gentlemen on the court. I feel that this is a role that I have been preparing myself for the last 2 years. I've been at Preview, and it's really just, despite us not being able to have the season this semester and everything like that, it just excites me to see how I can help the other kings and queens on the court, and even Jada. But that's just what I just love about Mr. PV is the responsibility that you have, and not even just for the student body that you have for your other fellow kings.
What excites me most about representing the university is being a part of somebody's PVMU journey and experience, giving students a reason to keep going and being a proud Panther. Prairie View has shaped me into the person I am today, and I owe it to my university to give back and represent Prairie View the best way I can. It excites me to encourage students to be great and encourage them to go out and vote and make a change and do something that not everybody is doing. So that's what excites me the most.
You know what excites me about y'all too? It's like y'all know how important and grand your positions are, but y'all aren't scared to take on this responsibility. And like as young people, that's the most important thing we need to know at this point, like especially going out into the real world. Like when you about to graduate high school, you're about to go to college, but now we about to go into the real world, and we need to know that responsibility is coming, and you guys are not afraid to be responsible.
I agree with what you just said, for sure. I think it's because we've all been through these things. Like you said, we've all, graduating high school, going into college. So it's important to share our experiences and share our knowledge so that way people can be prepared to go through those things.
I cannot agree more. Now, do we have any questions from the audience that you guys can answer? Or do you guys have any feedback or anything y'all want to say before we open the floor?
I just want to say thank you guys for giving us the opportunity. The virtual homecoming is super fun, super important to at least have in place since we didn't get to have the normal homecoming that we usually have. So thank you for giving this to the student body and giving us the opportunity to be a part of it. I do want to tell everybody out there to go vote. This is a huge milestone in our generation, so it's extremely important to go vote.
What I would like to say is that first, I just want to say thank you to the amount of support that you have given me and the support you have given Jada since we have been elected as Mr. and Miss PVAMU. And I promise you, we will not disappoint you. We have a lot to come, a lot of events to come in the rest of our Royal Court. We have a lot in store this year that I can't wait to share with the PV family. And not only that, to encourage y'all to vote, the Royal Court, we are challenging each one of y'all to vote. And if you look at PVAMU Royal Court, we have a challenge for y'all. So check that out.
We love a challenge, especially at PV. And speaking of that, TDV put in the chat that the quote is, "A pandemic don't stop no Panther." So y'all tell y'all friends. Oh, Olivia's back.
I'm back. You know what? One thing about virtual homecoming, you might have technical difficulties, but then you got to push through. Okay?
Because a pandemic don't do what? Don't stop
Don't stop
Panther.
no Panther.
Don't.
So dude, since we're still waiting on more questions in the chat box, and to all our alumni that's watching, the students that are watching, hey y'all, thank y'all for tuning into the virtual homecoming. Can you guys just talk lastly about how it has been an effect on the Royal Court?
For sure. The Royal Court, just like everybody else, are going through these changes and not being able to experience the same things. Coronation has now been pushed back, so we're trying to figure that out. And I know that was definitely been hard for the Royal Court, and being able to experience the games and everything that we would have been experiencing this fall. So that's definitely been hard, but it's all about perseverance. It's all about pushing forward. We're finding other ways to interact with the student body. So even though it's been difficult, we're using every possibility we can to make it the best.
A lasting effect that I noted with being on the court is honestly the support that you and advice that you get from previous kings and queens. Like I know the night that I won, I had both Wesley, who was my previous Mr. PV, and then Kendall, who was the Mr. PV before that, immediately called me and said, "Hey, here's advice. Here's how if you want to make that impact on campus, here's how you can do it. Here's how you will reach the student body. And honestly, that's what I noticed with being on the court. Mr. PV and Miss PV, they're huge roles. And having people behind you who will literally guide you and say, hey, this is how you can get adjusted to the goal. It's amazing, honestly. So that's the lasting effect that I have seen with the court personally.
Now we have a question from the chat, and it's asking you guys, how does being on the court affect your future, like beyond PV?
So how the court affects my future. Um, I want to come back. Well, my future goals is to be a plastic surgeon, and then I eventually want to make my own hospital targeted towards minorities and underdeserved community. And actually, me being a biology major and being at PV for 3 years now, it allowed me to realize that PV is actually a medically underdeserved community, and that being on the court actually allowed me to be more in sync with the community, allow me to see what the community lacks. How can PV with the student body join forces with the community and allow us to come together? And that's the impact that the court has on my future.
Come on, plastic.
As for me, the lasting effects that the Royal Court has for me, as soon as I became Miss Prairie View A&M, I was entered into a group chat with Queens for since Prairie View started, now and forever, Prairie View now and forever, and they showed me that the role never stops. You will forever be Miss PV. You will forever have these opportunities to go and do the things you love. I know that if I call one of my pageant sisters or my Miss PV sisters, I can say, hey, I need help with this. They're down for me. They're forever Miss Prairie Views. So that has opened a lot of opportunities and doors. In my future plans, I want to attend grad school. I plan to study abroad and go to Australia, do the koala bear mission, and go into animal rescue in hopes of opening my own animal rescue in the future. So I know that this has always has opened doors for me, and to be able to contact people and push through my future.
I love that. I love that. You know,
We got
the
an animal
future.
rescuer, a plastic surgeon. We just got so much excellence going on right now.
I'm like plastic surgeon. Oh Lord, I love the goals and I love the dreams. We might have Professor Teresa Davez joining us shortly, but like I said, you guys can drop questions in the chat, whether you're a student or you're alumni. We have Mr. Prairie View A&M University Joshua Lewis here, and we have Miss Prairie View A&M University Jada Johnson here joining us. We are so proud of these two individuals. I'm so proud of everything that they have plan to do. I'm proud of the way that they are being great role models and they're pushing through this pandemic, because can't no pandemic stop no Panther. So until she joins us, what'd you say, Carl?
That's on period.
Period. Until TDV joins us, I had kind of a curious question to you guys that I feel like would be fun, and being that it is homecoming season and we're trying to push through virtually, what can you guys remember, what actually, since you guys have been at Prairie View University, what has been your favorite homecoming memory? Like what do you love? The tailgates? Is it the concert?
Honestly, to me, it's everything. I think the one thing that I have loved the most, and I know this is probably cheesy, maybe it's my agriculture and animal science speaking, but CAB hosted during homecoming week, it was a petting zoo in the middle of campus, and they had like a little cheetah thing and an armadillo I think that was honestly my best part. I know like everybody's gonna be like, why? You know, there's tailgating, there's the concerts and everything like that, but that probably was one of my favorite experiences by far.
Love it.
Ain't no shame. Don't be ashamed.
My favorite Uh, my favorite experience since I've been at PV with Homecoming is my first coronation. If any to get suits, running to get tuxedos, running to get alterations. Basically, like every day, if I was in class, I was doing something for Royal Court. But after seeing the whole production of the coronation and seeing how it came out, and just how like it felt like a magical night, like how you see Cinderella on the ball. That's literally how I felt that night, doing the waltz and everything after we went upstairs. And that's honestly the same after experiencing coronation. It's the same moment I knew that I wanted to run for Mr. Prairie A&M University. So that would honestly be my favorite moment with Homecoming.
It's definitely an experience.
Is this? There we go. There go TDV.
You
How
are.
are you?
I'm great. How are you?
I am great.
I've just enjoyed listening to this interview and listening to the four of you talk to each other and really connect with one another. And I would like to ask the court, what's the message you'd like to send to small children who look up to you as Mr. and Miss PVAMU TV, Mr. and Miss PVAMU? What's the vision you have for younger kids who could look up to you as role models?
I would have to say the message I would send is never giving up. When I was young, I never thought, oh, I'm gonna go and do this pageant or be this spokesperson for a university. It's not something I was thinking about doing, but once I got here and got to this moment, I was like, I can do it, I will do it, and I will do it great. So I definitely want to give little kids and students the opportunity to be like, well, this is my future, this is what I want to do, but there's probably more. There's something I can do more. There's going to be opportunities that pop up that I want to try, and you can try and you can succeed if you put your mind to it and do it.
Wow. Yeah. Joshua?
Some advice that I will say to any young kids is honestly continue being yourself. I know my parents, when I was little, they always encouraged me. If I wanted to play golf, they were putting me in golf lessons. If I wanted to be an actor, they were putting me in acting lessons. Like it was always encouraging me to continue being me. And that's my honest, like, it's the best advice I could ever give a little kid is continue being you because you may get picked on for being unique or different, but that's a talent. That's something that you can use in the future. And that's something that, hey, I know growing up, people always used to tell me, hey, you talk a lot, but my talent for the pageant was talking. So you don't know what that talent and that uniqueness can get you, and continue promoting it, continue expressing yourself, continue showing other people like, hey, this is who I am, and I promise you it's gonna be a great outcome.
Yeah. What are some options in terms of outreach you and Jada could do in this virtual state? That I know one of the pieces of the Miss and Mr. PVMU outreach is community service and getting out into the community and really inspiring people and just being an example as you are. I mean, how amazing is it to be royal, right? But in this virtual state, what are some of the ways you are having to pivot some of that activity so that you're still doing that outreach work, but much, in a much more confined way?
Well, now, especially since everything is virtual, just yesterday, I posted a picture of, me with my voting sticker, and I didn't realize how big it would be. They're like, it wasn't just Jada voting anymore, it's Miss Prairie View voting, and it makes a difference. It's now that you see Miss Prairie View voting, oh, Miss Prairie View voted, I gotta vote. It wasn't, so using those simple things that we're doing, that I was gonna do all the time last summer before I even became Miss Prairie View, I I went out to the homeless and gave them sandwiches and chips and things like that. And I know now that now I'm not just Jada. If I do that today, it makes a huge difference. It encourages students to go and do those things. I know me and Josh are gonna go actually this Friday and volunteer at the food bank. We're gonna post a picture and it's gonna make a huge difference. It's no longer Jada and Josh. It's Mr. and Mrs. Prairie View helping the community, helping and showing students to do the same thing. So leading by example, by showing it on social media, it encourages students to do the same.
Yeah, absolutely.
Actually, one upcoming event that we have that we're actually joining forces with the top teams of America in Prairie View is a toy drive to give back to the community of Prairie View. I actually just finished talking to top teams of America Prairie View chapter today, and they have agreed to it. But I noticed that with me and Jada, giving back is something that we both wanted to do, getting in this role. We didn't want to be the type of people who will post something or just post and say, okay, cool. We want to post something that we want to encourage. We want to make an impact. We want people to be like, okay, we know Jada want to vote. If Jada is strong on voting, if she's doing PV Girls Vote, doing all of this, then we know that's something important that the Royal Court stands behind. If the Royal Court's going to the food bank multiple times, we know that they want to give back to the Houston community with food. So that's something that we have encouraged with giving back, is that we want to show stuff that we mean, that we stand behind, and we want to be not just about posting, but being about that action, quote unquote.
Outstanding, outstanding. Well, we have Lisa Roseborough, who's Roseborough. I still want to say Roseborough. Lisa's just joined us here in just a second. We're getting her framed up in the camera, and she wants to play in our sandbox. And oh, there she is. There she is. We were watching the interview, and we just started whispering to each other, we want to go and talk to Mr. and Miss PVAMU as well. I mean, it really is a phenomenal title to have, because not only do you represent the university, but you represent an aesthetic that is aspirational. You represent a quality that depicts a regal stature. It depicts refinement. It depicts beauty and elegance. So when you were crowned, are men crowned too? Are they crowned? Is that the term? Crowned? Okay. When you were first crowned, what was the first thing you did when you went home that
night? For me, I was on campus watching it with a few of my friends. Unfortunately, I wasn't with my parents and my family to experience it, but it didn't hit me until maybe a couple days in. So when I went home, I was just like you get excited. You're like, oh my gosh, I miss PV. Yay, we had a whole little watch party and we ate and it was a good time. But then when I went home, I was like, I miss PV, or like, am I Jada right now? It's kind of hard to split between the two. So that night I just went home, I went to bed and was like, okay, tomorrow's a new day. And then tomorrow I realized, I checked my phone and was like, oh my goodness, I have hundreds of messages and comments and followers. And I'm like, okay, this is real, this is it. So it definitely changed the way I looked at everything. I wasn't just Jada anymore. But it was something exciting, something I never thought I would be able to feel. It gave you like an overwhelming experience. I didn't get to do the like ugly cry on stage or nothing like that, but I was actually taking pictures 2 weeks ago and standing in front of Prairie View, holding my crown. I literally was like, I'm about to cry. I'm so excited, because it really hit me at that moment. Like, I'm Miss Prairie View. I can make a change. I can do things for people. So it was super exciting.
Jada, I totally understand how you felt after getting, the crown and everything, because when I was here as a student back in the 90s, 92 to 96, I participated in the Miss Black and Gold pageant, and I placed first runner-up. and got a chance to represent the graduate chapter of Alpha Phi Alpha Fraternity Incorporated as their Miss Black and Gold. And I too was just like you when I got my crown and my flowers, and I was all excited. But then I walked back to the dorm after leaving Hobart Taylor. That's where the competition was held, and I kind of just sat there in my dorm room. It was like, okay, so now what? It was just quiet. And you're like, it's like you're on this high, and then you just suddenly come down. And then, like you said, the next day, your phone's ringing, and it's like, okay, come do this, be here, do that, and there's a lot of responsibility. So and also I'm from Fort Worth too. So shout out to Funky Town. Way to go, Jada. Represent Fort Worth.
Funky
We're
Town
proud.
always.
Yes. Yeah. So it was nice to meet you as well. Is he still on? I don't see him. Or do I see him?
Unfortunately, his computer died. He had to.
That's okay. We'll tell you what.
Yes.
Let's take it back. Let's send it back to Carl and Olivia and Miss PVA. We're going to have them close up this interview, and then we'll wrap up the day. Olivia, why don't you take it away and address Miss Kim Johnson's question here.
Okay, so we have a question from Miss Kim Johnson. It says, what type of legacy or footprint you would like to leave on the PVMU campus?
The legacy or footprint I would like to leave is my positivity and my my will to succeed. I want all students to want to succeed. My platform is about succeeding. From the ashes we will rise, beauty and strength. It's about perseverance and just finding new ways to do what we do as Panthers. But I really do want people to know me for me. Leave my legacy of positivity and leadership and willingness.
Yes. Like I said before, like Carl and I said, I love how you and Joshua are just making sure that you guys are being transparent with everybody and making sure that they feel that you guys are approachable, because I know that's something that's really important to you, because we've talked before, and I can respect that 100%. If we have any more questions, you guys can drop those down below. And this has just been, I'm so glad that, like I said, the TDD gave me and Carl the opportunity to talk to you guys, because I felt like that you guys needed to be on this platform so people can actually hear from you guys. Because this has been the first time that you guys have got a chance to kind of address people in a way. I guess the first virtual address or something like
Yes,
that.
definitely for both of us to be together and addressing, questions and things like that. This has been our first platform, and what better way than to be doing it during virtual homecoming. So definitely on the behalf of me and Josh, we definitely thank you guys for the experience and the time spent answering the questions and just being a part of it.
For sure. Are you guys tuning in to the virtual homecoming?
Yes, we are. Definitely seeing all the old videos is crazy.
I know.
I just never saw Prairie in that light sometimes, so it's cool to watch. Definitely, the crazy, and it's good. You have speakers and everything. It's nice. It's very nice.
I said the
We've come
same
so
thing. Seeing all
far.
the old videos and footage is just so it's bringing back memories. I really wish we had an in-person homecoming, but we gotta do it safe.
Well, this has been a great interview. Like Olivia said, we were happy to have you guys. Thank you for tuning in. Thank you for being a part. And good luck with your reign as queen.
Thank you. Thank you on behalf of me and Josh. Thank you guys.
Bye. Once again, my name is Olivia Lemon.
I'm Carl Johnson, and this has been PVMU's interview with Mr. and Mrs. PVMU.
Bye. Thank you.
Bye, you all. Have a great day.
Bye.
Wow. Well, great job, y'all. Yes, they're amazing.
Really enjoyed watching just the virtual pageant itself. It was very well put together and edited. It was like an actual show, actually. So I enjoyed it. Miss PV, Miss Coleman, her being from Fort Worth, I really enjoyed watching her dance performance. She did a dance number, and Mr. PVAMU, his spoken word piece was really powerful, addressing voter issues and the Black Lives Matter movement. So just, I see why they won. They were very just across the board on point with everything. So two awesome students, some standouts. I'm really looking forward to seeing what they're going to bring in the years to come. So
I am going to go and watch the pageant broadcast, which is still available via PVAMU's YouTube channel. And so if you missed it, like I missed it, you can still go back and watch it, and and see the entire court, and see them crowned at the very end. I did catch a little bit. I caught it at the end, and I was like, let me go back and watch from the beginning, and just hadn't made it back since we were putting this together. So I think I will go back and watch it this weekend. Maybe that's part of my celebration on Sunday. I'm gonna watch the pageant from beginning to end. So
just relax and enjoy a nice show. So definitely.
Enjoy today.
I did actually. It was very interesting with our question of the day. I think we ended up getting 2 minutes.
Okay, so let's talk about that right quick. All right, so so we put out a question of the day. What was the question of the day?
What was the first SWAC championship? What was the first SWAC championship for the football team?
First SWAC championship. And Yolanda Gross gave us the answer of 2009. And since then, we learned that there was perhaps a different answer, but we're also discovering there's possibly 2 correct answers. And so maybe y'all can help, in your comments, you can help us decipher which way to go. Because we got a text message, this text message, a deluge of text messages from Dr. Gabriel Selassie, who's been our fearless leader in putting all of this together, this virtual homecoming. And he said, no, it's 1931. And PV had 9 football championships, and 1931 is the correct answer. So we went to the SWAC website to find out that actually both people are correct. Prior, in the early days of the SWAC conference, there wasn't a postseason game, that the regular season football team was deemed the champion of the SWAC conference. So technically, the answer is 1931, because a champion is a champion is a champion. And in 1931, Prairie View won its first regular season championship, and therefore was the first year of their SWAC reign. So we actually need to amend our gifts, but I vote we also give Yolanda, something, because
second place, first and second place, right?
2009 was also correct answer, in that it was the first championship that PV won when there was a postseason tournament to determine the champion.
Right.
So they were both correct. One, if you go to the, now this is again, the SWAC website, don't come right now talking about, wait a minute. So according to the SWAC website, in the period before there was a postseason tournament to determine the champion, the regular season champion was determined by the regular season, and PV first won in 1931. 2009, they won their first postseason championship. Okay, so Dr. Selassie, you can come and get any of these, amazing prizes that Lisa shared with us earlier, and then Yolanda will get something to you as well. All right?
Right. Yes. So, but like I said, overall today, another great day. We're gonna keep pushing on to Saturday. Great conversation with Coach Angela Williams, of the the women's head track coach, giving us just a lot of insight. I mean, a lot of the things she talked about, me having a track and field background, obviously I knew, but I thought it would be great for her to come on and educate, the universe, and talk about, the establishment of this world-class certified track and field stadium that we have, and being an HBCU, with USA Track and Field having their HBCU initiative being led by the headsman coach of the Olympic team, because he graduated from an HBCU, graduated from Jackson State. So with him being at the helm of that program and choosing Prairie View, because he knows we're the first out out of the gate to, be put on the map for us in a professional world-class establishment in the track and field universe. So I thought that was very important for her to, for us to talk about this morning. And then meeting the senior athlete, Jashay Sloan, who has high aspirations. Obviously, she's looking to try and make the Olympic team in Tokyo next year in the high jump. And so that's exciting. And we have another alum that is also looking to make the Olympic team. Her name is Deonka Bookman. She runs the 400-meter hurdles. And Coach Williams used to coach her, not just here, but in the beginning when she first made the team for USA Track and Field. So she's running professionally now. She came back and ran at PB Relays last year in her first year as a professional athlete. And so, yes. And so now she's moved on. She has a new coach and everything now. And Coach Williams is here cultivating the next future Olympian, if you will. So track and field, we believe we're staying positive that it's going to have a great year. Like I said, technically track season right now would be cross country season, but the actual track season would start normally around January in indoor. And with Jashay Sloan being our first All-American in the indoor season of last year, it was very historic for her. So I'm really looking forward to seeing what's going to come for the track season coming up.
Yeah, it was dynamic to listen to them talk about the training process and the resource that we have here. Look, the last time I did anything with track and field, I was in high school and I called myself doing high jump, and it was more like running through the bar. I could jump a little bit. I can get over the bar a couple times here and there, but I think I've always just been fascinated and watch in awe. Like when I watch the pen relays or, watch our team here, I'm just amazed at the grace, the power. It's just a marvel to watch. And so, yeah, listening to Coach Williams today was just pretty phenomenal. Yeah.
Experience her being an Olympian running. Like she said, she competed against FloJo, Gwen Torrance, Evelyn Ashford. So she's been out there. She knows what it's like. Now, we didn't have a chance to talk to Coach Christopher Clay, who is an alum of the university, also from a SWAC champion as well. He's brought, I want to say, SWAC championships back to the university since he's been coaching. We didn't have a chance to talk with him, but on the men's side too, doing great things and continuing the track and field legacy that Coach Hoover Wright and Coach Barbara Jackett left for us to carry on. So, yeah.
Awesome. So let's kind of look at what we have going on tomorrow. What is today? Today is Wednesday. There we go. So tomorrow being Thursday. Laura, if you don't mind, can you bring us to full screen here so I can. We brought a monitor closer to us so we can try to see what's going on and we're still, So tomorrow, Thursday, we have two more colleges that we're featuring.
Yes, College of Agriculture
And today was agriculture.
Sorry, yes. College of Agriculture was today. Tomorrow is another college with an A, the College of Architecture. It's the A, it's a lot. It's like, yeah. But a great conversation with the College of Ag. It was like the College of Ag show there for a minute, and because they have a lot going on, and yes, huge, and just their marketing, like I said, their marketing and branding is just outstanding of the programs, and doing everything that they're doing with the pandemic and helping our students with getting access to different industry knowledge is very, very impactful. So outside, with farming, they've got the new meat science lab, they've got the new greenhouses, and so there, as you heard Dr. D'Souza say, that they're going to build a new veterinarian building or something. So they've got a lot going on. So great. But tomorrow the College of Agriculture will talk with Dean Sabuti in the morning, and then afternoon we're going to also talk with I believe the College of Engineering with Dean Obiaman. So I'm looking forward to that because our colleges, they're internationally and nationally known. So They've done a lot. So all of our conversations with our colleges are going to be amazing. And we've got the College of Arts and Sciences is going to be coming up as well. So looking forward to another great roundtable. We've got some alums. We have from the College of Architecture, we have an award-winning alum that she's gonna join us tomorrow too. So that'll be interesting to talk to some more of our distinguished alumni from the prospective colleges. So
That's right. Then on Friday, we have the College of Education and we have the College of Juvenile Justice and Psychology.
Right.
And that'll round us out in terms of all of the various colleges and schools that we have here on campus. And then we have a few more, smaller conversations and discussions. For instance, we're going to spend some time highlighting Festival on the Hill, which is Prairie View's official film festival, which will be November 12th through 14th. The director of Festival on the Hill, Tony Clomax, is going to spend some time with me. We're going to unveil some of our participants and communicate some of the chosen films that you can anticipate seeing if you join us for the festival November 12th through 14th. So Tony and I are going to just sit, kind of like what you see when they, unveil some of the participants and so these are the 5 films that are, we're going to do a little bit of that so you can get excited about that. We're also going to have on Friday, Thursday, Friday, tomorrow, Friday. I have to look at the schedule, but we will let you know. That is actually on Saturday. But we have the producer and director of the film, The Freshman Year, who are going to join us. So you've seen previews, little touches here and there, snippets, and as promised, we finally settled on a time for both J.O. Malone, who's the founder of the National Black Film Festival and class of 2012, and Vincent Powell, who is a Houston native. But he went to Texas Southern for undergrad, but he also went to the University of Southern California for grad school, where he got his MFA from the most impressive film graduate school on the planet at USC. And so that 1-2 combination of J.O. and Vincent, they came to Prairie View and put together an amazing film. And you've seen snippets here and there, which Denzel Whitaker and Shirley Ralph, they're going to be on hand to talk extensively about that experience of shooting on the Hill with our students and being alum, J.O. being alum, what it meant to write that script when he was a junior and senior here at the university, and then to come back years later and actually see the goal of his film produced here in his old backyard. So that's going to be exciting. I just have to look to see if we scheduled it for tomorrow or Friday. I want to say it's Friday, but we'll confirm that. We'll let you know first thing in the morning when you return and join us again in the morning. We'll tell you all about what we're doing there. And then, as Lisa alluded to, Saturday it's a day where we celebrate the band and we celebrate our football team and our basketball team, and we will also hear from our soccer coach, women's soccer coach. Oh my goodness!
Bring in the first SWAC championship in soccer to the university. So Coach Sonia Corvello, looking very, very much forward to talking with her. So great. And hopefully we'll get the golf coach in, Coach Jennings, another back-to-back SWAC championships in the last couple of years. So yeah, we've got some great things still to come. So looking forward to it.
The great thing that we're experiencing right now with our campus community is that at the beginning of the semester, much like most schools in the nation, we thought we had to kind of operate one particular way. We had to cancel things and get rid of things because of COVID. And keeping with that, our administration made the solid choice, the good choice of saying we can't have face-to-face homecoming and can't have the event that we've come to know and love so much here on the Hill. But at some point, President Simmons and the people in the president's office thought otherwise and said this is just too valuable an experience, and put some fire under all of our butts to get this thing going and put something together. And so then what's happened is because we were working in short time, we weren't able to get the word out to everyone and say, hey, we're doing a thing and we're trying to get these interviews and all these sessions, and we just moved as quickly as we could. But because our campus community is watching and participating in this conversation with each of the colleges that we're spotlighting and some of the specialty programs that we have here on campus, the research opportunities, the athletic opportunities, it's growing. So then we get, at the end of the day, so far the last couple of days, after we signed off, we get this deluge of emails saying, oh, I saw today, I would love to do, I saw today and I would love to do, I saw you today and we would love to do. And we're not saying no. Like at this point, we're just like, right, we'll find a slot somewhere and we're gonna make it work. So if you're watching and you're here on the campus and you're part of a program and you want us to give you some time to let the students and the faculty and the administrators and the staff and the parents and the supporters, if you got something you want to convey, shoot us an email. You can reach Lisa at alumnirelations@pvamu.edu. You can email either of us directly. If you search our names in the campus directory, you can find either of us, and we'll make it work. We'll find a way to amplify your voice. We're working on a panel where perhaps we can get some of the parents. We noticed we got a lot of comments today from parents of current Panthers who are just thrilled to see what the school offers, and we want to celebrate that. So at noon on Saturday, we're looking to work with Yolanda Gross, who works with our parents, our Panther parents, and put together a panel of parents who are, how did COVID affect them, and from their perspective, what it meant to be a parent of an 18, 19, 21-year-old, 20, I know how to count. What it felt like to be the parent of a Panther who, was either homebound after spring break last year or last semester, or, having to really rethink or shift what it means to approach graduation in this form, that sort of thing. So, and as you can see on the screen, Dean Luter, we're going to talk to you, Dean Luter. I've been meaning to get a hold of him and say we want to do a session with him. So no, I'm gonna reach out to you right after this. We just appreciate all of you chiming in and supporting this virtual homecoming. Yeah.
Yes. This wraps up day 3? Yes. Look, we've been here so long. I was like, what day is it? I don't even remember anymore. But I'm glad we were able to pull it together. Like you said, it was very last minute, but we put a team together and here we are. And also, we're looking for more legacy families. So if there are any other Panther families out there where there's a group of you all that attended, your sons, your daughters, your auntie, uncles, now you're here. Also, send us those comments. You can actually send it directly email. Again, alumnirelations@pvamu.edu. So we're looking to highlight you all as well. And what else do we have? And send us pictures, the Greeks out there, I don't know, are we still going to do the Greek panel? I know that was on the list. We want to hear from our Greek sororities and fraternities. I understand, Professor Dalves, you're Greek as well, Zeta Phi Beta. Are you not? I thought you were. Okay, where did I get that from? Okay, sorry. Maybe I saw, I'm just thinking. Okay, I'm not either. So we've got something in common. I'm not Greek either.
I think she's just responding to the fact that everything I own is blue. It's my favorite color. It's also the name of my production company, so that might be a natural leap in that. Yeah,
it's like she's got to be a Zeta. She's got to be a Zeta. Because blue is like on everything that you do. Your car is blue. Your shoes are blue right now.
Blue, everything. Yeah, no, it's my favorite color, and it's the name of my production company. Productions.
Yeah.
And I think cobalt blue is just an amazing. It's my favorite color.
Awesome. Yes. Now, I don't know if we have enough time because you yourself, you're doing all these amazing production. But as you know, that I know with your background and where you come from, you're an NAACP award nominee, correct? Tell us about that. What category was it for? Film producing or?
It was actually for theater. When I lived in Los Angeles, I directed a lot of theater, and which is actually my background. I come from live theater. That's my passion. And I studied in Los Angeles, picked up film because for my graduate internship, I worked for Danny Glover. And he had just started a new theater company called the Roby Theater Company. He and Bennett Guillory, formed it together. Ben Guillory played Mr.'s best friend in The Color Purple. They two men when they smashed eggs up against their head. The other guy, Suge Avery's man. That's Ben Guillory. And I ended up working for them in 1997. And Danny asked me. He said, Mr. Glover. He hated people calling him Mr. Glover, but he's Mr. Glover. He said, Teresa, you're in grad school at Cal State Long Beach. I get that, and it's a nice school, theater, but you're in Los Angeles. Why theater? And I said, I just wanted to live in LA. From the time I was a little girl watching Cheryl Miller and the McGee twins play basketball. Basketball was my sport. I wasn't much of a track runner, but I wanted to play at USC. I wanted to play basketball. I wanted to be a Lady Trojan. And I stopped growing. And so the position I knew how to play, I wasn't tall enough to play on the college level by the time I got there, but I still needed to make my way to LA. I just knew I needed to be in the entertainment industry. But he asked me, he said, well, why not film? And I said, I'm working for your theater company. Like, what are we talking about? Yeah. And he was like, well, LA is a great city for doing both. And I just continued to work and direct. And then finally in 2008, I directed a play called Flying West, and it just knocked everybody's socks off in Los Angeles, and I was nominated for the NAACP award. And that was great because my entire family came from Virginia. They looked like the Beverly Hillbillies. Child, I was waiting for, the old truck and everything, but it was a great party. It was a great time. And I miss living in Los Angeles. I left LA in 2012, moved to Atlanta. I directed a few music videos and a couple projects there, and eventually made my way here to Houston in stories that are far longer than what we need to get into, so we can sign off. But long story short, all things that I've done in my life, I feel in my entire self and in my heart and my spirit has led to Prairie View. I suspect I'll be here for a while. That's what I want. This place is home. And my alma mater, my undergrad alma mater is James Madison University in Harrisonburg, Virginia. And our colors are also purple and gold. So at least during this time of year, when it's homecoming season, I can whip out my purple and gold and rep all of my places really well. And I exactly. I just love being here. So, yeah.
We love having you here too. So thank you for everything that you've done with the film studies and the communications department. And speaking of USC real quick, because I know we have at least 2 students that graduated from here that are in the graduate degree programs at USC. Tony Hall and I think his name is Derek Cunningham. Yes.
Derek Cunningham. So we're going to put a pin in that, because that's a part of the conversation we're going to have with Tony Clomax and how we're building the film and television program to align some of our students with that opportunity. We have 4 students that are really tracked to enter that program after graduation this year. So we'll talk about that a little bit later on. Let's get on off of here so that these good people can go and get some dinner. We can kind of finish prepping for tomorrow and bring you an amazing virtual homecoming. Can we finish today with the opening from the top of the show, and we'll see you in the morning. All right. Bye, y'all.
Come home, she said, eager to hang up my coat. Offer me a seat, kiss my face, warm. Come home.
Welcome to day 3 of the 2020 PVMU.
School, friends, classroom, teacher, friends, sports, laughter. She misses school. Real school. And this isn't school. This isn't what she thought the new year would bring. 2020, this isn't school. No more
Where am I? What is this place? Am I inside Zoom? Where am I? Where is everyone? This is PV.
Hello.
Hi.
Are you lost?
I don't know. I was in class in my bedroom, and then I was in a black room, and then I was... Where is everyone?
Here?
I was just...
Cute little kid. Let me tell you a story of a great place. A place where your every step is affirmed. A place where you can always call home.
And so begins this wondrous journey home. And so begins this wondrous journey home.
Where is everyone? This is PV.
Hello.
Hi.
Are you lost?
I don't know. I was in class in my bedroom, and then I was in a black room, and then I was... Where is everyone?
Here?
I was just...
Cute little kid. Let me tell you a story of a great place.
One day, I heard a voice call to me. It rustled and whispered cool in the breeze. It hurried along the ground and blew through me, kissing my soul. Come home. Come home.
And welcome to day 2 of the PVAMU.